Chapter 1. A Hero's Start. Izuku Midoriya, son of Inko Midoriya, who after recently turning 5 years old grew more and more excited about his visit to the doctor to finally see what his quirk is going to be, since he hadn't shown signs of one. There's one thing in the world young Izuku is certain of, and that is he wants to be a hero when he grows up. Little did he know that after that visit things will never be the same for him again. After being greeted by the doctor, he turned to the two and spoke. "Please have a seat." Inko and Izuku have a seat across from the doctor in his office. The doctor then said, "We've done all of the standard tests on your son, and after an X-ray we've determined that Izuku is quirkless." The 5-year-old green-haired little boy, who for as long as he could remember wanting to become a hero, heard the only thing that could shatter his hopes of achieving that dream. Izuku, with his eyes swelling with tears, sat devastated from just those 3 words that were just spoken. Inko and the doctor discussed more details of the test results, but it all fell on deaf ears as Izuku wallowed in despair due to the news of him not having a quirk. The doctor wished the family luck and walked them both to the door. After exiting the doctor's office, Inko looked down to her son and saw nothing but hurt in his emotionless expression. This made her grow a concern for Izuku's well-being. Like any parent, would she looked for a way to distract him from his thoughts. She then turned to him and asked, "What would you like for dinner, sweetie?" But she didn't receive a reply. Noticing the distraught gaze on her son's face, knowing that he would be this way for a while, she hurried to get both of them home so she could comfort him as best as possible. After arriving home, Izuku just walked to his room, not saying a word. He then sat at his desk to put on his favorite video that always brought him pleasure and gave him inspiration. He watched All Might's debut video of him saving 100 people in one night over and over again. After refusing to eat, Inko just sat beside Izuku, trying her best to console him, when suddenly he looked up to ask her something. She noticed his gesture, then looked at him before he said, "Mom, do you think I could still be a hero like All Might?" Inko, not knowing how to answer, looked into his eyes and thought back to the day when she realized she would do anything to protect her son no matter what. She knew what she said next could possibly make or break Izuku, so she said something that neither one of them expected. "Yes, you will have to work extremely hard, but I will help you every step of the way." Izuku, after hearing his mother's words, wiped away his falling tears and hugged his mother, feeling grateful of her encouraging words. "Thank you, Mom. I will try my best to become strong one day just like All Might and make you proud." Listening to her son's words, she had no choice but to figure out a way to help her son achieve what will most likely be an impossible dream. The next day, Inko would do some research and formulate a workout routine that will allow her son to acquire the skills and strength to one day be a hero, with safety being the first priority. This was the first step that would lead the Midoriyas on a path they both would have never seen coming. After 7 years of a steady workout schedule, Izuku had become a towering figure, casting a shadow over his former self due to his regimen of running 10 kilometers every day, doing sit-ups, squats, push-ups, and burpees until his body gave out. He also started doing martial arts in order to defend himself in a fight or to save others who couldn't defend themselves. Although it took some time to get up to that amount of exercise, Izuku would always press forward, remembering his goal and what it would take to obtain it. One day, after a grueling workout, Izuku laid on his back, panting and breathing heavily underneath a nearby tree in attempt to hide from the day's sun. It had been exceptionally hot out that day, so the comfort the shade brought helped immensely for the rest period. Remembering that he wasn't alone, he looked out the corner of his eyes to see his mother in full stride, trying to beat her previous times from the day before. Inko, dressed in a similar outfit of a white t-shirt, black workout shorts, and red running shoes, continued her jog around the track. He smiled in admiration from his mother's commitment to sticking beside her son. The image of his mother made Izuku think back to when he was 7 and his mom started taking him walking around the track in the nearby park every day after school so he could get some exercise. "After a while, I started outpacing my mother, so she started running to keep up with me. The next thing I knew, she inadvertently started coming with me every day when I left the house to do my routine. She didn't go as hard as I did, but she kept up nonetheless." Inko, upon finishing her last lap, jogged over to the tree where her son resided and gently laid next to him. While catching her breath, Inko gasped and spoke. "I almost caught up to you today, son." Something would recite to Izuku after losing their weekly race, since he had gotten fast enough to outrun her. Izuku, who just chuckled, turned to his mother, then said, "Yeah, maybe next time, Mom." The two just laughed and laid there enjoying their restful period before heading home. After their brief walk back to their home, the Midoriyas decided on having shrimp tempura with rice for dinner and some ice cream for dessert. Izuku headed to his room for a quick shower before preparing the dinner table. After showering, Izuku looked around his room, noticing that he left some free weights there from the previous weekend's workout. Not wanting to let his room get cluttered, he decided to put them back in their proper place. While carrying the weights back into his home gym, he reminisced about when he first got his weight bench from a garage sale he stumbled across while him and his mother was out for a run. It took almost a year before his mother trusted him enough to lift the weights without having her there to spot him. Nonetheless, he was always glad to have her around. Once the food was done, Inko and Izuku talked about getting ready for school so that he wouldn't be late like the day before. Slightly irritated, he just said, "Yes, Mom. I promise it won't happen again." Inko responded, "We'll see." The mother grinned at her son while he sat there trying to portray as much innocence as possible. After finishing their meals, the two retired to their rooms for the evening. Izuku laid in his bed thinking to himself about what tomorrow's school day was going to be like. Remembering he had more problems than just a bunch of homework, he couldn't help but think of his struggles with the bullies that he encountered daily. Ever since he was diagnosed as quirkless, his peers never viewed him the same again, especially his former friend Katsuki Bakugo. The following school day, after hearing the news, Izuku told his classmates and all, but a few ridiculed him. Katsuki, leading the charge in the minor's verbal assault, decided to nickname me Deku, meaning useless, because I didn't have a quirk. Although their words hurt him dearly, Izuku tried his best to never show how much it really bothered him. He didn't want their teasing to get him down, so he just ignored the words and went on about his day like they weren't even there. Although when the bullies who followed Kaken's leads got annoyed by his efforts, that's when the attack started. Young Izuku would try his best to fend them off, but their abilities gave them the advantage over the quirkless boy. This went on for a few years until one day when Izuku came home with a bruise on his face. Inko, visibly upset, demanded her son to tell her what happened. Hesitant at first, knowing his mother would most likely over-exaggerate, Izuku reluctantly told his mother what happened. Inko, steaming mad after hearing the details, started levitating all of the furniture in the nearby room out of anger. Izuku did everything he could to calm his mom down, so she wouldn't hurt the boys or destroy the once floating couches, tables, and chairs, forgetting that she had been training her quirk ever since she started working out with her son. She'd often forget that it would activate sometimes with the right emotional trigger. Inko, listening to her son's plea, compromised with him to not go down to the school to wring the bullies' necks. But Izuku would have to learn how to defend himself as an alternative. Izuku agreed to her conditions and the next day went to find a trainer to help him with some self-defense techniques. With his analytical skills and ability to adapt, it wouldn't take long for Izuku to pick up some skills to defend himself in a fight. After school one day, Izuku was walking home and was suddenly surrounded by Kaken along with his wayward lackeys. Not wanting things to end up like last time, Izuku strategically maneuvered himself so that his back was against the nearest wall. He started pleading with the three boys in order to give them the impression that he didn't want any trouble. The sight of the green-haired boy groveling was not enough for Bakugo, so he decided to establish his dominance over his classmate. He tells him, "Deku, you're such a pathetic loser, and you'll never be a hero no matter how much you tried." Izuku replied, "Yes, I can, just like Crimson Riot over there." When the boys turned their heads to see if the hero was indeed behind them, Izuku took this opportunity to stop his beating before it ever happened. Bakugo, realizing he'd been played, turned back to his victim only to have his face be met by a right hook coming from his former friend. After learning how to put his power and all of his weight into his punches, Izuku landed a clean hit, knocking out his tormentor. Bakugo, being caught off guard, never seen the punch coming, took the hit and fell to the ground, almost instantly falling unconscious. Seeing that their leader had been taken out so quickly, the two sidekicks ran in fear of having the same done to them. Izuku, after realizing what he had done, hurried to the unconscious boy's side to verify he was still breathing and didn't need any other immediate medical attention. He then ran back inside to his school, alerting the nearest adult that Kaken had passed out before running back home, feeling good that he had bested his bully. Knowing that Kaken would want revenge on the boy, he started leaving school from a different exit every day and never taking the same route home in order to stay out of the bully's reach. It had been 2 years since that had happened, and Bakugo would always look for an opportunity to catch Izuku alone so he could have a rematch from when he was 10. But with careful planning, Izuku avoided him at all costs outside of school, and he always made sure he was within eyesight of teachers while he was on school grounds. Waking up the next day, Izuku decided to go to the comic book store to grab a copy of the latest issue of Static Shock that had just come out. The store was close enough to his school that Izuku would stop by there often without running the risk of being late. After making his purchase, Izuku left out of the store and bent the corner to see Blonde Spikes sitting above the angry scowl of his former best friend. With fury pouring from his eyes and veins popping out all over his face, the blonde said, "Deku, I finally caught you and now you're mine." Izuku said to himself, "Oh, this isn't good." Izuku was caught off guard but prepared himself for this day just in case he was ever cornered on pure instinct. Izuku then darted into the street avoiding cars as he zipped across the busy intersection. Putting his newly gained physique to the test, he broke out into a full-speed run, trying his best not to be caught. Not expecting the green-haired boy to take such a risk, Bakugo tried his best to catch up with the boy, but without getting in trouble for illegal quirk usage, he wouldn't be able to catch up with his former friend's speed. The chase went on for 10 blocks when Izuku disappeared down an alley. Noticing where he went, Bakugo followed but lost eyes on the green-haired boy. He would search all over but come up with nothing. Tired and frustrated, Bakugo gave up on the search, knowing that he missed out on his chance at revenge on the quirkless boy who bested him just a few years ago. The blonde boy would then take his leave, not noticing Izuku hiding in a nearby abandoned building. Izuku watched as an upset Bakugo took his leave from the search of the boy. After exiting from the building, he started dusting himself off from the debris and spider webs he encountered after finding his hiding spot. Izuku started his walk back towards school when he heard something odd coming from the other end of the alley. He decided to walk down there to figure out exactly what it is that caught his attention when he came across a young girl being held at gunpoint just a few feet from him. Apparently, she had been held hostage, but due to the danger, the police who were there didn't want to act and get the girl hurt. Izuku, not knowing what to do, started muttering to himself, thinking of the best way to handle this situation in order to save that girl. While in deep thought, he heard the sniffling and crying of the girl being held at gunpoint. He then thought back to the first time he witnessed a hero saving a bystander on the street from a quirk-wielding bad guy who terrorized a local neighborhood. He felt a fire build up in his gut and adrenaline started coursing through his veins. Izuku started looking around for a way to disarm the gunman without being noticed when he looked up and saw a light hanging from the side of the building right next to him. Izuku then picked up a rock off of the ground and started timing out how long it would take for him to reach the gunman before he realized his plan. The next thing you know, Izuku took off running while simultaneously throwing the rock he had picked up at the light hanging near the bad guy's head. The rock made contact, shattering the glass, which causes the gunman to look up, distracting him long enough for Izuku to kick off of the nearby wall to get the clearance he needed to jump on the gunman's back, which causes him to let the girl go in the process. Not knowing what just happened, the girl turned around to see a green-haired boy flailing around while holding on to her attacker with every ounce of strength he had. Izuku then turned to the girl and yelled, "Run! Get out of here!" The girl, still scared about everything she was experiencing, nodded and ran to the police out of harm's way, while Izuku hung on for dear life to the gunman, giving the girl time to get away. Izuku, thinking of the martial arts lessons he's had, used some of the moves he practiced with his trainer to keep his grip while not being slung around like a rag doll. In an effort to remove the kid, the man dropped his weapon, freeing his hands in order to finally grab hold of the preteen. But when he got a hold of Izuku, the police had stormed into the alley, tackling the man to the ground and saving the boy from any further harm. Once the chaos had settled and the man was in custody, the police started to take the statements of the children, but not before scolding the young man for the risks he took and commending the girl for being so brave while being under duress. Izuku, knowing what could happen if his mother found out, quickly looked for a way to escape out of this jam when the girl he helped rescue walked up to him and gave him a hug. Not knowing what to do, he just hugged back. The girl then said, "Thank you for saving me." Izuku, having his mother be the only other girl he had ever hugged, this caused him to blush and become flustered. He then said, "Ah, you're quite welcome," while saying to himself she has the most amazing smile he had ever seen in his life. He then noticed her black hair with eyes to match, being captivated in her cuteness. Snapping out of that quick trance, Izuku noticed that the police weren't watching the squad car where him and the girl were ordered to remain. So, he decided to escape while they were distracted, but before he made his leave, the girl asked the boy, "What is your name?" Izuku, pausing for a second, thought about just telling her his name, but because he didn't want his real identity to be discovered by the police, he then turned to the girl with a smile and simply said, "Deku," hoping if she repeated the name to the police, they wouldn't be able to track him down later on. She then said, "You're my hero." With a very innocent look in her eyes and amazing smile, she then grabbed one of Izuku's hands with his palms facing up and placed hers over it. Her hand started to glow for a second, then it stopped. Once she moved her hand, he saw a badge with the symbol for hero etched into it. Izuku, astonished by this girl's amazing quirk, commending her for being so sweet, said, "Thank you very much, and I hope to see you again one day." He then looked back to see if he had an opening. Once the coast was clear, Izuku took off, leaving the girl alone but knowing she'll be safe with the police. Now he just had to make sure he wasn't caught by the authorities fleeing the scene. After arriving late to school yet again, Izuku was greeted by the principal informing him that he'll be serving detention afterwards with him. Izuku gasped and just sauntered to his homeroom class. As he put his book bag in his locker, he saw the badge that the girl gave him and just smiled. He then said to himself, "Step 1 to becoming a hero complete." We then time skip to Izuku being in his last year of junior high, jotting down ideas in one of his journals, trying to integrate a better workout regimen into his training schedule. But whenever Izuku would concentrate that hard, his muttering would start up at an uncontrollable pace. "Midoriya!" His teacher had yelled, knowing it'll startle the boy and knock him out of his trance. Realizing what he had been doing, he closed his journal and put it away so he could pay more attention to the lesson on the blackboard. Out the corner of his eye, he noticed Bakugo giving him a death glare like he did on occasion, always reminding him to avoid his foe at all costs. Glancing down at his collar, Midoriya admired the badge he earned from rescuing that girl years ago, now wondering how she is doing. After going through something so traumatic, Izuku hoped she was doing okay wherever she was. He followed the news very carefully due to his hero obsession, but when he got home that day after helping rescue that girl, he never encountered any details on her or himself in the news story. The piece of information that the news had divulged was that a hostage was rescued by police that day, and thanks to the quick thinking of a veteran cop, everyone left the scene unscathed. He would smirk at that, only to be relieved the police never found out his identity. Being snapped out of another one of his trances by the sound of his teacher calling his name, Izuku realized that everyone had left for the day except for him. He packed his bag quickly and headed out the door, hoping he hadn't missed his train home from the nearby station. Taking his usual deviated route, but at a later than normal time, Izuku noticed a familiar presence waiting for him at the end of the street. With fire in his eyes and determination written all over his face, Bakugo screams to Izuku, "There's nowhere to run this time." But Izuku wasn't going to make it that easy due to having this neighborhood memorized. He knew every twist and turn it had to offer. Quickly turning around and heading in the opposite direction, Izuku started dodging explosions and flying debris while keeping his lead on his attacker. He then leaped into an old lady's yard who he had met previously after avoiding her flowers. He waved as he scaled her fence yet again. Knowing that he gave himself a window of opportunity, he ran into a familiar construction site, knowing of its multiple hiding spots. Jumping into the cab of a nearby piece of machinery, Izuku hid while hearing his attacker approaches. Out of breath and pissed off, Kaken started yelling for Izuku to come out and face him. "DKU. You coward, stop running and face me like you should have back then." Knowing that he wouldn't get a response, Bakugo started blasting possible hiding places in order to expose where Izuku was hiding. He blew up several piles of rocks, 3 porta potties, and several trash cans. Now snarling, Bakugo continued his search angrily for the boy, but to no avail due to Izuku's quick thinking and planning ahead. Scanning over the site once again, Bakugo realized just how much destruction he caused in his pursuit and decided to leave before anyone realized he was responsible for all of that damage. Once the coast was clear, Izuku exited his hiding spot and started making his way home, being careful to avoid his usual route, so he wouldn't get caught off guard again. As Izuku started walking down the street, it led him through a tunnel. As he walked through it, he heard a noise coming from a sewer grate that he had just passed. The next thing he knew, a villain with a quirk that turns his body into sludge popped out of the sewer, quickly rushing after the boy. Izuku jumped out of the way of his attack and dodged as best he could until one of the sludge-like limbs ended up making contact. Izuku struggled with everything he had to fight off the villain, but the boy started to be enveloped by the monster's quirk, when out of nowhere Izuku was suddenly hit with a massive force of wind pressure, so strong it freed him from the grips of the villain and blasting the sludge-powered individual into pieces. Being knocked unconscious from that attack, Izuku woke up to the worried words of Japan's #1 hero. Izuku opened his eyes as wide as possible and exclaimed, "All Might!" Everything from here on went just like it did in canon until about 3 months into the assignment of cleaning Dagobah Beach All Might had given to young Midoriya. All Might arrived at the beach at 5 a.m. like clockwork, But when he went to his usual vantage point to oversee young Midoriya's progress, his jaw dropped at what he just saw. Not only was the entire beach clear of trash, but he even cleaned outside of his designated work area. All Might looked to the other end of the beach as his future successor was jogging along the coastline while curling weights. Izuku, finally noticing All Might, stopped his run to meet up with his new trainer. As he approached, Toshinori couldn't help but see a younger version of himself in young Midoriya's, almost matching his teenage physique he once had after all of his training with Gran Torino. All Might approached the boy and said, "Young Midoriya, how were you able to do your assignment so quickly? You didn't have any help, did you?" All Might asked curiously with one eyebrow raised, only to be impressed and disturbed by the answer he received. Izuku then says to All Might, "No sir, seeing as though I don't really have any friends. I wouldn't know who to ask for help besides my mother, and that would defeat the purpose of me getting strong enough to inherit your quirk." All Might just smiles and then says, "Well kid, it seems like I might have been underestimating you and how long it would take you to harness my power. After everything you've told me about your prior training and exceeding all my expectations, I believe you're to become the 9th wielder of One for All." Izuku, with stars in his eyes, looks to All Might and says, "I will do my best to make you proud of me, All Might." All Might then reaches up to his scalp, plucks out a single strand of hair, and hands it to Izuku before saying, "Eat this." Izuku, with a look of confusion, just stares at All Might with a blank and shocked expression. Once All Might explained everything to Midoriya, he ate the hair and waited a few hours for it to be digested into his system. With about 7 months until the entrance exam, Izuku would spend his remaining time sparring with All Might and learning to control One for All. On the day of the entrance exam, Izuku made sure he arrived early so that he didn't make a bad impression with the faculty of UA. While taking in all sights that the campus had to offer, he noticed a familiar blonde foe walking into the entrance of the building. They glared at each other, noticing their physical differences since they had last seen each other. They both stood at a height of 5 foot 8 inches and a lot more toned. The two glanced at one another as they quietly walked into the campus door. Bakugo, breaking the silence, said to Izuku just so only he could hear, "You better watch your back in there, Deku, because if you cross my path." Bakugo then stuck his hand on a nearby wall, compressing an explosion into its surface, leaving burns and fractures all along the wall. Not even flinching at the threat, Izuku continued his pace as if the boy wasn't even there. Taking his seat in the auditorium after finishing the written portion of the exam, Izuku awaited the instructions from President Mike on how the practical was going to be handled. Once Mike was finished, Izuku found out that all participants will be split into groups to be sent to various different zones for the exams. Izuku, spotting which bus he had to be on, then started heading that way. Luckily, the exam site wasn't too far from campus, so he didn't have to be on the crowded bus for long. After everyone exited the bus and made their way to the entrance of the exam site, Izuku then took his time to look over all of the future classmates he would get to know if they passed the test. He saw a cute brown-haired girl pressing her fingers together and releasing them in a repetitive motion. To her left there was that blue-haired boy who interrupted President Mike about a missing detail in his presentation, and then his eyes scanned over to see Bakugo, who just glared at him like a heavyweight boxer staring at his next opponent. Not letting that bother him, he noticed a girl with a quirk that allowed her to transform into a tall beast-like creature, a transformation that astonished the young man and caused him to start speculating on the ins and outs of her quirk. Once Izuku concentrated that hard on anything, his muttering would start, and it would take a sudden jolt for the young green-haired boy to snap out of it. Next thing you know, he heard President Mike yell, "What are you doing, kid?" Midoriya snapped out of it due to the sound of his instructor to notice that the test had already started, and all other participants had already entered the zone. Quickly gathering his bearings, Izuku charged up his quirk and green lighting started sparking off his body. In a flash, he took off running, causing a small sonic boom in the process, shocking everyone in the monitor room except for All Might, who was trying his best to be impartial and not showing favoritism to the boy who he had chosen to be his successor. All Might then decided to look in on all the other students to watch their progress, and he acknowledges that there's a lot of capable talent in the testing pool this year. Bakugo dismantling every robot he came across, Aoyama blasting 2 pointers into pieces with his naval laser, but then All Might saw something that caught his eye and gasps, then says, "Oop, looks like someone could use some help." The other heroes looked down at the monitor to see a girl being chased by a number of robots and then being cornered off at every turn. She then turned to use her quirk, which turned her palms into rocket launchers, which allowed her to blast away any oncoming robots. Once the dust from the impact had cleared, she saw that she was still surrounded, so she decided to climb up a fire escape on the adjacent building just above her pursuers. Once she was out of sight, she stopped to catch her breath, only for the robots to yank down the fire escape, causing her to fall from the second story of the building. Bracing for her doom, the girl then felt something wrap around her body and save her from plummeting to the ground. She looked at her waist to see a long black mass lifting her up into safety. When she looked to see where it was coming from, she saw the boy who she ran past at the entrance of the site, muttering to himself. Still surprised at being rescued, the girl was silent until the boy spoke. "Hey there. You looked like you needed some help." Chapter 2, Getting into UA. Flashback to 7 months ago. About 5 hours after Izuku ingested the hair that All Might gave him, we find the duo on a secluded part of the beach out of sight from the public. Izuku looking down at his forearms, noticing the power of One for All starting to course through his body. It was like nothing he had experienced before. It was an overwhelming feeling of finally having a quirk. Not only does he have a quirk, but it belonged to his idol, the #1 hero who inspired him in the first place, All Might. While thinking of all the practice that he'll need to use his newfound power, Izuku was interrupted by the words of Tashinori. "Earth to Midoriya." While waving a hand in his successor's face, All Might finally got the boy's attention. He then activated his quirk, transforming into his hero form. All Might then started stretching before facing the nearby ocean. Once he was limber, he looked down to the green-haired boy, then said, "Young Midoriya, it's time we test out your quirk to see how much of One for All you can handle." Enchanted by the #1 hero's words, he stood next to him, preparing himself for the next lesson. All Might then cocked his fist back, preparing to launch his attack. He then yelled out, "Detroit Smash!" The next thing you know, a tremendous storm of wind and air pressure divided the ocean's water in half for what seemed to be miles. Izuku, captivated from actually witnessing All Might using his quirk in person, remained speechless, still amazed at what he just saw. Inside, he couldn't believe that he's living out a dream that he fantasized about for so many years. "Okay, young man, let's see what you got." Being awakened from his daydreaming, Izuku responded, "Yes, sir." Without hesitating, the green-haired boy walked up to where All Might once stood. He then got into a similar stance, imitating the pro hero. He cocked his fist back, then paused for a moment before saying to All Might, All Might, how do I activate your quirk?" Tashinori then face-palmed, realizing that, in all this time, he never told the boy exactly what to do. He then picked himself back up before letting out a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha, you just have to feel it, kid. Once you grab a hold of your power, then clench your butt cheeks and yell this from the top of your lungs. Smash!" Izuku, not being satisfied with that answer, looked at him yet again with a dumbfounded facial expression. The boy, not knowing what else to do, started to feel for his quirk, trying to bring out his inherited power. Once again, having the odd sensation of electricity coursing throughout his body, he started gathering power into his right arm. Red veins started forming along his arm. His muscles started bulging and the power was crackling all over his right side. Izuku then readied himself, taking the exact same stance as his sensei. Looking over his shoulder at All Might, he saw him giving a thumbs up, signifying it was okay for him to release his attack. Following All Might's instructions, the boy then clenched his butt cheeks before yelling out, "Smash!" Thrusting his fist forward, releasing his first ever Detroit Smash, causing a similar but less controlled break in the ocean's waters. Nonetheless, All Might was thoroughly impressed by the results of the young man's first attempt of using One for All. Noticing that the boy was no longer standing in the same position, he looked and saw Izuku had been blown back, laying on the beach's sandy terrain. The hero then hurried to his side, noticing that the boy was grabbing his arm in pain. Looking to see the source of his cries, All Might then noticed the purple bruises that had formed on young Midoriya's right arm. All Might then said to the boy, "Young man, you've just experienced the backlash of using the full power of One for All without having full control." Izuku, still in pain but aware of his sensei's words, made a mental note to himself to not try that again without the proper practice of control. All Might then lifted the boy from the ground and carried him over to his truck. After placing the boy inside the vehicle, he deactivated his quirk, returning to his normal form. They then left in a hurry to get the boy some medical attention. After arriving at their destination, Izuku recognized that he was back in Matsutafu but not familiar with the place he had been taken to. Tashinori pulled up to the gate and pushed the button on the call box next to it. A voice then sounded out of the speaker. "Hello? Who is it?" The voice said shortly afterwards. All Might replied. "Shizenji-chan, it's me, Toshinori. I have a patient that could use your help." The voice had then disappeared and the gate to the office had started to open. The two then pulled up to the large white office that was structured to look like a giant band-aid. After exiting the vehicle, Izuku followed All Might to the door in front of the building. As the pair walked up, the door opened, and they were greeted by the former pro hero Recovery Girl. All Might, expecting a warm welcome, was met with a cane to his head. "Oh, what was that for?" Recovery Girl then spoke. "I told you to not overdo it anymore, and you show up here just weeks after we already had this same conversation." All Might, rubbing the spot where he was just struck, exclaimed to the nurse. "Geez, I wasn't the one that got hurt this time." Being caught off guard by Toshinori's statement, Recovery Girl then noticed the green-haired young man standing behind her longtime friend with stars in his eyes. Izuku, who just realized who he was brought to, started fanning out before Recovery Girl could even speak. "Wow, you're Recovery Girl. I've been a fan of yours for a long time. I can't believe I'm actually getting a chance to meet you, and I wanted to know if you could." Toshinori then slapped a hand over Izuku's mouth before the boy could continue. While still trying to speak, Toshinori sighed, then said, "Man, kid, you sure can go overboard with the word vomit." Now that Recovery Girl found out the reason for her visitors showing up, she asked for them to come in. After entering the office, Recovery Girl asked for Izuku to have a seat on the patient's table before inspecting the boy's injuries. She got a close look before telling him, My, it looks like you had a bad reaction to your own quirk. How did this happen?" Izuku then looked over to All Might with a hint of worry plastered all over his face. The hero then spoke. "He's my successor, Recovery Girl." She then looked back to the boy before sighing and saying, "Oh, I see, so these were caused by One for All. Well, let's get this exam over with and you all healed up." Not too long after healing Midoriya's wounds, Izuku bowed to the nurse, thanking her for all the help and also the candy she gave him. Although he felt drained after being healed, Izuku was very happy to have gotten the autograph of one of his favorite pro heroes. Toshinori then thanked his friend before heading back to drop off his new student. After leaving from in front of the Midoriya's household, Izuku waved to All Might before heading inside to greet his mother. Later that night, Izuku remembered the last thing All Might said to him before getting out of his truck. He then looked down to the piece of paper All Might handed to him before he dropped him off. "Meet me at this address tomorrow at 7 a.m. sharp. We have a lot of work to do, so don't be late." Overly excited about getting back to his training, Izuku then hurried to get prepared for the following day. It was a clear and sunny morning as Izuku finally arrived at the address given to him by his sensei. From a distance, it looked to be an abandoned airfield in the countryside far away from the city. Walking through the entrance, Izuku noticed the large tarmac next to an old airplane hangar that looked seemingly condemned. There were a bunch of old rusted cars, concrete dividers, and piles of rubble everywhere. As he started approaching the hangar, he noticed All Might walking out of it carrying 6 large tractor tires. He had 3 on each of his shoulders, making it look very easy. The pro then caught eyes with the green-haired boy before yelling out, "Welcome to my training ground, you newbie," right before dropping the tires at his sides, causing the boy to almost stumble from the shake in the ground. Gaining his composure, then standing at attention, Izuku then waited for his next instructions from the number 1 hero. All Might then pointed his finger at the boy before saying, "You still aren't ready to fully control One for All, so we're going to teach you how to control your power before the entrance exam." But before All Might could continue, Izuku cut him off. "All Might, can I ask you something?" After seeing the worry in his eyes, Toshinori then said, "Of course, young Midoriya, what is it?" Izuku then looked at his hands before responding to All Might. He then gazed back at him before asking, "All Might, how does it feel when you activate your quirk?" All Might then paused, grabbing his chin, and after a few seconds he answered the boy, "When I summon One for All, the power courses throughout my body, which explains why I go into my muscle form whenever I'm using it. This cultivated power enhances all of my movements and actions, which allows me to save the day." Izuku, after taking in everything he just heard and watching All Might striking poses, he then suddenly screamed out, "That's it. He then took a stance with his legs spread shoulder-length apart while bracing his body. He started channeling One for All, but at a much less percentage than the day before. All Might, looking with curiosity, patiently waited to see what his successor was attempting to do. Izuku then started saying aloud, "Where I messed up at was trying to force 100% of my power just into one limb. What I should have been doing is channeling it throughout my entire body. That way the pressure of all that power isn't all focused into one point." Red veins started appearing all over Izuku's body, starting with his legs. They also were showing up on his arms until they covered his whole torso, including his head. The veins then faded, being replaced with green lightning surrounding his entire body. All Might, with a hint of pride in his eyes, looked over to the boy and asked, "How does it feel, young Midoriya?" The green-haired boy then started gazing all over his body, noticing the lightning sparking off of his skin and clothes before responding. "Yesterday, the pressure of having all of that power gathered into my right arm felt like I was a teapot heating up without a steam hole. So, performing a Detroit Smash was the only way to relieve all that built-up pressure. Now that the pressure is much lower than before, I have better control over the power." All Might then asked, "How much of One for All would you say you can control at this point?" Izuku then closed his eyes for a few seconds like he was in thought before opening them and telling him, "It feels like 10% of my full power." All Might just smiled before activating his quirk and changing into his muscle form. The hero then started to stretch and got into a fighting stance. All Might then told his student, "While we're training, I want you to keep One for All activated at all times until I give you the go-ahead to stop. Your body isn't used to having my quirk, so by doing this it'll start getting used of the feeling of having One for All." With a determined grin on his face, the green-haired boy matched his teacher's fighting stance. Izuku started to focus on his opponent, preparing himself for what was coming next. All Might then dashed at the boy while yelling, "I'll match your power with 10% of my own until you get acclimated with it." The two then clashed fists, both of their right hands extended, causing a small tremor before they separated. And All Might spoke again. "Once you've mastered 10% of One for All, we'll steadily increase your power output until you have this quirk fully mastered." Izuku just responded, "Yes, sir." He then started rushing towards All Might again, continuing their sparring lesson. 3 months later, All Might is standing idly by, monitoring his successor's progress as he does push-ups with 2 large tractor tires on his back. As a method of strengthening his situational awareness, All Might tossed a water bottle at the boy's head, but to his surprise, Izuku had activated One for All and quickly extended his arm, grabbing the bottle out of the air. Turning to his side so the tires would drop, the green-haired boy stood up and walked over to his sensei while taking a drink of his bottle. After finishing the cool beverage, he said to him, "Not this time, All Might." Izuku then placed the empty bottle in the nearby trash can before stretching and taking his place next to All Might on the track. Once his muscles were loose enough, Toshinori looked to his successor and asked, "Young Midoriya, have you had any more of those dreams you told me about?" Izuku stopped his stretch, then looked over to All Might before answering, "No, I haven't had a dream like that since I've finally reached mastery over 20% of One for All." The two then recollect the dream that the green-haired boy had and described to his sensei the following day. Izuku went on to tell All Might that he had a dream where he was trapped in a dark void being monitored by 8 silhouettes with glowing eyes. But what stood out of all of the images was the one that looked like All Might. Right before the dream had ended, one of the images started to change into the image of a young gray-haired man who pointed at me before saying, "The 9th." After that, I woke up from the dream gasping for air, and I tried to put the pieces together before seeing All Might the next day. The two then got into a runner's position before taking off, jetting down the tarmac. Trailing behind All Might, the boy couldn't help but feel like he was going to lose their daily race yet again. Izuku then pushed to his current limit of One for All and tried everything he could to match his teacher's speed. All Might then looked back at the boy before saying, "I'm barely using 25%. Come on, slowpoke, or you'll never beat me." Izuku, being fired up by the words of the pro hero and frustrated from all of his consecutive losses, pushed past his limit to 25%. Feeling the strain of the new power, Izuku felt the change in speed as his body propelled him even closer to his rival. All Might, noticing that his pursuer was catching up, then increased his power just a little bit more to keep his lead. Trying with everything he had, Izuku kept pushing himself towards All Might. He extended his hand out in the direction of the finish line. The boy just kept thinking to himself, I just need a little bit more power and I know I could beat him. Try as he may, Izuku just couldn't match the speed of the number 1 hero, but he was determined to not lose this time. Forgoing the safety measures given to him by All Might, Izuku increased the power of 1 for all to 30%, knowing that this would be the only way he'll be able to actually win this time. Starting to close the gap between the two of them, Izuku stuck his hand out towards the approaching goal. Giving it his all, trying everything to win, that's when an unfamiliar feeling suddenly pulsed throughout his body. The next thing you know, large black tendrils shot out of the boy's arms, covering the track and even All Might in the process. Fear and panic set in the horrified face of the fledgling hero. He tried his best to control the large black mass spewing out of his arm and throwing him everywhere. All Might, being utterly surprised by this, couldn't help but freeze at the sight. Seeing that his student needed help, he rushed into the center of the black mass. Grabbing a hold of the young boy, trying his best to defuse the situation. He then lifted the boy off of his feet and then yelled to Izuku, "Young Midoriya, you have to stop this now." Izuku, being overpowered by the mass and struggling to stay on his feet, yelled out, "It's not me, All Might. I don't know how to stop it. Come on, one for all, listen to me." But his body just wouldn't respond, and for some reason he couldn't get his quirk to deactivate. The pro hero, seeing no other way of stopping the boy's quirk, decided to take action the best way he could. All Might then said so the boy could hear, "I'm sorry, young Midoriya, but I must end this before you hurt someone or yourself." All Might then raised one of his arms while keeping a hold of his prodigy with the other. He then called out, "Texas Smash." The hero then proceeded to chop the boy on the back of his head, knocking him unconscious. This caused the quirk to slowly stop and retreat back into his body. A few hours later, Izuku woke up in the familiar office of Recovery Girl. Looking to his left, he saw All Might in the waiting area on the phone, with a worried expression plastered all over his face. He then slowly looked over to his right due to the stiffness in his neck and the pain coming from his head. Once he was in full view, he saw Recovery Girl at his side. She then started to check him for signs of a concussion. While she was doing that, he noticed that his arm was bandaged up. After seeing that, he remembered the day's events and the dream he had right before he woke up. Once All Might noticed that his successor was finally awake, he entered the room before asking, "How is he doing, Recovery Girl?" She looked over to the hero before saying, "He doesn't have a concussion, but he will have a few scars due to the way his quirk tore open his arm." All Might gasped, then took a deep breath before saying, "Thank you." Whack! All Might then grabbed his head after being struck by the nurse's cane again. "What was that for?" Recovery Girl responded to Toshinori while shaking her cane at him. "I told you to be careful with the boy." Recovery Girl replied. Toshinori sighed to himself, then said, "It was the only solution I could come up with at the time. I needed to stop him before things got even more out of hand." Izuku interrupted the conversation by saying, "He's right. If it wasn't for All Might, I don't think I would have been able to stop myself." The two adults then looked at each other, then back to the boy while smiling. At the same time they said, "We're just happy you're okay." Izuku smiled at their words before getting All Might's attention. Toshinori then got closer, gesturing to the green-haired boy to speak. Izuku then spoke. "All Might, I had another dream like before, but a different man appeared to me this time. He said his name was Daigoro Banjo, and he was the fifth wielder of One for All." All Might sat there in silence as his successor filled him in on every detail he received from one of the vestiges of One for All. After hearing the boy's story, he stood up, then proclaimed that he'll gather as much information as possible on all of the previous wielders of his quirk. The two, now having a better understanding of their shared quirk, contemplated what this new information could possibly mean for their future. A month after awakening his new quirk named Black Whip, All Might handed Izuku a notebook filled with all of the intel he put together so far. Izuku took the book from All Might's hands and started glancing over the pages filled with details of all his predecessors. After skimming through most of the pages, he closed the book before stepping up to All Might and saying, "I'll learn as much as I can, so I'll know what to do next time a new quirk manifest." All Might just gave him his signature smile before exclaiming, "I have the utmost faith in you, young man." Right before giving him a thumbs up, after that he said to the boy, We have about 3 months left before the day of the entrance exam to get you prepared for the practical, so let's see how much control you have on your new quirk. Izuku smiled before activating one for all, then extending both of his arms away from his body. With far greater control than his first time, two black rope-like tendrils exited his arms. He then looked at All Might as he was changing into his muscle form before saying, "Bring it on, All Might." The two then dashed toward each other, clashing like they had several times before. This routine repeated itself every day until the morning of the test. Present day, back to the entrance exam. Izuku is currently lifting up the young girl he just rescued from the two-pointer robots who tried attacking her. Using Black Whip, he pulled her up to the roof where he was standing out of reach of the chaos below. Setting her down with ease, he asked her, "Are you okay?" The girl, still in shock, just nodded. He then said, "I'll be right back." Izuku then leaped into the air above all of the robots in the alley below before yelling out, "Detroit Smaasish!" Landing in the center of the mechanical targets, his attack caused a shock wave that radiated from its center, causing all of the robots to smash into their surroundings, destroying them in the process. After completing the task, Izuku leaped back up to the roof where the girl sat and stared with amazement. He then grabbed her by the waist, then jumped back to the ground. Making sure that she was fine, he asked the girl for her name. The girl, still kind of thrown off by what she just witnessed, finally answered, "Oh yes. Sorry, I'm Akira Yamamoto." Izuku responded with a bright and warm smile. "Nice to meet you, I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm glad was able to help, and I hope to see you in UA one day." Izuku's words echoed throughout the alley as he ran off while waving back at the girl who stood there for a little while before remembering where she was. Venturing back into the street of the exam city, Izuku stumbled across some unscathed robots in the distance. As he started moving forward, he heard a loud crash coming from his right. He quickly got out of the way and glanced at the cause of the noise. He found himself being blocked off by 10 three-pointer robots who just crashed through the building. Izuku charged forward and jumped into the air, activating Black Whip. With his quirk, he grabbed two nearby parked cars, lifting them up into the air before slamming them into the three-point robots. Debris and robot parts flew back into the direction where they had just come from. After landing back on the ground, Izuku then started scouting the area, looking for more faux villains to destroy. Then, out of nowhere, the ground started to shake. The city was trembling from the rumble of the approaching mechanical behemoth. Izuku, noticing the towering monstrosity making its way in his direction, thought to himself, "So that must be the zero-pointer that President Mike told us we should avoid during the exam." Looking at the other participants all fleeing in the opposite direction, Izuku thought about following the others until he heard someone call out as if they were in pain. "Oh, ow!" He then looked in the direction of where that voice came from. When he spotted the same brown-haired girl, he noticed back at the entrance of the testing site. Realizing that her leg was trapped and she couldn't escape, Izuku sprang into action. Seeing the blue-haired boy with glasses who he saw earlier was still nearby, Izuku picked up a piece of rebar and threw it into the ground, blocking the boy's path to get his attention. The boy then looked in the direction where the obstruction came from and saw the green-haired boy who was muttering to himself earlier. Izuku then screamed to the boy, "She needs our help." Looking in the direction where he just came from, he saw where the boy was headed and who he was talking about. Wanting to become a hero just like his older brother, Ida took off running towards the trapped girl. Izuku, activating Black Whip, started grabbing large chunks of debris, cars, and anything else he could use to block the path of the zero-pointer that was still approaching. This distraction created an opening long enough for Ida to rescue the girl and free her from the fallen debris. Izuku then stumbled across a large boulder that was in the middle of the road. Formulating an idea, Izuku knew that it would take a lot more power than what he'd been using to pull off his plan. Izuku then charged up one for all to his current threshold of 40% and darted at the boulder with his leg cocked back, then screamed out, "St. Louis Smash!" His foot made contact with the boulder, sending it flying directly towards the robot's head. When the boulder collided with the machine, it obliterated all traces of its head clean off its shoulders, subsequently causing its movements to cease. Once the large robot stopped moving, Izuku looked back to see the blue-haired boy carrying the girl away to safety. Now that everyone was clear, Izuku then started looking for more robots to destroy. He activated one for all and took off running. He spotted another two-pointer and then launched a Delaware Smash in its direction, destroying the faux villain. Once the robot shattered into pieces, 3 more robots appeared in its place. Raring to go for another round, Izuku cocked back his fist, preparing for another attack when Present Mike came through on the loudspeaker shouting, "Time is up." Izuku then stopped dead in his tracks, inches from coming in contact with the now deactivated robots. Doing the calculation in his head, Izuku added up all of his villain points and came up with a total of 120. Figuring it should be enough to pass, Izuku made his way back to the entrance of the exam site. Now that the test was over, Izuku started thinking about every new quirk he encountered on his walk back, not noticing all the other contestants staring at him for the amazing feat he had accomplished. Back in the monitor room, all of the heroes took notice of a certain green-haired boy who was able to stop a zero-pointer by himself. Shoyuta Aizawa, the pro-hero Eraserhead, was very intrigued with the boy who happened to be topic of discussion. Looking over the applicant's form, he read to himself, Izuku Midoriya, age 15. Quirk, Power Core. Abilities: able to manipulate the power of his quirk and manifest it in different ways. Aizawa then said to himself, "So that explains it, although there's something off about this kid." 1 week later. After arriving to the front steps of his home from school for the day, Izuku was met by his mother at the entrance of his doorway. "Izuku, Izuku, it's here," his mother shouted as her son made his way into the house. His eyes lit up from excitement, especially since he hadn't heard from All Might since the day of the entrance exam. Izuku tore open the letter and out popped a shiny metal disc that rolled onto the floor. After bouncing off of the wall, the disc projected a video image of All Might. The Midoriyas gasped before saying the pro's name. Izuku then picked up the disc before setting it on a nearby table. The projection of All Might then started to talk. HA, congratulations, young Midoriya. I know you're probably wondering what I'm doing here presenting your test results. But the truth is I've decided to become a teacher this year at UA. So let me start off by saying congratulations on acing the written portion of the exam. All Might will then go on to explain how Izuku set a new record, surpassing even his own score from back when he took the exam himself, with Izuku's score being a whopping 180 points in total. Tears would then stream down the boy's face as he just took another step in the right direction of achieving his dream of becoming a hero. Shortly afterwards, the green-haired teen would leave out of his house and sprint down to his favorite dessert shop to grab an after-dinner treat for his mother and himself in celebration of getting accepted into the hero program. After making his purchase at the dessert shop, Izuku waved to the owner, Mr. Kobayashi, as he left the store. Beginning his trip back home, he heard what sounded like cries coming from a nearby alley. Wanting to see if someone needed help, he headed down the narrow walkway to find the source of the noise. As he got closer, he noticed a knife-wielding blonde girl walking towards an unconscious man. He then yelled out to her, "Stop! What are you doing?" The girl turned to see where the voice came from, but when Izuku locked eyes with the girl, all he saw was a venomous urge bulging from her golden irises. The girl then dashed towards Izuku, but he activated Full Cowl, quickly dodging the girl's attack and putting her in a grapple hold. The blonde would struggle for dear life like a rabid dog trying its best to chomp its next victim. But the boy was in full control of all of the girl's movements. He tried his best to calm her down, but all he could hear was her screaming, "Blood, blood, I need his blood. Give me blood. Stop getting in my way. I need it, I need it, I need it. Let me go, let me go." The girl salivated as she spoke while flailing harder and harder trying to break the hold, but Izuku used 30% to keep her in place due to her strength and her apparent endurance. Izuku looked back at the unconscious man, then back over to the girl. Thinking of what could possibly help, he then raised his sleeve and stuck his arm in front of the girl's mouth. "Here, take my blood." Izuku shouted his words in order to get the girl's attention while she was still kicking and screaming. She turned her head, then launched at the boy's arm, sinking her teeth directly into his flesh. Once her teeth made contact, Izuku felt a very sharp pain, but then noticed it got very quiet as the girl took in his blood. Izuku then thought to himself, "I don't know if this is a side effect of her quirk, but something is causing her insatiable behavior, and blood is the key in order for this frenzy to be stopped." The pain of her bite faded, and Izuku looked down to see that the girl was completely calm. She then quietly said, "Thank you." But before he could reply, she jumped back and leaped up on a nearby canopy. She started to climb up the catwalk above her when she heard the boy shout, "You don't have to hurt people. I can help you out if that's what you need." The girl stopped, then turned her head towards the green-haired boy without saying a word. Seeing this, Izuku took that as sign of having her attention. You see, I'm going to be a hero, so helping people comes naturally to me, and I believe you're someone who needs help. So please, let me help you." The girl paused for a second as the words echoed throughout her head. Izuku, thinking that he might have gotten through to the blonde girl, was then startled by the noise of the man who was attacked earlier waking up. He grunted in pain from the blow he received to the back of his head. Izuku then hurried to the man's side. Once there, he looked back up to see that the girl was now gone and nowhere to be found. A little while after calling the authorities, the police arrived and took the statement from the boy as the ambulance took the injured man to the hospital. Izuku then told the police that the man was attacked by someone, and when he came to check it out, he must have scared whoever it was off. Finishing up their report, the police offered Izuku a ride home and praised him for doing the right thing by staying with the man until help arrived. As the car made its way to the home of the Midoriyas, Izuku couldn't help but think about who that girl was and where she went. Judging from how she was dressed and how young she was, I doubt she could be homeless. But what really concerned him was how she acted before she was able to drink his blood. Dangerous urges like that can definitely become fatal if nothing is done about it. I'll have to find a way to help, but in order for that to happen, I'll need to locate her first. Chapter 3. Quirk Assessment Test. After arriving home from being dropped off by the police, Izuku headed straight to his room and started building a profile of the blonde girl he'd met earlier. He started looking up news reports that might mention the girl or incidents that matched the scene he witnessed tonight. His search turned out to be fruitless, seeing as though nothing came close to what he was looking for. Over the next 6 weeks after school and training, Izuku would head out during the night in hopes of tracking down the girl with the vampiric tendencies. During his travels, he did happen to overhear a couple of paramedics talking while on their lunch break. The two were standing at a food truck waiting for their orders as Izuku was walking past. He listened closely when one of them mentioned that a blood bank had been broken into a couple weeks ago. Once he heard that detail, he decided to stick around for more information, but the paramedics received a call on the radio and had to leave in a hurry. Figuring that this might not be a coincidence, Izuku made a mental note to check out other local blood banks for future surveillance. After looking at his watch and realizing how late it was, he made a dash back to his house so he could get ready for his first day at UA tomorrow. It would be an understatement to say that Izuku was excited to be starting his first day in the hero program. He ran into the living room to give his mom a kiss before jetting out of the door. He didn't see that his mom was trying to get his attention before leaving, but she just decided to text him good luck and be careful. The train ride took about 45 minutes, but still left plenty of time for the green-haired boy to arrive early at the UA campus. As he walked through the entrance of the prestigious academy, he couldn't help but marvel in all the sights it had to offer. Following the signs down the hall that pointed him in the direction for first-year students, he found a corridor that led him to Class 1A. When he found the classroom's door, he recognized the sound of a loud and familiar blonde explosive user coming from the other side of it. Izuku almost instantly face-palmed in the realization that he would be stuck in another classroom with Katsuki Bakugo. Knowing what that meant, he prepared for whatever may come. As he opened the door, he saw 3 students already seated at their desk, and one blue-haired boy waving his arms dramatically while still standing. Noticing his same glasses and facial structure trying to scold Bakugo, Izuku recognized him as the boy who helped him save that girl during the entrance exam. To their left was a fair-skinned girl with long flowing jet-black hair and astonishing facial features to match. She was reading a book and trying to ignore the ruckus going on to her right. Beside her was a boy sitting stoically gazing out the corner of his eyes. Izuku noticed that he had a head of half-red and white hair, thinking to himself that it could possibly have something to do with his quirk, or maybe it could just be genetic. His concentration was broken when he heard someone yell out, "DKU! Why the hell are you here?" The raven-haired girl lifted her head up at the mention of the name Deku and started looking in the direction of the green-haired boy. She started thinking to herself, could that really be him? Before making any assumptions, she decided to observe for now before confronting the boy. Izuku scoffed at the voice of his former bully and decided to take his seat. As he approached the empty desk, Bakugo shot up from his chair into his direction with his hands popping with mini explosions. Izuku, seeing what the blonde boy was trying to do, simply leapt into the air while placing one hand on the charging boy's shoulder and somersaulted over his attacker. Bakugo sprang forward and almost crashed into a desk while Izuku nonchalantly took the nearest seat. Everyone in the class looked at the green-haired boy, impressed with his acrobatic display except for Bakugo. The blue-haired boy then walked over to him, then spoke. Hello again. I see that you're still full of surprises. We didn't get to officially meet last time, but I am Tenya Ida. I'm glad that we will be sharing a classroom this year. Izuku just smiled before extending his hand out to shake Ida's before saying, "Oh yeah. Sorry about that, I was thinking about something after the test, and it totally slipped my mind. I'm Izuku Midoriya, by the way, and it's nice to officially meet you as well." The two shook hands and then decided to take their seats. Moments later, other students started entering the classroom one by one, until one familiar round-faced girl locked eyes with the green-haired boy. Izuku, instantly recognizing her, he already knew where this was going. "It's you. You're the boy that helped save me." This statement caught the attention of a few of the other students, which made them stop what they were doing to listen. The girl then ran up to Izuku and started bowing in gratitude while thanking him. Izuku then said, "You're very welcome, but it's nothing that anyone else wouldn't have done." He then flashed a bright smile before he heard a deep voice come out of nowhere. "If you just came here to socialize, then you're in the wrong classroom." Everyone looked in the direction of the door to a tall, lanky man in dark clothes with a scarf wrapped around his neck standing there. All the kids of Class 1A fell silent to the man's words before he spoke again. "At least you didn't take long to settle down. Now everyone take your seat." The remaining students who were still standing quickly found their seats before the teacher went on to introduce himself. "Good morning. My name is Shota Aizawa and I'll be your homeroom teacher this year." Izuku couldn't help but notice the goggles around his collar and familiar demeanor. A light bulb went off in his head as he figured out who his teacher actually was. Keeping that to himself for now, he joined the rest of his class as they listened to the teacher going over his lessons for the year. In the midst of all the abridged details to what his school year was going to involve, Izuku took some time to familiarize himself with some of his new classmates. Noticing that some had mutation quirks, he tried guessing what their abilities could be. He was suddenly brought out of his thoughts by Mr. Aizawa saying, "Everyone grab one of these PE uniforms and meet me out on the practice field for your quirk assessment test." Some of the students grew worried by that because they were under the impression that they'll be attending orientation on their first day. But Aizawa quickly assured them that he'll be leading the class his own way. After getting changed, all of the kids met on the practice field and waited for their instructions from their teacher. Aizawa then passed what looked like a baseball to Izuku. Izuku caught the ball, then stared at it before Aizawa spoke. "Midoriya, you scored the highest at the entrance exam, so you're up first. What was your longest throw in middle school?" Izuku thought about his answer before responding. "The last time I checked it was about 75 meters. Aizawa then replied to his answer with, "Alright, let's see how far you can throw it while using your quirk." Izuku then stepped up to the pitching box awaiting the go-ahead from the pro. Once he gave him the signal, Izuku charged up one for all to 25%. The power coursed throughout his body and green lightning started to form around him. He took a proper throwing stance before reaching his arm back. As his arm accelerated forward, his power arched and he yelled, "Smash!" There was a tremendous source of wind pressure created as the ball attempted to break the sound barrier. It took off to the sky like a rocket, taking the calm expression of Izuku's classmates with it, especially Bakugo. The blonde, being lost for words, inwardly said, "What the hell was that? When did he get a quirk? Was he lying to me this whole time?" The brunette girl who Izuku had saved was the first to speak aloud among the students. "I told you he was strong." Ida just sat back and agreed with his friend's statement. The raven-haired girl looked with squinted eyes and focused hard on the boy's features as if she was trying to figure something out. A few seconds later, Aizawa's handheld device had finally beeped, indicating that the ball had stopped moving. The teacher then flipped the screen around so everyone in the Class 1A could see. It read 903 meters. Someone in the back of the crowd whistled before saying, "That's some arm. Man, that looks like fun. I can't wait for my turn." After hearing that, Aizawa would go on to warn the class that whoever comes in last place during this test will be kicked out of the hero program. Almost everyone gasped at that news and grew worried of the pending results. It was clear that Izuku wasn't going anywhere due to him only coming in second place for 2 events. The side-to-side jump, who was won by Mineta, a short boy with purple balls on his head, and the ball throw record was broken by Uraraka when the ball entered outer space, resulting in an infinity as the score. All the students felt drained after pushing themselves to the limits, trying their best not to be kicked out. The tiredness easily disappeared and was replaced by anger when their teacher informed them that no one was being kicked out. He then went on to say that it was a ploy to get the class to try their hardest in order to see what they could do so far. Not knowing what to think of his tactics, the whole class mumbled to themselves simultaneously. "Geez, what a jerk." Once the sighs stopped and the commotion came to a cease after Aizawa activated his quirk, he told them to go get changed back into their uniforms before heading back to the classroom. Once the final bell rang for the day, Aizawa dismissed the class, and before Izuku grabbed his bag to head for the door, a red-haired boy walked over to his desk to introduce himself. "Hey man, I'm Ijiro Kirishima and your ball throw was super manly. What do you do for your workouts?" Before Izuku could respond, Kirishima was cut off by his pink-skinned classmate. "What's up, Midoriya? I'm Mina Ishido and you're like totally ripped. Mind sharing some tricks to getting strong like you?" With a great big smile to match her bubbly personality, she just gazed at the boy. Izuku smiled back and said, "It's nothing out of the normal. We could definitely get together in the future to train sometime if you would like." A bit of excitement came from Tsuyu Azui as she looked forward to getting to know her fellow green-haired classmate. Bakugo, still not sure of what to think about Izuku's feats during today's class, just scowled at him out of his peripheral vision. Not too long after that, the students all started to disperse, making their way home. Izuku walked at a slow pace as he mentally organized all the faces with the names of his new fellow classmates. As he exited the building, he saw another one of his peers chasing down her hat that was being carried by the wind. He activated his quirk and quickly dashed over to grab the hat before it could get any further away. The girl caught up to where the boy was and stopped right in front of him before speaking. "Thank you so much, I didn't think I was ever going to catch it." Izuku smiled, then handed her back her hat and spoke. "It's no problem at all, I'm glad I was nearby." The blue-haired girl waved and ran off in the other direction. Izuku just shrugged his shoulder before walking away. Just before he made it through the gates at the entrance, he heard a voice say, "I see you're still saving people every chance you get." The green-haired boy turned to see where the voice came from. When he saw who it was, he locked eyes with his raven-haired classmate, who he hadn't got a chance to officially meet yet. She walked up to Izuku with a smirk on her face before continuing her words. "I wasn't sure if it was you at first, but once I had heard Bakugo call you Deku back in class, my suspicions got stronger. But what really tipped me off was when I saw this." Izuku looked to see where she was pointing at and noticed her finger directly on the badge he kept on his collar at all times. A light bulb went off in his head and he thought back to where he got it from. The girl staring at his facial expression saw him finally put it all together. Izuku then looked back at the girl directly into her onyx eyes, and her image was replaced with the one of the young girl he saved all those years ago. His face lit up with a big grin before he said, "It's really you? You're the girl from the alley?" The girl just smiled and replied, "Yep. It's me. I honestly didn't know if you'd remember me. After you ran away that day, it dawned on me that I never told you my name. I'm Momo Yaoyorozu, and thanks for saving me." "What was it? Yes, Izuku Midoriya." She grinned at that last part but was then embraced with a hug. The hug lasted for just a few seconds, and he released her before he started to talk. "I'm sorry about how I left you back then, but I'm glad to see that you're okay. I tried looking you up afterwards, but I couldn't find anything about your identity in the news story." Momo just smiled, then said, "No worries, but I was curious about why you told me that your name was Deku?" Izuku scratched the back of his head sheepishly before replying, "Well, you see, I didn't want the incident getting back to my mother, and also it would have hindered my chances of getting into the hero program. Again, I'm sorry if my actions might have seemed insincere." Izuku bowed, hoping that Momo would accept his apology. She donned a menacing expression on her face, but then it quickly changed to a smirk. She then said in response to that, "I figured it out once I realized who you were today, so no biggie." She winked at him before walking off. As she walked away, Izuku kept his eyes focused on her as she headed in the direction of a stretch limousine parked in front of the school. The driver opened the door for the girl, but before she got in, she said one last thing to the boy. "I'll see you tomorrow, Deku." After that, she got into the limo before it pulled off. Izuku, still shocked that he finally reunited with the girl he saved years ago, didn't know what else to say, so he just waved in reply. The limo drove off, leaving the boy there to ponder over the exchange. Momo thought to herself as she headed home. Who would have guessed in my search for him that we'd both end up in the same school and at the same time, I'll finally have a chance to tell him everything. Momo sat in silence as her driver took her back to her family estate. Izuku, thinking about today's events as he made his way home, remembered that he has a stakeout to get to when he was done with all of his homework and training. He quickly made a dash towards the train station in order to ensure that he'll get home on time. Once everything was done and his mother fell asleep, Izuku made his way to the address he researched earlier that day. When he arrived to his destination, he found a perch on a one-story building's roof across the street from his target. He hid behind an AC duct to stay out of sight while watching over the building. After a few hours, he figured out just how boring stakeouts could be. He sucked it up and looked at it as practice for the future for when he becomes a pro. The next morning, it would take a little bit more of a push to get out of bed, seeing as though he didn't get as much sleep as he would like. After a cold shower and a quick bite to eat, Izuku would head off to school, so he wouldn't run the chance of being late. Once all of the normal classes were done for the day, it was time for the heroics portion of the curriculum, which is supposed to be led by someone other than Aizawa-sensei today. Not knowing who was teaching this lesson, the entire class speculated who it could possibly be. The next thing you know, the classroom door swung open, followed by All Might dashing into the room. Here I am, entering the room as a normal person. The rest of the class shouted All Might except for Shoto, Bakugo, and Izuku. Izuku, being used to All Might's entrances at this point, just smirked at his teacher. All Might then started filling the kids in on what they were going to be doing. Today we're going to be doing mock battles where teams of 2 will go head-to-head against each other. All of the students' eyes lit up in excitement when they heard that. They almost vibrated out of their seats at the chance to finally do something related to hero work. All Might then made his announcement once they settled down. You all are going to meet me on ground beta, but before you do that, you gotta dress the part. All Might then pushed a button on the wall, causing 20 cases which contained their hero costumes to emerge. The kids did as they were instructed and went to get changed into their costumes before meeting All Might at the testing grounds. Everyone's costumes are exactly the same except for Deku's. The color is more of a forest green with black patches and gloves. Instead of red tennis shoes, he has black reinforced boots made to look like the red, black, and white patent leather Jordans. Heat-resistant polymers with a Kevlar weave are lined inside the suit to help with any stress and added friction when he's moving at high speeds. All Might, staring with pride at his class, fawned over the future heroes in their costumes as they strut out to the practice field. Once everyone arrived, he started going over how things were going to play out. The teams were going to be paired up by letters, and whichever 2 letters were selected from the box would face off against one another. Just like in canon, Izuku was paired with Uraraka and Bakugo was paired with Ida. Their letters were picked to be in the first match. Izuku couldn't help but look over in the direction of his opponent. That's when he noticed the glare Bakugo was giving him. Bakugo then made a hand movement, pointing his thumb to one side of his neck, then sliding it over to the other side, insinuating that he was going to end Izuku's life. This didn't surprise the green-haired boy at all because he figured it would happen sooner or later. He then headed over to Ochako to come up with a strategy for their match. While they were discussing, Ida made his way to Bakugo to plan as well. Once he tapped the blonde on his shoulder, Bakugo just shouted, "Follow me, you damn extra. We got a nerd to kill." Tenya, not comfortable with what was just said, he sighed and followed his foul-mouthed classmate into the building. Once the prep time was up for both teams to strategize, the hero team comprised of Izuku and Ochako entered the building. After they made their way throughout the main hall, Ochako spotted the back staircase that Izuku mentioned in their plan. She gave him an assuring nod, then took off towards the stairs as discussed. Izuku, seeing her sprint off, did his part by becoming a distraction for the walking stick of dynamite that will be heading his way soon. Izuku slowed down once he got to a corridor when things suddenly got too quiet. He felt a tingle in the back of his neck, giving him a sensation of danger being nearby. The next thing Izuku knew, he was darting out of the way of an incoming blast from his former friend, who just happened to be the villain he must stop to pass this test. Quickly rolling to the side and jumping back to get some distance, Izuku stood up to face his opponent. Bakugo then started to monologue as he approached the green-haired boy. "I don't know where this miraculous quirk came from, or maybe you had it this whole time, but you never used it. All I know is that now there's no running away this time, you damn nerd. There is no teachers here to stop me, so you can't just run or ignore what's about to happen to you." Just then Bakugo shot forward, preparing his famous right hook, when all of a sudden Deku had disappeared from his eyesight. He blinked, then saw that the green-haired boy had appeared right in front of him in a flash. Bakugo then felt Deku's fist impact his gut as he heard the boy say, "Detroit Smash." Deku, with 15% of 1 for all activated, landed a clean hit square in Bakugo's exposed solar plexus, sending him flying in the opposite direction. The explosion user landed on the ground coughing and wheezing, trying to catch his breath when he heard his foe speak. "Not that I owe you an explanation, but yes, I've always had a quirk. It was dangerous for me to use it as a kid because of its physical backlash, so I trained my body until I was strong enough to finally use it." Starting to stand, Bakugo looked directly at the boy as he spoke. "So, you're right, Bakugo, there is no more running. A hero is never supposed to let a villain get in their way or stop them from saving the day. You may not actually be a villain, but I'll be the one to stop you. You've wanted your rematch for so long now, here's your chance." Izuku then took a fighting stance while waving his opponent to bring it on. Hearing the words of his former friend infuriated the blonde, sending him into a rage after the boy. Izuku, knowing this would happen, took off at lightning speed, giving Bakugo a target to follow. Meanwhile, upstairs, Ida is listening to what sounds like a battle on the other end of his communicator attached to Bakugo. Remembering that he's also supposed to be guarding the fake bomb, started scanning the room for intruders. Achako, following the plan laid out by her partner, made her way upstairs to the room next door to where Ida is hiding out. Bouncing from wall to wall and making his way towards the stairs, Deku led Bakugo on a chase which led them to the top floor where everyone else conveniently was. Once Izuku made it to his intended floor, he stopped to see exactly where his pursuer was, but the blonde was nowhere in sight. He started walking slowly with his guard on high alert when the wall beside him exploded out of nowhere. The surprise blast stunned him, which allowed Bakugo to put him into a chokehold. The blonde started to speak. "You think just because you learned a couple of fancy moves that you're gonna beat me? How dare you look down on me like you're not the same worthless Deku you've always been." Bakugo then took his free hand and slammed it into Izuku's gut, causing the boy to lean over in pain. Bakugo then bellowed in excitement, "I told you, you damn nerd. You'll never." Bakugo's words were cut short when Izuku got from under the blonde while still holding onto his wrist. With one motion, he twisted the blonde boy's arm, restraining his movements before landing a powerful blow to his ribs. This hit caused Bakugo a lot of pain but didn't knock him out. Once he recovered, he turned around to swing but didn't see his target anywhere. This made him remember where they were both headed, and he blasted off back to his base. Izuku made it to the room where Ida was located just seconds before Bakugo came rocketing down the hall. Izuku's eyes slightly widened when he saw Bakugo's fingers on the pin of his gauntlet, ready to release one of his largest attacks. Seeing this, Izuku told Achako to brace herself for the incoming blast. Bakugo, with a hint of satisfaction, yelled out, "Die!" After pulling the pin, a large explosion that consumed the entire hallway went off. This truly concerned All Might and the other students in the monitor room. Not wanting to interfere on what could be a learning experience for his students, All Might held off on stopping the match right then and there. Back in the building, smoke and debris were scattered throughout the hall, leaving all the surrounding rooms exposed. Izuku, who was able to jump behind a load-bearing pillar, narrowly avoiding the full brunt of the blast. Seeing this as his opportunity, he took off running with Bakugo not too far behind him. Izuku made his way into the room where Ida was, only to find him standing in front of 4 identical piles of rubble which were hiding their target. Surprising Ida with his quick entrance, he ran for the pile of rubble nearest to him in hopes of distracting Ida while Uraraka got in place. When Izuku got closer to his target, he felt that tingling sensation he had earlier, which made him dodge an incoming explosion directed towards his back. Izuku then leaped to the side, landing on his hands, then he flipped forward over Ida's incoming low sweep kick. The villain duo both stopped and turned to face their foe before charging in his direction. Izuku then proceeded to run straight at the two with his fist aimed in an attack position. Ida yelled out, "Recipro burst." At the same time, Bakugo yelled along with his partner, "You're mine, DKU." Seeing that there was no way he could escape their combined attack, Ida and Bakugo both smiled in victory. What happened next caught them both off guard. Izuku then yelled out, "Uraraka now." The villain team, being distracted by all of Izuku's attempts to touch the bomb, made them totally forget about his partner. Izuku then went from using 15% of 1 for all to 30% in an instance, doubling his speed. This increase in speed got him next to Bakugo's left hand that was preparing a large explosion. Izuku kicked that hand into the path of where Ida was landing his attack before jumping out the way of the collision. Ida, who was preparing a right roundhouse kick, ended up landing his attack on Bakugo, who ended up hitting Ida with the blast meant for Izuku. This action caused both boys to go flying in the opposite direction, nearly knocking each other out. Once Bakugo recovered from the accidental attack, he saw Deku just standing there with a smirk on his face and his arms crossed. Seeing this, of course, angered the blonde boy, causing him to fly off the handle yet again. Bakugo started charging in the green-haired boy's direction when he heard Izuku say, "Aren't you forgetting something?" The next thing you know, All Might's voice came over the loudspeaker saying, "The hero team wins." Bakugo stopped midway before getting to Izuku when he noticed that the green-haired boy was pointing to his left. Bakugo then saw Uraraka with one hand on the fake bomb while giving her partner a thumbs up with the other. The blonde's face got pale and he erupted in anger, yelling, "Damn it!" Izuku couldn't help but smile at the scene in front of him before telling his former friend, "I knew you would come after me. That's why I sent Uraraka ahead to hide and wait for the perfect opportunity to grab the bomb." Bakugo then started to pay attention to what the green-haired boy was telling him. "Getting you riled up would put the focus on me, which kept you distracted. Although I didn't expect the bomb to be hidden in a clever disguise like that. I knew making you both chase me would distract you long enough for her to find it, though." That statement pissed Bakugo off even more because he realized everything the boy was saying was true. He set up that diversion and I fell right into his trap. Ida finally coming to his senses caused the pair to break from their glares at one another and get back to the assignment. Everyone in the monitor room were filled with excitement and worry for their fellow classmates after what they just saw take place. Uraraka ran to Ida's side and made sure he was okay after taking that hit from Bakugo's explosion. Izuku joined her shortly after while Bakugo just walked off back towards the monitor room. A few minutes later, some medical robots arrived and carted off Ida to Recovery Girl. The hero team headed back to the monitor room for a quick debrief of their test results. Once the two made it back to the room, they were swarmed by the classmates who immediately praised and questioned the duo before All Might cut them off. Now, young heroes in training, calm down so we could discuss what happened." The students got quiet before All Might asked, "Now, who would you say is the MVP of this match?" Yaoyorozu was the first to raise her hand. All Might nodded, giving her the go-ahead. She then gave her answer. Midoriya would be the obvious choice in this round. He flawlessly used his opponent's weakness against him and accomplished his goal of providing an opportunity for his partner to secure their victory. If it wasn't for his warning, she might have been caught up in Bakugo's careless blast that could have brought the whole building down and even set off the bomb in the process. She waited to hear All Might's thoughts on her answer before Izuku interrupted. "Actually, I think Uraraka deserves it." Everyone in the room gasped before he went on. "I should have captured Bakugo before entering the room in order to prevent his explosions from possibly setting off the bomb. We all played a role in this test, but Uraraka's actions never put the bomb in danger of exploding. Next time, I'll make sure to do a better job in assessing the situation." The pro just sweat dropped as he couldn't come up with a better response than what his students came up with. All Might then spoke. "You're both right. Although everything went according to young Midoriya's plan, it isn't always going to work out that way. Remember that in the future, and there will always be unforeseen variables that could hinder any well-laid plan." The class was captivated by the hero's words and started clapping at the wisdom they just received. Kirishima then turned to Bakugo, who was currently sulking in the corner. "Hey man, are you okay? You'll win it next time for sure." The redhead just flashed a grin before Bakugo responded with an angry scowl while saying, "Shut up, stupid hair." Bakugo then walked off and Kirishima thought to himself, "But our hair is so similar." Kirishima then shrugged his shoulder before bringing his attention back to the monitor screen. While all this was happening, a certain heterochromatic teen had his eyes on the green-haired victor of this first match. He then thought to himself, "I don't think anyone else noticed his change in speed back there during the match. It was like he was holding back on purpose." The dual-hair-colored boy then made a mental note to keep his eye on his green-haired classmate, seeing as though it looks like he'll have more than just a loudmouth blonde to contend with for the number 1 slot in the class. Chapter 4. An Unexpected Encounter. The mock battles came to an end and most of the students are sore from their strenuous trials. When Izuku left out of the locker room from getting changed, he found Yaoyorozu waiting for him near the entrance. "Hey Midoriya, if you're not too busy, can we talk after school?" There's something important I'd like to discuss with you. Izuku, being caught off guard by this sudden meeting, just said, "Yeah, let's meet at the library when class is over." Momo nodded assuredly, then the two walked back to class. When the pair took their seats in the library, Izuku didn't know what this talk was going to be about, but he was curious of what she had to tell him. Yaoyorozu then smiled before she started speaking. "Midoriya, after you helped save me that day, my entire world changed. You see, my family and I were downtown that day because my dad was closing an important business deal. After leaving out of his office, I decided to look around. I was window shopping, but then I heard a loud crash come from behind me. Someone with a gun came running out of a jewelry store a few doors down as the police arrived. I was scared and my legs couldn't move, so I sat there frozen with no idea of what to do." Izuku started to notice that she was trembling a little bit as she recounted the details of that day. He then put his hand on hers before saying, "It's okay, Yaoyorozu, please go on." She looked up at the kind gesture, then smiled. She continued with her story. "The man with the gun started running in my direction when the police gave chase. My legs wouldn't move, and the next thing you know, he grabbed me, and I became his hostage. I was frightened beyond belief, and the police, seeing that the man wasn't afraid to hurt a kid, didn't want to make a move that might get me hurt. Just when I thought I was going to be taken away from my parents and be ransomed for money, I was suddenly shoved out of the way. I looked back towards the gunman, and there you were on his back, fighting him off and telling me to run. You looked like just another kid in the wrong place at the wrong time, but you saved me." Izuku, recounting that day's events, recalled how scared he was and thinking to himself what would have happened if he didn't move that day. Momo started talking again. "Not too long after you ran off, my parents showed up. My mom scooped me up into her arms and we both started crying while my dad talked with the police. My father did not want our family name being put out to the public due to this incident, so he set up a meeting with the chief of police to assure our anonymity. The next day, my dad hired a personal security guard to protect me at all times and instructed him to train me in self-defense. I told him that I didn't want to just be trained to defend myself. I want to learn how to defend others so that they won't end up like I did." My dad looked at me with a stunned facial expression because the next words out of my mouth was that I wanted to be a hero. My father smiled, then got on the phone to get a quirk specialist to help me train my quirk. I had never really thought about training my quirk like that before, but with my new goal in mind, I worked at it every day nonstop. I worked so hard that I was able to get into UA through recommendation and some influence from my family name, of course. I knew you would eventually end up in the hero program, so I figured once I was in UA, I could start tracking you down to thank you for inspiring me." Yaoyorozu then looked up to see her slack-jawed friend staring back at her. Izuku, not knowing what to say, thought about everything he just heard. She then said, "Are you okay?" This snapped Izuku out of his daze and he finally spoke. "Yes, I'm fine. I just didn't know how to respond to that, and to be honest, I would have never guessed that I inspired you to become a hero. This means so much to me. I've always wanted to inspire others like All Might did for me." Izuku then stuck his fist out towards Momo before saying, "Let's become inspiring heroes together." She just smiled and returned the fist bump. "Well, I see you're living up to your dream, huh, Deku?" The two both laughed at their words before gathering their things and started to head home. When Izuku finally got to his seat on the train, he remembered the piece of paper Momo handed to him as he left the school. It was her phone number written in green pen. He laughed at that, thinking to himself, who writes in green pen? He also remembered that there was a green button with a familiar shape he couldn't identify at the time on her bag. Not wanting to get too deep into his thoughts, he decided to focus on the training he had to do with All Might this evening. Later that night, All Might had secured a gym specialized for quirk training, and Midoriya was now standing in the center of all the training mats while blindfolded. Izuku didn't know what to think as he heard the clanging of machines being moved around and put in place. He then heard the sound of someone say, "Isn't this overkill?" which made the boy gulp. That was followed by the sound of someone leaving, then a door closed. The next words the boy heard came from All Might. "All right, young Midoriya. Now that we're alone, it's time we train your newest quirk." Izuku got into a defensive stance, expecting to be attacked, and readied himself. All Might then spoke again. "You said you felt like you could sense danger when it was nearby, and as you already know, that was one of the past predecessor's abilities. Let's see how good you're at controlling it." A projectile was then fired in the green-haired boy's direction, nearly striking him in the head, but he dodged out of the way at the last second. Good, now keep it up. We'll be doing this until it becomes natural to you like everything else we've done. All Might's words were echoed throughout the gym as the boy jumped and darted out of the way of incoming attacks from all angles. After about 10 minutes, All Might noticed that his pupil was getting the hang of things, dodging his targets with ease. So he cut on the rest of the machines to challenge his successor even further. After about an hour, Izuku laid out on the gym's floor gasping for air due to all of the dodging he was doing and not being able to use one for all. This made the exercise painful at first until he got familiar with his new quirk. Taking off his blindfold, he saw the skeletal form of his sensei Toshinori walking in his direction before sitting down next to him. All Might then handed him a sports drink before saying, "You did good, kid. With all of your growth, pretty soon you'll be even stronger than I was at your age." All Might then winced in pain as he leaned over to hug the boy. Izuku then said to All Might, "Are you okay? What happened to you?" All Might then grabbed his side before responding, "It's just my injury giving me its usual kick in the butt that it does from time to time. There's no need to worry, young Midoriya, I'll be okay once I get me some rest." Izuku, knowing that even heroes can put on a brave face, just nodded. Ever since All Might showed him his scars, he grew concerned for his failing health. Even though the pro hero he looked up to all his life told him that he was going to be fine, he started looking into his sensei's condition, trying to find a way to help him. Izuku would do deep dives on the internet researching cures and quirks that could possibly help heal All Might from his injuries. He didn't come up with any tangible solutions, but there were some speculations of a cure through robotics. Izuku would then try to contact the scientists that published the articles. Even though not many would respond to him, the ones that did, he took notes on all of the information they were willing to share. After finishing up their session, Izuku remembered that he had something to do, so he rushed out of the gym, telling All Might that he would see him tomorrow. The next day, the green-haired boy yawned tirelessly from another stakeout, trying to hunt down the blonde girl he met some time ago. Hoping that this wasn't going to become a habit, he got ready for school. As he walked into the living room, he saw his mother doing push-ups while levitating the couches. Forgetting that she had taken up his habit for daily exercises, he just smiled as she stood up and showed off her muscles. "Mom, you keep that up and you'll be even stronger than me one day." Izuku confidently said those words until his body locked up and he lifted off of the ground. He was then turned upside down and flew over to his mother. He looked up to see her bending down to say something. "What makes you think that you were ever stronger than me, young man?" Izuku started sweating profusely at the terrifying sight of his mother's ominous smile. She kept him in place with just the flick of her wrist before she spoke again. "Now, have you learned to mind your manners?" Izuku nodded yes, and she returned the boy to his feet before telling him to have a good day at school. Izuku then thought to himself, "Wow, I feel sorry for whoever pisses Mom off." Izuku shuddered at the thought of that person being him. He then left for school, looking forward to his next lesson in heroics. After Aizawa gave his remarks on the mock battles, he told the class that they had to select a class president to represent them. Ida was the first person to raise his hand once the announcement had been made. Aizawa cut him off before he could say a word. "I bet you're going to be asking, how do you want us to decide who will it be, right? Look at my face. Do I look like someone who cares about something so trivial?" Ida froze as he couldn't come up with a response to his teacher's words. Aizawa finished it by saying, "Just find a way to come to a decision on who's going to be the vice and class president without disturbing me while I take my nap, or else." The whole class gulped at his words, not wanting to know what he meant by that, so they hurriedly started discussing. Ida came up with the idea for anonymous voting of the person they would like to fill the role. After the tallying was done, the score was Midoriya, 5. Airozu, 4. Ida, 3. Todoroki, 2. The rest were each individual votes for themselves. This of course pissed off a certain blonde, seeing as though he was beaten out by his former friend at something yet again. Ida started to congratulate his friend when he looked up to see Midoriya walking up to the front of the class. Once he got to the podium, he started to speak. "I appreciate everyone who voted for me and think that I could be a good class rep one day. But a good leader knows when someone else is better suited for the job. In my opinion, Yaoyorozu should be our rep." This caught Momo off guard, especially since she secretly did want the job and didn't see this happening. Midoriya then continued speaking. We need someone who already possessed the qualities of a great leader and not someone who's just learning them. With Ida at her side, we'll have the right people in the position to help lead our class and go beyond. The class all shouted at the same time. Plus ultra. Izuku then bowed and spoke again. I'll let our new class rep come up to say a few words with her new vice rep. Ida then looked over to Yaoyorozu before nodding, and they both made their way to the front of the class. Uraraka gave Izuku a thumbs up before he gave her one right back. Tokoyami then said only loud enough so that anyone nearby could hear. Knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom. The raven-headed boy got some assured nods from his classmates before focusing on the two speakers making their announcement. Aizawa with one eye open stared over at his green-haired student thinking to himself. It's not often a first year would give up an opportunity like that. He knows his limitations and is patient. He thinks before making a move. Once he's properly trained, he'll make a great leader one day. I'll have to keep my eye on him, but for now I'm going back to sleep. In the cafeteria. As Yaoyorozu entered the section of Class 1A students, she noticed Midoriya sitting with a girl from Class 1B. She walked over to the pair, noticing that they were laughing and carrying on as if they were old friends. She cleared her throat to get their attention. Midoriya then looked up and spoke. Hey Momo, would you like to join us? Yaoyorozu nodded, then took a seat. Midoriya then said, Hey Kendo, this is the girl I was telling you about. The orange-haired girl next to Izuku then stuck her hand out to Momo before saying, Nice to meet you. I'm Itsuka Kendo class rep for 1B, and this green-haired knuckled-head's best friend. Momo, now having a better understanding of the situation in front of her, shook the girl's hand before she started eating. But before she took her first bite, she asked, How did you two meet? Izuku swallowed the food in his mouth before responding. I've been training at her dad's gym since I was a kid, and we ended up becoming close friends because of it. Kendo replied. Yeah, he used to be a scrawny runt before he got all these muscles, but my dad saw the determination in Izuku's eyes. He has the heart of a hero and he'll get into the top 10 ranking one day, but behind me of course. Kendo then punched Midoriya in the arm before getting back to her meal. A few moments later, a dark-haired girl came and took a seat at the table next to Kendo. She then spoke. Hello everyone, I'm Yui Kodai. In a very monotone voice, then she started eating her lunch as well. Momo and Izuku then whispered to each other saying, Who does she remind you of? I know, right? They're like two peas from the same emotionless pod. I wonder if they're related. Before the two could continue, Izuku felt that tingle in the back of his neck he gets when danger is nearby, and he stood up. The three girls looked at him, puzzled by his sudden actions. He then said aloud, There's something going on. The next thing the students heard was an alarm going off, throwing the cafeteria into a panic. Using full cowl, Izuku zipped over to the window to see if he could spot what caused the alarm to sound. He saw that the press had somehow made their way through the gates onto the campus, which set the alarms off. Everyone started pushing and screaming when out of nowhere Ida came out the middle of the crowd, floating towards the exit. Once he got everyone's attention, he said, Everyone calm down. We're supposed to be heroes and not panic in the face of danger. His words got everybody to stop their frantic movements and return to their seats. Later that day, Aizawa informed the class that they'll be going on a field trip for a rescue training simulation. The class all jumped out of their seats, excited at the news. Midoriya then looked down at his hands before making a fist, thinking to himself, I just finished mastering 50% of one for all, but with my added quirks it's slowing down my progress. I have to figure out a way to train both at the same time. With him putting this much thought into anything, Izuku's concentration went into overdrive, causing him to mutter out loud before Uraraka said to the boy, Earth to Midoriya. Izuku then snapped out of it before looking around. He scratched the back of his head sheepishly before saying, I was doing it again, huh? Everyone nodded their heads yes. They all laughed, then went back to what they were doing. After a 20-minute bus ride filled with questions about where the class was going, they arrived at the USJ, which is short for Unforeseen Simulation Joint, a practice arena used for rescue training by the school. Everyone exited off of the bus and entered the building only to be greeted by the Space Hero 13. Izuku's and Uraraka's eyes nearly popped out of their heads at the sight of the pro. After 13 described today's lesson, Midoriya got a sense of danger and ran over to the edge of the steps at the top of the entrance. Aizawa jogged after the boy to see what he was doing when he saw a large purple portal appear in the middle of the plaza. From it came dozens and dozens of villains all ready to attack. Izuku stared directly at the group of villains, then back at his teacher with concern on his face. Aizawa then put on his goggles before yelling out to the other pro. 13, watch over the kids. Now in full battle mode, Eraserhead leapt into action, quickly taking out the low-tier villains one by one. Izuku's danger sense went off yet again, which made him turn around to the sight of a tall man with a face made of clouds and yellow glowing eyes appearing out of thin air. The whole class then stood back and readied themselves, but then 13 jumped in front of them, activating her quirk black hole. The cap on her gloves flipped open and she started to suck up the mist villain. That's when Izuku noticed a portal started to form above the students. He activated his quirk in hopes of stopping the villain, but it was too late. Everyone except for Ida, Ashido, Sato, Shoji, Siro, Uraraka were warped away. 13 activated her quirk again, but the mist villain started opening another portal directly behind her. 13, knowing she had messed up, braced herself for the pain that was about to come when she saw a flash of green zip by her. Midoriya sprang forward and yelled out, "Delaware smash!" The force of wind pressure meant to blow the villain back got sucked into one of his warp gate, but it exposed something metal around the villain's neck. Noticing that, Izuku activated Black Whip, grabbing the man known as Kurogiri. He then lifted the man up and slammed him into the ground, knocking him out cold. After taking care of the villain, he ran towards the now downed gate, blocking their exit, and screamed out, "Detroit smash!" This attack opened up a hole big enough for everyone to escape. 13 then told Ida to run back to UA to let the other teachers know about the attack. Once Ida took off running out of the door, 13 told the rest of the students to stay put and wait for backup to arrive. But Midoriya had other plans. He took off running at full speed and 13 then yelled out, "What are you doing? Get back here, kid." Izuku responded, "I'll take whatever punishment I've got coming, but I can't leave them out there by themselves." Midoriya darted off in a flash. He was gone. 13 then ran over to the unconscious villain and tied him up. The water zone. Azui and Mineta were standing on the deck of a now sinking ship. Mineta was using his quirk to throw balls into the water in hopes of scaring the approaching villains. Once they were distracted, Tsu grabbed Mineta and leapt off of the boat, making an attempt to reach land. Once they were airborne, the villains spotted the teens and started aiming their weapons at them, when out of nowhere they heard someone yell out, "Smash!" A tremendous force of wind hit the water, causing it to cave in on itself, trapping the villains due to Mineta's balls keeping them bound together. Tsu looked up to Midoriya using a strange black object that looked like rope to grab them out of the air and bring them to safety. Mineta then said, "Midoriya, what was that? I didn't know you had two quirks?" Tsu then replied, "Ditto." Izuku just said to the pair of students, "We could talk about it later. For now, let's go rescue our other classmates." The three then took off running towards the nearest zone. Landslide zone. As they approached the steep terrain, they saw Todoroki running in their direction. Once he got close enough, he said, "Are you guys okay?" Everyone nodded. Then they shared intel on everything they've learned so far. Next thing they knew, there was a bright flash, and they could see lightning throughout the next zone. Midoriya then spoke. "That looked like Kaminari's quirk. Todoroki, follow me, and you two go back to meet up with 13. Tell her we're gathering the rest of the class and coming back to join you." Mineta and Tsu nodded in assurance, then took off running back towards the entrance with the others. The mountain zone. When Todoroki and Midoriya arrived, they found Kaminari shuffling by himself with a dumbfounded look on his face. He was surrounded by villains who were knocked out. Just then, one of the villains popped out of his hiding place, reaching for Kaminari. When Todoroki captured him in ice before he could make another move. Yaoyorozu and Jiro then came out of hiding when they saw what happened. Jiro then said, "Where did you guys come from?" Izuku started to fill them in on the details when he heard the battle nearby. He then said to Yaoyorozu, "Class rep, we need you to organize everyone and track down any remaining students and then make your way back to 13 Sensei. I'm going east and you guys head west." Everyone agreed, then took off. Although Shoto internally did not like the idea of Midoriya giving him orders, he complied for now and followed the rest of the class. Before Midoriya took off, Yaoyorozu stopped him, then handed him a couple of small earbuds. She then said, "I'll keep you updated with the whereabouts of the other students, and Izuku, Don't get hurt." They both nodded before separating and running off in opposite directions. Ground Zero. Aizawa was fatigued and gasping for air, scrambling for a way to catch his breath. Reinforcements hadn't shown up yet, and he was overusing his quirk. A man with hands draped all over his body was trying to attack him from his blind side, but the pro was still too quick. Aizawa then dodged another attack before trying to land an elbow on the gray-haired man. But he blocked the attack, and then pain started radiating from his elbow. Eraserhead then kicked the man away and saw that the back of his arm looked like it was disintegrating. He then looked over to the gray-haired man, analyzing his hands, trying to figure out exactly what his quirk was. Just then a few more low-level thugs tried attacking him, but he was able to take them down with no problem. After knocking out the men, he looked to see who was left and noticed that the big black creature who stood by the fountain this entire time without moving was gone. The gray-haired man then spoke. "Eraserhead, man, you're so cool. No wonder you were able to take out all of my little cannon fodder. But I doubt you'll be able to erase the big boss's quirk." Just then, the feeling of dread washed over Aizawa when he felt the presence of something dangerous looming behind him. In a flash, the creature had grabbed Aizawa by his head and picked him up, attempting to slam him into the ground when out of nowhere he heard Seattle smash. Izuku with lightning speed landed a quadruple hurricane kick on the black bird-faced creature, causing him to fly off back into the nearest obstruction. This freed the pro, then Midoriya grabbed his teacher and took him away from the danger. The gray-haired man then said, "I see the symbol of peace was too scared to join us today and decided to send children in his place." While the villain was saying that, Izuku started attending to his teacher's wounds before the pro exclaimed, "What the hell are you doing here, Midoriya?" Izuku then replied, "Eraserhead, listen." This got the pro's attention before his green-haired student spoke again. "The warp villain is down. The rest of the students were scattered throughout the USJ. I've sent a handful of them to find the rest of the unaccounted for students and sent everyone else back to 13. Communications are still cut off, so we sent Ida to the school to get reinforcements." The two then stood up back to back, looking out for any nearby villains. Izuku then said, "Before you say it, I already know I'm going to be in trouble for this, so just tell me, what are your orders?" Aizawa then looked out the corner of his eyes, being surprised by his student's ability to adapt in this dire situation with little to no experience. The pro then said to the boy, "I've seen what you can do and you're tough, but you're just a first-year student. Go back and join the rest of the class." Midoriya then handed his teacher one of the earbuds given to him by Yaoyorozu before telling him to put it in his ear. Aizawa, sort of confused by this, did so and then heard a female voice say, "We've found Tokoyami, Koda, and Ojiro." Another voice then came over the device. "I found Bakugo and Kirishima." The female voice replied, "Copy. I see Aoyama and Hagakure just ahead of us. So we're all accounted for except for Midoriya, who's with Mr. Aizawa. Everyone make their way back to the entrance to meet up with the rest of the class." Aizawa then looked at the boy again before speaking. "All right, you can watch my back until help arrives, but when I say run, you do it. You got it?" Midoriya then said, "Yes, sir." The Nomu then started to recover and got out of the rubble that fell on top of him after he hit the wall. Shigaraki then spoke. Nomu snapped the green-haired one in half. "I'm tired of looking at his plain face." The tall black creature then darted towards Midoriya. He activated one for all at 35% and narrowly dodged the creature's attack. Eraserhead then said, "I erased his quirk, and he still was able to move that fast. Something is wrong here." Shigaraki then started saying something to Eraserhead. "Let me guess, you tried using your quirk on him, but I doubt you could erase multiple quirks all at once." Aizawa then said to himself, "So that's why it didn't work, but how does this thing have multiple quirks?" While he was distracted, the gray-haired man tried sneaking up on him, but at the last second he dodged out of the way from the swipe of Shigaraki's hand and kicked him away. The pro then looked back to see his student dodging every attack from the bird-faced creature with grace and style. Izuku, putting his training to work along with his mastery of one for all, landed counterattacks on the creature every time he attempted to hit the boy. Then suddenly the Nomu disappeared and got behind the boy. Izuku dodged but was still attacked due to the monster's increase in speed. He was able to block the attack, but it still hurt, nonetheless. After landing on his feet and gathering his bearings, he looked back at the creature with a stern demeanor. thinking to himself. So, this is what they were going to use to kill Toshinori-sensei. He's just as fast as him and probably just as strong. Guess that means I have to go all out until backup arrives. I haven't mastered this much power, but it'll have to do. Midoriya started powering up one for all, pushing its output to 60%, just a little over his current threshold. The ground started to quake around him while the adults there looked at him in awe. Midoriya then took off, leaving cracks in the ground as he leapt forward. Aizawa looked around for his student, only to finally notice where he was when he heard the collision of Midoriya's foot making contact with the Nomu's face. The shock wave came and pushed back everyone from the two combatants. The Nomu absorbed the blow, then swung but hit nothing. Izuku then unleashed an onslaught of punches and jabs with phenomenal speed, dazzling his teacher while frightening the villain. Shigaraki then said to himself, "Who is this brat? And how is he fighting off my Nomu?" Shigaraki's thoughts were cut off when the creature flew directly into him, sending them both crashing into the fountain, causing water to spray everywhere. Now panting and breathing hard, Midoriya stood there waiting to see if the creature was going to get up. Aizawa then hurried over to the side of his student. A second later, they both heard an incoming message from their comms device. Once the message was over, they looked at each other, knowing what to do. Shigaraki then stood up, coughing out blood from his injuries before yelling out, "NOMU! I don't care about All Might anymore. Kill them all and bring Kurogiri to me." The bird-faced creature then stood up out of the water with bruises all over his body, a broken beak and teeth missing. He then started to regenerate before running at high speeds towards the green-haired boy. Midoriya then closed his eyes, remembering the feeling he had when he was training with All Might. When the Nomu got close, he jumped into the air, dodging the creature's attack and countering it with another kick to its head. This sent the Nomu flying into the steps, but he quickly recovered and ran back to his target. When he got close enough, Eraserhead used his capture scarf to bind the creature's feet, causing him to hit the ground hard. When the Nomu tried picking itself back up, two large black tendrils wrapped around his body. This combined attack kept the monster at bay for the moment. The teacher and student stood beside each other, trying their best to hold him in place and not let him escape. The creature started making headway on freeing himself before Shigaraki said to the heroes, "You really think that's going to stop Nomu?" The gray-haired man then started laughing out loud until he looked back up to the two people standing across from him, smirking. Eraserhead then spoke. "We were never trying to capture him." Midoriya then said, "We were just distracting you until he arrived." The two then released their restraints and jumped out of the way as the number one hero came barreling down the steps at great speeds towards the bird-faced creature. With a mighty roar, he shouted, "Detroit Smash!" All Might's fist made contact with the foe's face, sending it flying toward the exterior of the USJ, causing the creature to fly through several trees, dirt mounds, and other obstructions. Eraserhead then yelled out, "All Might, that creature has multiple quirks: shock absorption, super strength, speed, and regeneration." All Might then just replied with a thumbs up, giving them the go-ahead to dispatch. The rest of the pro heroes entered the building and started capturing the other villains, putting them under arrest. All Might then saw the Nomu charging back towards him at full force. Knowing that he wouldn't have much more time in his hero form, he went all out. All Might then charged up his quirk, causing an immense pressure and shock waves to pulse from where he stood. He then took off, leaping at the Nomu. Their fist clashed, but All Might's won the struggle. The two exchanged blows until All Might hit him with a devastating haymaker. This sent Nomu flying back, but before it touched the ground, All Might then followed that up with a drop kick to the creature's chest, sending the Nomu crashing to the ground yet again. The creature leapt into the air, only to be met by All Might double axe handing it back to the ground. The creature hit the ground hard and at such remarkable speed, bouncing off of it as a result. All Might then rocketed back to the ground right below the creature's floating body before saying, "I'll show you what it means to go plus ultra." All Might then combined the powers of one for all that was inside of him, pushing it to its max, and then yelled, "This is for messing with the future of hero society." All Might's fist then landed into the gut of the Nomu as he yelled out, "Smash!" The impact from the blow shook the entire USJ along with the surrounding area outside of its grounds. Cementos, Present Mike, and Snipe all stood there in shock and awe at the display of power All Might had just shown. Outside the USJ, as all of the students were being checked out and cleared from needing medical attention, they all felt the ground shake. Everyone heard what sounded like an explosion when the creature who was fighting All Might came rocketing from out of the building. It soared so high that everyone lost sight of it as it flew into the air. Zero then said out loud, "That must have been All Might." Everyone just shook their head in silence as they agreed with the boy's statement. Midoriya just smiled before saying to himself, "All Might is the best." His smile then faded as he heard 13 and Aizawa both started to scream at him for disobeying their orders and jumping into the fight. Thinking to himself, "I hope I get an invisibility quirk next so I can avoid scoldings like this one." Chapter 5. UA Sports Festival. Inside the USJ. Shigaraki is trying his best to stay standing due to his injuries from the Nomu slamming into him. He couldn't help but watch as All Might beat down his creature, then sent him out of the building with a devastating attack. He was furious and in pain, thinking that he might just get caught. That's when Kurogiri appeared next to him holding his side. The mist villain then said, "Tamura, we must escape while the heroes are distracted." Shigaraki looked at All Might menacingly while the portal swallowed him up and took the two away. Back at the entrance, Principal Nizu is giving out orders to the heroes as they storm the USJ. Priority 1 is securing the safety of our students. Then we arrest every single one of these villains. We need to figure out how they found out about this location. 13 then replied to that by saying, "Children, follow Midnight outside to safety. Ectoplasm, I have one tied up over here." When 13 looked to where Kurogiri had been, there was nothing left but a pile of ropes. Back at the bus, the students were all talking at once, and the lot of them were detailing what happened after they got warped away. Aoyama, as usual, said something weird and vague, while Mina and Toru cried out because of how frightened they were. Todoroki, with his same emotionless face, just said, "The villains were a joke compared to that thing All Might fought." He then looked out the corner of his eye to his green-haired classmate, currently surrounded by Uraraka, Ida, Sue, and Doyorozu. Uraraka cut off everyone else's words when she loudly said, "Deku, what was that thing you used on the warping guy?" Ida interjected, "I was actually curious about that myself. I remember seeing you use it during the entrance exam." Sue nodded, then said, "Right, you used it to save my Netta and me ribbit." Doyorozu stood there confused, seeing as though she never saw what everyone was describing. So she asked, "What happened when you went to help? Did you fight that creature All Might defeated?" Feeling a little overwhelmed, Izuku thought to himself, "I wonder if this is what I sound like when I start muttering?" Izuku whistled loudly, which got everyone's attention in order to answer their questions. "Time out, guys. It's hard to keep up with everybody talking at once." This silenced the other teens before Izuku went on to explain. "The thing I used is called Black Whip. With my quirk, I can manipulate my energy into different forms." Izuku then stuck his fist up and a small black object the size of a jump rope came out of his hand. The students looked in awe at the sight, and Midoriya continued answering the questions. "When I found Aizawa-sensei, that creature had him by the head. I ran in to save him and kicked the creature away. After that, I told him everything that he missed since he entered the fight. We used the earbuds you created to coordinate our moves and created an opening for All Might when he arrived." Ida responded first. "It was a brave thing wanting to save our classmates, but next time you should listen to our teachers. We are just first years after all." Sue replied, "Yeah, but if he didn't act, we all probably wouldn't be here." Midoriya, after hearing their words, just said, "I know, but if there's something I can do about someone in danger." He looked up to meet eyes with everyone listening. "I'll always help in any way I can. Isn't that why we're here, to become heroes?" The other students just stared at the boy as his words hit home for them. Orozu had a flashback to that day Izuku saved her and then thought to herself, "So that's what drives him to jump headfirst into danger. He's something else." All of the students then heard the voice of 13 instructing them to get on the bus. Once everyone was cleared medically and their statements were gathered, the kids headed back to the campus. Later that night, Izuku had to pull the phone away from his ear as his best friend screamed out on the other end. "What happened? Are you okay? I heard you guys were attacked by villains." Midoriya then replied, Itsuka, calm down, everyone is fine. Minus some scrapes and bruises, no one got hurt besides the villains. The girl let out a sigh of relief before saying, well, give me some details. I want to know what it was like to face actual villains. Midoriya chuckled before he said, let's just say you owe me 1,200 yen. Kendo paused, then gasped, figuring out what her friend meant by that. Then she exclaimed, you actually did it? A hurricane kick just like Ken from Street Fighter. 2 days later, after the USJ incident, Mr. Aizawa made an announcement that the sports festival will be held in 2 weeks. Some of the students voiced their concerns about having such a public event right after villains attacked their school, but he explained to them that UA needs to show the world that we're not easily shaken. This made Izuku remember about his meeting with All Might after school, while the rest of class expressed excitement about having the chance to display their talents in front of a live audience. The following day, at the end of class, Uraraka screeched at the sight of a large crowd of students standing outside of their classroom. Bakugo, irritated at the scene in front of him, walked towards the door and spoke. Get out of my way, you zeros. The crowd started opening up and the students started stepping out of the way until a purple-haired teen with bags under his eyes stood in the blonde's way. He then spoke. I guess it's true. Everyone in the hero course are all assholes. Bakugo just glared at the boy, staring him down before responding. The last thing the hero course needs is another weakling like you in it. It's bad enough with all of these extras. Bakugo then walked off without saying another word. Kirishima just said to himself, that was super manly and insulting at the same time. A gray-haired boy with shark-like teeth then stepped up from the back of the crowd while saying, I'm Tetsu from Class 1B, and just because you guys fought some villains doesn't make you better than us. Come on, I'll prove it to you right now. Class 1A just looked at all of the animosity that was stirring up in front of them. Suddenly Midoriya made his way to the door while saying, wasn't it George Eliot that said, don't judge a book by its cover? This got everyone's attention before he continued. It wasn't like villains nearly killing us was on the lesson plan. We did what heroes are supposed to do and stopped them the best we could. His words making perfect sense to all of the teens, making them reconsider their first impression of the situation. As Midoriya walked past the purple-haired boy, he said, just because you found one bad apple doesn't mean you give up on the whole tree. I hope next time we meet it's under better circumstances, but anyways, you guys have a nice day. Midoriya walked off, stunning the rest of the students who weren't familiar with his altruistic nature. As he kept walking, the purple-haired boy screamed out, I'll see you in the sports festival. You all better bring your A game or I'll be taking your slot in the hero course. Without turning around, Izuku just gave him a thumbs up and just kept walking. The rest of Class 1A followed the boy and made their way down the hall. When Midoriya left the campus to make his way to the train station, he walked past Bakugo leaning on a tree. Bakugo then spoke. DKU. Midoriya just kept walking before Bakugo spoke again. DKU, you damn nerd, don't ignore me. Not fazed by the blonde's harsh words, the boy continued his amble until he heard his former friend say, Midoriya. This stopped him dead in his tracks and made him turn around. That's when he saw Bakugo walking up on him slowly while saying, I won't lose to you again. Just because you fought beside our teacher doesn't make you hot shit. I'll win the sports festival by crushing you, proving once and for all that you're nothing compared to me. For the first time since the mock battle, Midoriya spoke to Bakugo. He replied by saying, if that's the case, then prove it. This made Katsuki raise an eyebrow of curiosity. The green-haired boy turned around and started walking while saying, I plan on making it to the finals. If you make it there, we'll see who's the best. Oh, and Bakugo, no excuses this time. Midoriya turned the corner and left the blonde boy's sight, infuriated by the words of his former friend. He took off after him, but when he made it to the corner, the boy was gone. Bakugo then said through gritted teeth, how dare you? I'll make it to the finals, and when I do, I'll beat you so bad that you'll wish you never got into UA. I promise you that. His words dripped with venom and his blood pumped with fury, fueling the rivalry that had been going on for the past 5 years. A week later, Midoriya found himself pulling a tractor-trailer truck on All Might's private field in preparation for the sports festival. The exhausted boy struggled under the weight of the large vehicle currently tethered to his back. a task that became more stressful as All Might barked orders through a megaphone. "Come on. Keep it up, young Midoriya, just 50 more feet," the boy said under his breath. "Yeah, that's easy for you to say. You're riding in a golf cart and I'm pulling a freaking truck filled with broken down cars," All Might then said. "I didn't quite catch that, young man," Izuku responded. "Nothing, sir." It took 30 more agonizing minutes before the task was complete. The boy dropped to the ground and nearly fainted from the workout. All Might walked over to him then said, "You have 10 minutes to catch your breath, then you got some running to do." By running he meant 500 laps around the track that ended with the boy collapsing from it as a result. The pro put the boy through the ringer preparing him for the sports festival, but the results were worth it. The Yaoyorozu estate. Momo is taking on her judo instructor. He landed a solid blow on the teen, but she used his momentum to flip her teacher onto his back. He then tapped out, seeing as though this was the 5th time it happened in the last 15 minutes. Yaoyorozu then removed her helmet and mouth guard before saying, "I hope I didn't hurt you. I've really been practicing, and I can't wait to shut up a certain green-haired know-it-all jerk." That made her teacher chuckle before he responded, "Well, if this pain is any indication of what they have coming, I feel sorry for whoever it is." Yaoyorozu then helped her sensei to his feet, then the two both bowed to each other. As the teacher left, she recalled the memory of her last conversation with Midoriya. Flashback to a week ago. "Hey Izuku, do you want to train with me for the sports festival?" Midoriya scratched the back of his head before saying, "I actually have a lot of extra training to do myself, but maybe we could get together this weekend to train." Yaoyorozu replied, "Okay, sounds like a plan. So what type of training are you going to be doing?" Midoriya spoke without considering how he phrased his answer. "Some extreme weightlifting along with some non-traditional sparring. It's the kind of stuff you need a little bit more muscles to do." Yaoyorozu stopped walking and then balled up her fist. This caught the boy off guard, not knowing why this upset her. The raven-haired girl, offended by his words, just said, "So, you think I'm not strong enough to keep up with you or something?" Midoriya, knowing that he said the wrong thing, tried to fix the situation. No, that's not what I meant at all." But before he could explain what he meant to Yaoyorozu, she stormed off while muttering to herself, "Stupid jerk, I'll show you." The boy was left there not knowing what else to do. He just pondered on a way to fix his mistake. In times like this, when he couldn't come up with the right answer, he went to his mother to seek some advice on how to best handle the situation. After discussing things out with Inko, he thought it would be best to talk to Momo after the sports festival when everyone's tensions are much lower. Another week went by, and the day has come. All the students from Class 1A had put themselves through some intense training. Knowing that one of their classmates had taken on a creature that was supposed to kill All Might, they did not want to get outshined again. Once Yaoyorozu and Ida finished giving the class instructions on today's procedures, everyone waited idly by for the event to start. Todoroki then called Midoriya out in front of the whole class. "Midoriya!" Izuku turned to his classmate to see what he wanted. Todoroki then said, "Objectively, you appear to be the strongest in our class, and I think that's why everyone seems to follow you." Midoriya raised an eyebrow, then crossed his arm in a defensive manner before the boy went on. "Nevertheless, that won't stop me from defeating you. I don't care how much you've been holding back, I'll still win if it comes down to you and me." Todoroki then turned around and started walking away before Midoriya spoke. "I'm not sure what about me pisses you off, but you got another thing coming if you think I'm going to back down." Midoriya then unfolded his arms and walked towards Todoroki before he said, "And I'm not the only person you should be worrying about. Our class is filled with competition, so you'd be a fool to underestimate any one of them." The two then glared at each other, only breaking eye contact when Todoroki exited the room. Bakugo standing to the side taking note of everything that was just said. The rest of the class just nodded as Midoriya turned around and gave everyone a thumbs up. As Class 1A entered the arena, the sun nearly blinded them from its rays, the effect which was drowned out by the roar of the crowd watching the competitors walk onto the field. Midnight started introducing the rest of the classes who will be taking part in today's competition. While looking at all of the students walk by, Izuku started taking notes as he saw a few quirks he'd never seen before. His thoughts were interrupted when he heard Midnight shout, And for today's opening ceremony speech, we have Izuku Midoriya. The green-haired boy put his journal away and walked over to the stage. Once he got up there next to Midnight, some nervousness washed over him until he looked and saw All Might giving him an assuring nod. He started talking as he looked over the crowd. I'm honored to be competing with such a prestigious group today. As I look at all of my peers, I would like for you to do one thing. Close your eyes and imagine the best version of you possible, because that's who you really are. Let go of any part of you that doesn't believe that. I'm only here because someone believed in my dream of becoming a hero. This is something I believe we all have in common. So, I want to wish everyone good luck, and let's all go beyond plus ultra. Everyone in the stadium stood and applauded at the boy's words. As Midoriya walked back to be with his class, people thanked him for his kind words and wished him luck as well. Bakugo of course scoffed at the greenhead's words as he got prepared for the first event. That's when Midnight spun the wheel and it landed on obstacle race. Once the rules were explained, Midoriya started stretching after removing his wrist and ankle weights, something that All Might had the support course make up for him. Feeling like he just put down a car, Izuku breathed in exhilaration from dropping all that weight. Suddenly he heard his best friend say, "Are you ready to lose to me today?" Midoriya looked over to see Kendo stretching directly behind him. He stood up from his pose then said, "Sure, but I didn't realize hell froze over. I really got to make sure I watch the news before I leave the house in the morning." Kendo then took on a more serious facial expression before she replied, "Oh, is that right? Well, I guess we'll see which class makes it to the finals then." Kendo walked off, leaving Midoriya there to ponder her words. He then spotted Yaoyorozu getting ready for the race. He wanted to go say something to her, but he figured it'll be best to stick to his original plan. Everyone then lined up as the announcers started the countdown. 10, 9, 7, 6. Uraraka, standing next to Midoriya, said, "Good luck." He then said it right back before Midnight screamed out, "Go." All the participants rushed to the tunnel at the same time, squishing each other in the process. That's when a streak of green light flew over the other students in a flash, clearing the tunnel. Everyone in the tunnel was too busy fighting to hear the announcement that was just made. Todoroki seized this opportunity to take out his competition by releasing his ice and freezing the other students in the tunnel. He ran through the other end of the tunnel thinking he had stopped everyone before he heard, "Not so fast, icy hot." Bakugo, along with Yaoyorozu, Mineta, Shiro, and Tokoyami, came springing out the tunnel behind him. Already expecting this tactic, Class 1A prepared for this just in case it happened. Once a hole opened in the tunnel, students who weren't still frozen started making their way to the next section of the course. That's when the robots showed up, ruining any chance of things getting better for the heroes in training. General study students were having trouble with the mechanical obstruction while the hero course started laying waste to the machines. That was until the zero-pointers showed up. Todoroki saw the giant robots and arrogantly smiled as he froze them in their tracks. Once clear to move, he ran between their legs to get to the next obstacle. The other students noticed there was a path to use, but shortly after realized he only froze the robot to help himself. The once leaning and now falling tower of metal came crashing down on some of the participants. Luckily, it was Kirishima and Tetsu who possessed quirks that allowed them to withstand the falling debris. Not feeling bad about someone possibly getting hurt, Todoroki continued to the next area while avoiding pieces of a zero-pointer in his path. His run came to a halt when he stood before a chasm filled with pillars made out of rock and all connected by rope. This gave other students like Tsu and Ida a chance to catch up, seeing as though Todoroki couldn't fly or jump for long distances. Once Bakugo caught up, he used his quirk to propel himself over the wide gaps and land on each pillar, bringing him one step closer to Todoroki. A girl with pink dreadlocks came flying over Tsu as she slung through the chasm thanks to her self-propelling rope and hoover boots. When Todoroki made it to the last obstacle, he saw the sign that read, "Landmines ahead," so he had to take his time crossing the field. When the rest of the other students caught up, they started rushing to cross the field, but some started setting off the mines. After witnessing what happened, students with sensory quirks used their abilities to avoid the mines. Todoroki was still in the lead and taking his time until he heard his loudmouth classmate approach. Bakugo blasted over to Todoroki then said, "You challenged the wrong guy, icy hot." Bakugo then shot past Todoroki, taking first place. Seeing this caused Todoroki to create a path made of ice and took off after Bakugo. Not caring that this might help the other students, he caught up to the blonde and they started tussling with one another trying to take the other out. Once the rest of the students started closing in on the pair, Todoroki used his ice to set off a mine in front of Bakugo's path. The explosion went off, covering the boys in a cloud of pink smoke. From the cloud, Todoroki came sprinting out of it, heading down the last stretch. A few seconds later, Bakugo came shooting out of the smoke directly behind Todoroki. But when Todoroki entered the last tunnel, he put up a wall of ice in order to slow Bakugo down. It didn't take long for the explosion user to make light work of the ice, but it caused him to enter the arena about 10 seconds slower than Todoroki. Once he crossed the finish line, he heard Present Mike call out, "Bakugo takes 3rd place." This distraction made him run into the back of Todoroki, who was puzzled by the news that he came in 2nd place. The pair looked at each other before noticing their green-haired rival leaning on the stage while yawning. They then heard him say, "You guys gave it your all back there. I'm glad to see your training came in handy, although it looks like you could use more practice." He walked off, leaving the two boys speechless. Todoroki then spoke. "But when did he get in front of us?" Present Mike then said, "Here's another look at how our 1st place winner obliterated the obstacle course." As the rest of the students came pouring back into the stadium, a video recant of the race started playing. It showed the crowd of students sandwiching themselves into the tunnel, but when everyone started forcing their way into the cramped space, that's when the video slowed down, and a green streak was shown zipping over the other students. That green streak then exited the tunnel a split second later, revealing itself to be Izuku Midoriya. Once he cleared the tunnel, he smashed through the oncoming 3-pointers effortlessly. After that, he came upon a 0-pointer and then leapt into the air, punching straight through its chest. A few seconds later, he came shooting out of its back and landed on the ground before taking off running again. When he started running, the 0-pointer blew up into pieces, scattering its parts all over the path. The camera then switches to the 2nd obstacle of the race, where Midoriya easily jumped from pillar to pillar, clearing the chasm in less than a minute. When he finally made it to the minefield, the greenhead stopped to assess the situation. You could then see the green-haired boy close his eyes and start hopping into the field, steadily avoiding the mines. He made clear and precise jumps, making sure he never landed on one of the explosives until he got to the end. Once there, he leapt over the last section, clearing the field, and ran into the tunnel, securing his 1st-place victory. Todoroki then said to himself, "When I was dealing with the 0-pointer, Present Mike had made the announcement that Midoriya won, but no one could hear due to all of the fighting going on." Bakugo started to foam at the mouth with anger, thinking to himself, "I never even saw him get past me. Damn it, he beat me again." He then let off an explosion which scared any nearby students that were trying to catch their breath. Once the last participant returned to the stadium, Midnight went over the details for the next round. Like in canon, Ojiro and Shota dropped out and were replaced by Shiozaki and Tetsu. After Midoriya got turned down by Ida, who joined Todoroki's team, he saw that Yaoyorozu had also decided to team up with the half-hot, half-cold student. Judging from the look she was giving, Izuku took this as a sign that she was still mad, but he didn't let that stop him from moving forward. He then heard an unfamiliar voice say, "Hey, you in 1st place. Team up with me, and I'll let you use all of my cute babies." Midoriya, not knowing what she meant by that, then saw her pull out a case filled with her support items. She then introduced herself. "I'm Mei Hatsum, soon to be the greatest inventor in the world." She then displayed all types of different useful equipment, but what caught his eye was her jetpack. Hatsum then said, "Oh, I see you got your eye on my jetpack, baby." Izuku then said as he thoroughly examined the device, "Yes, it reminds me of the one Airjet has. Have you thought about replacing the copper wires with poly-coated aluminum ones? That would reduce the chance of overheating and bring your cost down." He then put the jetpack back in the case before saying, "Your inventions are amazing, and I'm looking forward to seeing you become the greatest inventor one day." This made Hatsum pause, then lift her goggles up to stare at the boy. Izuku stared back and noticed the crosshairs in her eyes, figuring that it was a part of her quirk. Uraraka then spoke. "Hey, are you okay?" Hatsum then shook herself out of her trance before asking the green-haired boy, "What is your name again?" Midoriya then replied, "I'm sorry about that, I'm Izuku Midoriya of Class 1A. Hatsum then repeated. Izuku Midoriya, for now on I'll be your sole support item provider. Let's show the world my babies together. Midoriya just scratched the back of his head before saying, Sure, why not? Uraraka then said to herself, I wonder if they even realize that I'm still here. Once all that was settled, Midoriya then thought about who could replace Ida as their horse for the cavalry battle. He then saw the perfect person for the job and made his way towards them. While that was going on, Kendo was giving her team a pep talk when she overheard a purple-haired boy talking to some other students like they were animals. Not wanting to let that distract her, she decided to address it later. Bakugo was telling his team over and over again, no matter what happens, we're going to kill Deku and take his 10 million points. Then we're going to kill him again and again. Kirishima then replied to his partner's rants. Aren't you going a little too far with this? Bakugo gave the redhead a death glare, which made Kirishima say, Maybe we could kill him a little bit, I guess. With everyone saddled up and ready for the battle, most of the competitors had their eye on the first-place winner. With his team finally complete, Izuku sat upon the back of Tokoyami with Hatsum and Uraraka on his sides. As Midnight prepared to wave the starting flag, Midoriya spoke to his team. Remember the plan, everyone, and we should come out on top. Everyone nodded, then braced themselves right before Midnight announced, Let the cavalry battle begin. Immediately when the battle began, Tokoyami released Dark Shadow. The creature then dug its claw into the ground behind the group. This created a brace for what Midoriya had planned. Once Dark Shadow said ready, Izuku powered up one for all to 35%. As all the approaching teams got within range, he fired off his attack. Detroit Smash. This caused Todoroki to defend his team with a wall of ice. Bakugo had Kirishima anchor himself to the ground while Zero used tape to reinforce the four. For the rest of the teams, they struggled to stay on their feet as the air pressure from the attack hit them like a truck. A large dust cloud was formed and everyone watching the battle couldn't see a thing. A few minutes later, Team Midoriya came flying out of the dust cloud, floating above the other students. Next thing everyone saw is what looked like an explosion go off, dispersing the huge cloud that covered the field. Once all of the other teams that were still on the ground could finally see, 5 teams had realized that their headbands had been stolen. Team Todoroki, still having their points, looked up to see Team Midoriya floating above everyone else. Seeing this as their chance, the Class 1B students started making their move. Nido Minoma, the copy quirk user, decided to take the points off of Team Bakugo. He would later learn that this was a mistake. As Team Bakugo took off to get their points back, Team Midoriya started descending back to the ground. Right before landing, Izuku's danger sense went off and called for Tokoyami to defend the attack coming from Jiro. Midoriya then told his classmate, You gotta be quicker than that. Team Midoriya then saw a set of flying horns heading in their direction. Midoriya stuck out both of his hands, preparing to flick his fingers. He then released a Delaware Smash, sending the horns crashing into the ground, negating the attack. Once the coast was clear, they took off running. As they tried to blast off again, a projectile came out of nowhere and hit the jetpack. Once Midoriya noticed 2 more projectiles were fired at them, this time hitting the Hoover boots, clipping their metaphorical wings. Spotting where the shots were coming from, they saw Team Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, and Kaminari with slingshots in their hands. Todoroki then created a wall of ice around the 2 teams and cut them off from the rest of the players. Todoroki then spoke. I hope you had fun being in first place for a little while, but I'll be taking that headband now. Midoriya then smiled before saying, Is that right? Well, I guess you're in for a disappointment. Team Midoriya then got ready for the battle to keep their points. Izuku started analyzing his opponents to come up with a strategy. Realizing that if it comes down to who's faster, Tokoyami definitely couldn't outrun Ida, which left him with no choice but to keep the other teams at bay until time was up. Ida then took off in their direction, following Todoroki's orders. In response, Izuku fired off a Delaware Smash, pushing Ida back and nearly knocking Yaoyorozu off as a result. Tokoyami took off running, trying to get to the other side, when Team Bakugo came blasting through a section in the wall of ice. Now Team Midoriya was in a 3-way standoff with the 2 people who wanted to beat him the most. With his back against the wall and 1 minute left, it looked like they had no choice but to fight. Bakugo then said, I finally found you, DKU. Todoroki then spoke. You'll have to wait in line, Bakugo, cause those points are coming with me. Midoriya then said, "I'll just wait outside while you guys work this out." Midoriya then punched the wall of ice behind him, shattering it into pieces, and this created a snowy mist that disguised their getaway. As they made their way through the mist, the team felt safe, seeing as though the time was almost up when Team Todoroki came whizzing by them at breakneck speeds, snatching Team Midoriya's headband in the process. With a look of shock and confusion, Midoriya asked, "What was that?" Ida then replied to the boy, "I told you, Midoriya, that I had something special for you in this competition. My trump card is what secured our victory today." Todoroki, even surprised by Ida's speed, took a few moments to gather his thoughts before raising his hand in victory and saying, "I told you, Midoriya, that these points were coming with me." Team Bakugo, following Team Todoroki, came shooting out of the same hole. Bakugo then screamed out, "Who's got the points?" That's when a whistle blew, signaling that the cavalry battle was over. Midoriya then hopped down off of Tokoyami's back and spoke. "Hey Todoroki, were you talking about these points?" Shoto then saw Midoriya twirling the 10 million point headband around his finger. This made him look at the one in his own hand, realizing it was only worth 90 points. Izuku then spoke again. "Remember in the beginning of the battle when I launched my attack that covered the field in dust? I took that opportunity to grab a few extra headbands while everyone couldn't see. So, when I jumped through your ice wall a minute ago, that's when I swapped out the 10 million point headband with the one in your hand." Being angered by this, the half-hot, half-cold teen's flames started protruding from his left side. But he stopped them once he saw what he had accidentally done. Chapter 6. Fated Rivals. Now that the cavalry battle has concluded, Hatsum is looking over the damage done to her inventions. Excited by the chance to work on them all over again, she just sat there with a smile. That's when Midoriya walked up to her and said, "Sorry about your boots and the jetpack. When this is over, I can come by the support studio and help you repair them if you'd like." Hatsum just then felt warm, and her face gained a small blush. Noticing this, Midoriya asked, "Hey, you're looking warm, are you hot? Would you like something to drink?" Hatsum turned around now with her back facing Izuku. She replied, "No, I'm fine, just happy my babies weren't completely destroyed." Midoriya then said with a smile, "Okay. Good to know, I'll see you later and good luck in the next round." Izuku walked off, leaving Hatsum puzzled with an unfamiliar feeling plaguing her mind. When Midoriya made his way through the crowd of the other participants, Todoroki pulled him to the side and asked to meet privately to discuss something. He agreed, then went to talk with Uraraka. When she was in his sight, someone congratulated him. "Nice job securing your victory. That must be one powerful quirk you have there." Midoriya turned around to see the purple-haired boy who was standing outside of Class 1A a couple weeks ago. Right before he responded to Shinso, someone snuck up on Midoriya, then covered his mouth. "Don't say anything to that guy." From out the corner of Midoriya's eye, he could see it was Ojiro who stopped him from talking. Seeing this, Shinso smirked as he walked away. Ojiro then said, "Come with me." President Mike's voice came on the loudspeaker to announce the matchups for the last event. The one-on-one fights were usually how the sports festival would conclude and one of the most anticipated parts of the day. In a secluded hallway away from prying eyes, Izuku finds himself standing across from Shoto, who requested this talk. Midoriya broke the ice first. "So what is this about? I'm pretty sure we established that you don't like miso." Todoroki finally spoke. "I have to apologize to you." This caught Izuku by surprise, but he stayed silent to see where this was going. "Back there when I realized you swapped out the headbands, I almost let my anger get to me and I started to use my flames. I swore I would never use them in spite of my father. Do you know what a quirk marriage is?" Once Todoroki filled Midoriya in on his past, he used this gap in the conversation to say something. "I understand where you're coming from, but one thing doesn't make sense to me." Todoroki, curious about his next words, looked on patiently. "It's clear that you want nothing to do with your father's rivalry with All Might, but you decided to take the frustrations that you have for him out on everyone else. That's not a healthy way to go about things." Todoroki was perplexed by the green-haired boy's reply, but before he could say anything else, Midoriya started walking off while saying, "If that's the way you want to live your life, holding on to all that anger towards your father is fine with me, but it's just going to hinder you in the end." Just because your father is a jerk who uses fire doesn't make you a jerk because you have similar abilities. As the boy exited the tunnel, Todoroki couldn't help but think hard at his words before walking off. While heading to get himself something to eat, Midoriya came across Bakugo hiding in a nearby corner. When he walked past him, he said, "I guess that's your thing now, huh? Waiting for people in hidden locations. Did you hear everything you needed, or were you looking for more?" The blonde didn't respond due to him never expecting to be seen. Midoriya kept his pace to the lunch hall. Some people decided to rest before the last round and others would prepare as best they could. Now that the matches have been decided, the first match between Shinso and Midoriya was underway. As Izuku walked out of the student's box, he looked to see if Yaoyorozu was going to wish him luck at least, but she wasn't around. Uraraka, seeing Midoriya with a face of slight disappointment, said while giving him a thumbs up, "Good luck, Deku." He smiled, then took off towards the ring. As the two students approached, the audience chanted words of encouragement and showed much excitement. This overwhelming feeling of being in a tournament for survival was an odd sensation, but fear never entered his mind. Now that they had entered the ring and they were both introduced, Midnight announced, "Let the first match begin." Izuku got into a fighting stance while Shinso started going through with his plan. "What did that monkey tell you earlier? Did he tell you how weak he was and how he couldn't cut it in the competition anymore? Geez. He just kept going on and on about his pride. It made me want to throw up." His words upset Izuku and made him forget about his conversation with Ojiro. Midoriya then said, "Don't talk about my clasm." "Got you," Shinso said. "Now walk out of the ring so I can secure my win." Midoriya had no control over his body, then started walking, but in his mind, he was experiencing something new. Izuku found himself inside his mind in front of a table shaped like a star. It had 8 points with a chair next to each one of them. They were all labeled 1 through 8 and 3 of the seats were empty. The empty seats were marked 2, 3, and 8. There was a bald-headed man with goggles sitting at the section marked 5 who spoke first. "Hey kid, long time no see. How are you doing?" Midoriya then replied, "Hey, I remember you, you're Daigoro Banjo, wait." Izuku then looked down to see that this time he had a mouth he could use to communicate. Last time this happened, he only had a portion of his head which allowed him to see, but that was pretty much it. Now that he's returned, he had the top half of his body, but he was missing his legs. The woman sitting in the chair marked 7 said something to the puzzled boy. "I know you're wondering where the rest of you are, but look at it like this. You are a physical manifestation of how much 1 for all you can control. Since you mastered 50% of it, you get just 50% of your body. At least it was the top half and not the bottom one. That would make this conversation very awkward, don't you agree?" The boy shook his head and agreed with the statement. Everyone then started introducing themselves. In the chair marked by a 1, the man spoke. "I'm Yoichi Shigaraki." Next was the man in the 4th chair. "I'm Hikage Shinomori." The man in the 5th chair then said, "We've already met, of course." The 6th then replied, "I'm En." Not expecting his introduction to be that short, Izuku waved before the next person spoke. "I'm Nana Shimura, and I'm who passed the quirk on to your master Toshinori." Izuku's eyes widened at that statement before he said, "He's mentioned you to me before, but..." That's when he was cut off by Nana saying, "Look kid, we'll have plenty of time to get acquainted, but you're gonna lose this match if we don't do something to help. We have a lot to tell you later, but we'll be guiding you for now on and helping you master your new powers. Stay vigilant because we'll be talking real soon." The audience cried out as they saw this competition's leader appear to be defeated so easily in the first round of the one-on-one fights. His classmates were confused and shouting for him to stop walking and fight back. That's when all of a sudden Midoriya's hand moved, causing an intense wind pressure to rattle the ring along with a nearby section of the stadium. This woke Midoriya up and out of Shinso's trance. Seeing this made the purple-haired boy panic. He then said, "How did you do that? No one has ever broken out of my brain control." Disorientated by what just happened, everything came back to Midoriya, and he turned around to his opponent. Now getting a grasp of the situation, he darted at Shinso without a second thought. Shinso swung but missed as Midoriya ducked out of the way of his punch. Shinso then tried to kick the boy, but he missed again. Midoriya then swept Shinso's legs from under him, then kicked him out of the ring. Shinso flew onto the ground, landing out of bounds. Midnight then yelled out. It looked like Midoriya was going to lose this one, but he turned it around and is now going on to the next round. Feeling defeated in more ways than just one, Shinso stood up and then said, "It must be nice having such a powerful and likable quirk. No one thinks you're a villain when you tell them about it." Midoriya raised an eyebrow before he jumped down to where Shinso was to reply. "You think getting to where I am today was easy? You have no idea what I went through to gain control over my quirk. How could you possibly understand?" Midoriya then shook his head in frustration. "Look up there." Midoriya then pointed to his teacher, Mr. Aizawa, up in the announcer booth before saying, "That man has no physical enhancement quirk whatsoever, and yet he is regarded as one of the most feared underground pro heroes. Do you think he got that way from comparing himself to everyone else, or was it him working hard at mastering his quirk to become a great hero?" His words silenced the purple-haired boy and made him really think about how he'd been blaming everyone else for his shortcomings. Midoriya then walked off and spoke. "Maybe I could help you train in the future if you'd like to, but either way, I'll catch you later." The green-haired boy then walked back to his classes section, and Shinso just stood there thinking to himself, "Who is this guy? And why would he want to help me after what I did? Could he really be that nice, or is it all an act?" He was so confused and had a lot of thinking to do after all of this new information. Izuku bumped into All Might in the hall on his way back to his seat. "You did it, kid. It was touch and go in the beginning there, but you won in the end." Midoriya scratched the back of his head sheepishly while thanking All Might. He donned a more serious look before he said, "Can we talk somewhere in private? Something happened with One for All." Once the second match ended, Zero didn't like all the attention he was getting for losing his match so quickly. After making it back to his seat, Midoriya caught the tail end of Kaminari's loss to Shiozaki. Once he took his seat, he was able to catch what turned out to be a presentation orchestrated by Hatsum. She used her match with Ida to show off her inventions to all the pros in the stands and inadvertently humiliate Ida in the process. Oyoma's match with Ishido was one-sided after she melted his belt, which led to Yaoyorozu's match with Tokoyami. When the match began, Tokoyami immediately sent Dark Shadow in after Momo, but she dodged out of the way and created a bow staff. She used it to beat the creature back, but he was proving to be formidable. Switching tactics, she created a shield to defend her as she made her way towards Tokoyami. Dark Shadow then started attacking relentlessly, slamming his fist into the shield over and over again. The pain from his attack started weakening Momo's grip on the shield. His next attack ended up shattering the shield, leaving Yaoyorozu wide open. She went to create another one to block the next attack, but it was too late. Tokoyami had managed to knock his opponent out of the ring, and Momo lost her match. When she looked up, Tokoyami had his hand stuck out towards her, offering to help her stand. She took it, then the two bowed to one another before leaving the ring. Although she didn't show it, this loss affected Yaoyorozu. Having felt like she was a disappointment, she entered the tunnel looking for a quiet place to sob. That's when she came across someone she had been mad at for over a week now. Midoriya, eyeing his friend coming down the hall, noticed that she was about to walk past him. He then spoke. "I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but I'm proud of you." She stopped walking and turned to the boy. Izuku slowly caught up to where she was. "You did great out there. Even though Tokoyami won, you displayed your talents with immense skill. You probably feel like you could have done more, but you shouldn't put that much pressure on yourself. It's a dangerous way of thinking, and it could do more harm than good. I know you'll get M next year, so just remember it's only been a few months since school started and we've accomplished a lot. I know you want to be by yourself right now, so I'll go, and by the way, I'm sorry about what I said." Momo then focused hard on what the boy said next. "I know my statement came off really bad, but for my training I had to literally pull a semi-truck without using my quirk, then run 100 kilometers back to back. I never meant to imply you couldn't do that too, I just didn't want you to get hurt, that's all." Midoriya then left Momo alone so she could be by herself as she planned, but she was stuck on the boy's words he left her with. In the next match, watching Kirishima and Tetsu punching each other became a bit redundant until they knocked one another out cold. This led to a match no one saw coming, and at the same time no one wanted to miss. When Uraraka entered the ring to face Bakugo, Midoriya couldn't help but fear for his friend, because the explosive user was ruthless at times. In the end, Uraraka had Bakugo in a corner, but his raw power shattered any hopes of her winning their match. President Mike then said. The first fight for the second round is going to be intense. We have the one-shot king himself, the son of the number 2 hero Shoto Todoroki, who'll be taking on the lean green fighting machine who came out of nowhere this year attempting to steal the show Izuku Midoriya. The crowd erupted in applause, cheering for both competitors as they entered onto the fighting stage. You could feel the animosity in the air and neither one was going to back down. Midnight then said, "Are both competitors ready?" The two got into their respective stances before the hero cracked her whip, signaling the fight to start. Todoroki took no chances and created the largest ice structure he could manage, capturing Midoriya in it. The crowd grew silent, believing that was it for the green-haired boy. Midnight then looked over to the ice looking for any signs of the other boy, but it was too dense to tell. She went to call the match when suddenly the front half of the mountain exploded, shooting ice everywhere and temporarily blinding the audience as Midoriya came shooting out the fog like a bullet aiming for Todoroki. The one-for-all user was just a few feet from the half-hot, half-cold teen, which left him with no choice but the block. Although he was able to defend, the punch was too powerful and it sent him careening into a wall of ice. The crowd roared at this amazing feat of strength and speed. Izuku, on the other hand, was trying his best to not show how cold he really was. Talking to himself in his head, hoping for a response from one of the vestiges of One for All. "I could really use a heat quirk if one of you guys has one right about now." But he received no response. Feeling like he lost the connection, he went back to focusing on the fight. Pain radiated along Shoto's side from the impact into the ice, and his forearms were still sore from defending that attack. This put a huge pressure on the boy, seeing as though he won't be able to keep up with his speed. He then thought, "I need a way to slow him down because if he gets close it's over for me." The heterochromatic teen then shot walls of ice at Midoriya, trying to knock him off balance. This made Midoriya have to dodge consistently while looking for an opening on his opponent. When Midoriya leapt into the air, Shoto took advantage of one of his blind spots and tried attacking him from behind. He used his ice to freeze one of his legs, but before it could capture the rest of him, he was able to get away. He landed on the leg that wasn't encased in ice, but his danger sense went off almost immediately. Todoroki was able to sneak up on the one-for-all user and land a hit of his own, but Midoriya turned around and returned the blow. Midoriya used the leg encased in ice to kick Todoroki in the face, freeing his leg in the process. Now that both teens were down, Midnight called out, "Both fighters are down, and it looks like maybe out for." That's when both boys started moving and standing to their feet. Midoriya had a bruise on his face from the hit landed by Todoroki, along with some numbness from the ice on his shoulders and arm. He was able to shatter the ice with a punch, but he was still a little disorientated. Todoroki, on the other hand, had frost covering the right side of his body. His head was ringing from the kick it received and he was sore all over. He was brought back to focus from his opponent's words. "I still don't understand why you're limiting yourself. You're endangering your life to prove a point to your father. Look at you. You're trembling, Todoroki." Shoto responded, "Stop trying to make me like him. I don't need his fire." Midoriya replied, "You idiot. Endeavor is not in this ring right now. You are. So how could it be his fire when it belongs to you?" His words dug up a memory that was buried deep in Shoto's subconscious. This realization sparked a new light inside of him. What happened next shocked the entire stadium. Immense flames came shooting out of Todoroki's left side. Audience members all the way in the top row could feel the heat as it protruded from his arm. This made Midoriya smile that he was able to get his classmate to throw away his poor way of thinking. When Todoroki saw this, he said, "I wouldn't be smiling if I were you. Helping your opponent is going to be the reason you lost this fight." Izuku increased his output of One for All to 50%, knowing that the next attack coming was going to be a powerful one. He got into a fighting stance, then said, "Like I said earlier, I'll never back down to you or anyone for that matter, so bring it on." President Mike then shouted, "These two are going all out now. We'll see if Todoroki's flames will cook his opponent or will Midoriya's might put an end to Todoroki's show of power." Todoroki then shot a glacier of ice at Midoriya, who in turn blitzed the attack entirely as he made his approach. When he got closer, Todoroki thought to himself, "I see why everyone follows him now. Thank you, Midoriya." He then released his flames, which started a chemical reaction when the cool air got heated so quickly, causing a huge explosion. Midnight and Cementos were too late in stopping the pair, and the attack sent them both flying away from the ring. The crowd was in shock, especially the Class 1A students. Denki said. That's so unfair. How do you compete with something like that? Shoji replied. I didn't know these two were capable of this. Bakugo tried not to seem impressed, but he was unaware of what his classmates' full capabilities are. He focused on the match solely looking for weaknesses to exploit. As the debris settled and everyone could finally see what was left of the ring, we found Midoriya standing near the edge of the stage with the top half of his P uniform burned off and breathing heavily. Todoroki was spotted on the ground outside of the ring, knocked out cold. Midnight announced, signaling a winner. Shoto Todoroki is out of the ring. Izuku Midoriya is going on to the next round. Applause flooded the stadium as Izuku went to the side of his opponent. He waited there until the medical robots came to pick him up, and he followed them to the nurse's office. Momo sat in amazement at the display in front of her, but once she saw how damaged Midoriya looked, she grew concerned. When the match came to its conclusion, her face lit up in excitement when she saw her friend standing in victory. His words started replaying in her head as she looked at his bruises. I'm proud of you. I didn't want you getting hurt. I know you're strong. She thought to herself how things would have turned out for her if she took on that attack like he did. She thought about what type of training it would take to survive a blast like that, then she looked at him again. Admiration filled her heart and soul for the green-haired boy, and now that the match was over, she wanted to check on him. When she made it to the nurse's office, she discovered that Hatsum was there with measuring tape and a notepad touching her friend. She didn't know why, but seeing this made her feel uneasy. Midoriya then spotted Momo staring, then said to her, Yaoyorozu, is everything okay? Momo nodded her head before saying, Yes, I just wanted to make sure that you were fine, but it seems like you're busy. I'll come back later. Hatsum then interrupted her by saying, No need, I have all the measurements I've come for. Hatsum then walked off, leaving the two by themselves. Izuku broke the silence. So, how are you doing? Momo raised an eyebrow to that, then said, I should be asking you that. After getting hit with Todoroki's fire, I'm surprised you weren't burnt up. Midoriya chuckled at that, scratching the back of his head and put his finger to his chin. I knew that his fire was coming, so I made sure once he released his flames, I was close enough that I could land an attack. Unfortunately, I was still hit by some of his fire, but it paid off in the end. Yaoyorozu didn't know whether to call that genius or just plain stupid, so she just shook her head and spoke. Only you would think running into a flamethrower sounded like a good idea. They both laughed at that, then Momo asked, When did Uraraka and Ida get so close? I see them together a lot lately. Midoriya responded, They've gotten closer every day since the entrance exam from what I've noticed. Yaoyorozu was about to say something before they both heard Todoroki, who was recovering one bed over, started to wake up. He grunted as he sat up, then looked over to his classmates. Midoriya then spoke. How are you feeling? Todoroki responded. Not bad considering everything that happened. Midoriya then hopped down from the bed and walked over to Todoroki before extending his fist towards him. Todoroki looked at the boy's fist, then back at him before he heard, I look forward to our rematch. This made Shoto grin, then return the fist bump before saying, Yeah, me too. While this was going on, Tokoyami had defeated Ishido in the current match, which led to Ida facing Midoriya in the next round, but when Ida took off full speed running at Midoriya, the green-haired boy took advantage of his opponent's speed, and as soon as he got near him, he jumped directly above Ida. This caught Ida off guard because before he could turn around, he was hit in the back from one of Izuku's Delaware smashes, using his momentum to carry him right out of the ring. Feeling embarrassed after his loss, Ida couldn't help but smile when his friend said, I saw your strategy coming, that's how I was able to counter it so quickly. I believe with a little versatility you'll be an unstoppable rival in the future. The two shook hands and made their way back to the seats. It was a one-sided fight as Bakugo used his explosions to wear down Dark Shadow, causing Tokoyami to submit, which put Bakugo up against Midoriya in the last round. Present Mike said, These two have made it all the way to the finals and are gonna go all out, I'm sure of it. Looking up in the stands, seeing his friends cheer him on made Izuku think of how far he's come. Just a year ago he was training in hopes on making it into UA. Now he's standing in an arena that he watched for years on TV as a finalist in the UA Sports Festival. He couldn't ask for much more. His opponent, on the other hand, was excited for a whole other reason. Bakugo was stretching and limbering up. Internally, he could not wait to finally have a chance to defeat his former friend. The two boys met in the middle of the ring and locked eyes, neither breaking contact until midnight told them so. Uraraka tried to focus on the match, but she was concerned about Ida, who had to leave due to a family emergency. Yaoyorozu, who was sitting beside her, saw this, then put a hand on her shoulder and said, "I'm pretty sure he'll be okay. No need to worry about something you can't control." This made Achako smile and put her focus back on the match. As midnight started to announce the start of the fight, Bakugo said, "You're finally gonna pay for everything you've done to me, and my win will be broadcasted to the world." Hearing this, Midoriya didn't say a word and just kept focusing on his opponent. Midnight then said, "Begin." The two boys launched at each other, Bakugo using his explosions and Midoriya using 30% of One for All. They collided and locked hands with each other, trying to push the other back. That's when Izuku's hands started to heat up and he was feeling pain. Knowing what his opponent was trying to do, he jumped up, planting his feet into Bakugo's chest, using him as a springboard to avoid the blast. After the explosion went off, the two retreated to opposite sides of the ring, nursing their wounds. Izuku's hands were burned and Katsuki felt like he might have a broken rib, but it wasn't going to stop them from going on. While Bakugo took his time recovering, Midoriya ripped off strips of his shirt to make bandages for his hands. Once he was done, he activated his quirk and dashed at his foe. Seeing this, Bakugo did the same, but at the last second, he changed direction with a precise blast. Once out of the green head sight, he let off a huge explosion, landing a hit on the boy, or so he thought. When the dust cleared, his foe was nowhere to be seen, which made him look up. He spotted the green-haired boy coming his direction, attempting to land an axe kick on him, but narrowly missed. When Midoriya hit the ground, he rolled out of the way from another oncoming explosion and returned fire with a Delaware smash, knocking Bakugo back. Seeing this as an opening, Midoriya darted towards the boy, trying to finish the fight, when Bakugo blinded him with a new move. Stun Grenade. As he yelled those words, a sun-like glow illuminated from his palms, blinding anyone who made direct eye contact with it. While Midoriya was temporarily blinded, Bakugo used this time to land a series of blows that brought his opponent to his knees. As he towered over him, striking him with countless punches, he said, "You're nothing but a weakling. The scum that I scrape off of my boots. Just pathetic." Just when he was going to say another word, Midoriya jabbed Bakugo so hard in the face that he flew back, holding his entire head. With his eyes still closed, the greenhead stood to his feet. His nose was bloody, and lip was busted with a swollen left eye. Even though he looked worse for wear, he was standing as if nothing was wrong. Bakugo was in agonizing pain from his foe's attack, but made it to his feet. Midoriya got into his fighting stance and awaited the blonde's next move. When Bakugo jumped into the air and tried hitting Midoriya with his attack, the boy dodged out of the way and landed a counter blow to his ribs. Bakugo would continuously swing and miss while his opponent was dodging and landing counter strikes. Frustrated with this, Bakugo set off an explosion in his hand, then said, "Stop running from me and fight. You say you're not scared, but you're always running away. I'll never respect a worm that has to blindside his opponent, then runs like a coward." This resonated with Midoriya and made him really think about his former friend's words. "So Kaken really feels cheated that I landed a punch on him when we were kids, and he's held on to that ever since." This gave the One for All user an idea that would satisfy everyone. The boy then spoke. "Okay, then let's see what you got. I'm coming at you with everything I have then." Bakugo replied with, "Fine, but don't blame me when I blast you into pieces as a result." Midoriya then charged up One for All, causing shock waves to emanate from his body, shaking the ring and part of the stadium. Seeing this, Bakugo leapt into the air, propelling himself with explosions in a circular motion. This turned him into a human tornado ready to attack. As the two ran at each other, the crowd was on the edge of their seats, not knowing who the victor would be. Midoriya then yelled, "Detroit Smash!" while Bakugo at the same time said, "Howitzer Impact!" The attacks collided, causing a huge explosion of debris, smoke, and wind. The arena grew silent, awaiting the results of the blast. When the dust started to settle, you could clearly see Bakugo standing in the ring, but his opponent was nowhere to be found. Once more of the smoke dispersed, everyone gasped as they saw Izuku laying outside of the ring, unconscious on his back. Seeing this, Midnight made the announcement. Izuku Midoriya is out of bounds. Katsuki Bakugo is the winner of the UA Sports Festival. The crowd went crazy, and the stadium rang out in applause for the blonde boy. Bakugo then stuck his hands out in victory while saying, "I told you I was better than you, you're still just a weak nerd. I'm the best. That's right, me. I'm the—" As he celebrated, a voice followed by the sound of clapping came out of nowhere. He looked over to see his former friend standing there outside of the rings looking at him with a smile on his face. Midoriya then spoke. "Congratulations, and you were right, I shouldn't have sucker punched you back then. I should have faced you like a man. So, I decided I'll pay you back by losing this match, now we're even." The green-haired boy then turned around and started walking towards the nearest exit, leaving Bakugo fuming from this revelation. "Get back here and face me, you damn nerd. Finish the fight, don't cheat me out of it." That's when Midnight's quirk filled the stage, causing the boy to pass out mid-sentence and land on the ground. Chapter 7. Student Internships. I've come up against a lot of scary situations during my time of being a hero. I faced a villain who had multiple devastating quirks, a man with arms made out of chainsaws, and a guy who spit toxic waste at a high velocity. Even after all of that, I don't believe any of it was as frightening as this young man's face. These were the thoughts of All Might as he stood in front of a feral-looking Katsuki Bakugo, who had to be chained up and gagged due to his outrage from his opponent letting him win. This sight will haunt his dreams for a while, but now that the sports festival is over, the students can take a well-deserved break. Having a couple days off allowed Izuku to catch up on some sleep and surveillance he'd been missing out on. After sleeping through most of the day and talking with his mother, Izuku was wide awake for another night of tracking down his target. About an hour and a half into his stakeout, he was reading over a textbook when he heard, "Is that book any good?" This made the boy jump up and nearly have a heart attack from being surprised like that. Midoriya rolled away, then stood to his feet to find out who that was. But he saw no one. Looking around the rooftop, he tried listening closely, then he heard breathing, but it was coming from behind him. Instead of turning around, he just spoke. "You're behind me, aren't you?" The voice said. "Yes." The boy slowly turned around to find out it had come from the girl he'd been searching for this whole time. She had on a gray skirt, black stockings with shoes to match, and a large gray peacoat. Her hair was covered up by a dark-colored hat, and she had a small grin on her face. "You're a little jumpy for someone who wants to be a hero, wouldn't you say?" the girl asked as she started circling the boy. He followed her movements with his eyes while holding a calm facial expression. He thought to himself, "I wonder why my danger sense didn't go off? Is it because she isn't trying to hurt me? Or does it depend on the situation?" He finally decided to respond. "Hello again. I've actually been looking for you. The first time we met was under some bad circumstances, and I wanted to help so you wouldn't have to hurt people anymore." She looked at him curiously before saying, "So that's what you've been doing up here for the past few weeks?" Izuku gave a shocked look to her before saying, "Yes, how did you know that?" The girl replied with, "I saw you a couple weeks ago before trying to break into that blood bank. I figured you were going to stop me, so I never went in." Izuku's sweat dropped at this new information, thinking to himself that he needs to work on his stealth skills to prevent this from happening in the future. She then asked, "Why do you want to help me? Aren't heroes supposed to put the bad guys in jail?" As she continued moving around the boy like a cat tiptoeing through a house, he kept his eyes on her as he answered, "Are you a bad guy?" She responded by saying, "I've done bad things and my quirk makes me do things in order to survive." Izuku then said, "You mean your quirk requires blood, right?" The girl stopped her movements, then looked at him. Her grin was gone, only to be replaced by an earnest facial expression. "I'll take that as a yes. I don't think your quirk is bad, but if you allow it to make you do bad things, people will think you're a villain or a bad guy." The girl started walking up to him, then stood directly in front of Izuku. The next thing he knew, she threw him to the ground and put her knife to his neck. Although he was worried, he kept a stoic facial expression the entire time. She looked into his eyes to see how he was going to react. Izuku then spoke. "If you wanted to go out on a date, you could have just asked." This made the girl turn her head to the side out of curiosity, and then she smiled. Hoping this was over, he decided to smile as well. The girl then put her knife away and stood up, offering the boy a hand. Once he got back to his feet, she said, "I'm Toga, Himiko Toga." She stuck her hand out to Izuku and he grabbed it before saying, "It's nice to officially meet you, Himiko Toga. I'm." Before he could say it, she cut him off and said, "Izuku Midoriya, I saw you place second in the UA Sports Festival." He almost forgot that the event was televised. This helps when it comes to your public image, but there are also drawbacks to having everyone know who you are. The two then took a seat on the air duct adjacent to where they were standing and started talking. Toga asked, "You're just a first-year student in the hero program. I figure that's why the police aren't looking for me. You didn't want to get in trouble yourself. Are you trying to be some type of vigilante or something?" Midoriya shook his head, denying those claims. "No, that's not it at all. If I told the police, they would have just locked you up for attacking that guy. I understand that you needed help that could be considered not normal. I have a friend who has helped people with your type of quirk, and I wanted you to meet them." Toga looked at him, then said, "Let me guess, they're in a psychiatric facility, and they want to give me medication to help me with my problem." Toga got up to walk away before she heard, "Actually, she's a retired pro hero and a nurse. She likes hitting me in the head and always has candy for her patients." This made the girl stop and turn to face the boy as she said, "That guy wasn't the only one you know. He probably won't be the last." Midoriya then stood up and crossed his arms before saying, "No one's perfect and I don't believe you had any intentions on hurting them, but I do know that your cravings can cause erratic behavior. Look, just take my number." The boy walked over to the blonde girl, handing her a piece of paper with his number on it. "Call me anytime. If I don't answer, I'll call you back as soon as possible." Izuku then grabbed his book and his binoculars, then started to leave. Before he made his exit, he said one more thing. "I hope we get a chance to talk again. I'd really like to get to know you. Maybe without your knife this time." He waved, then jumped off of the roof, leaving Toga with a smile on her face. She then looked at the piece of paper and thought, when did he have time to write his number down? He must have planned that from the start when he finally ran into me. The girl then thought about seeing if he'll let her drink some more of his blood. She didn't want to cut him like the others because he would die. It was something about the way his blood kept her cravings down longer than anyone else's had. The plasma he held was the richest she ever tasted, and it lasted for almost a month compared to the others she drank in the past. She then took off into the night, still thinking about the green-haired boy. 2 days later, the students of Class 1A sat eagerly by as Mr. Aizawa gave out the results of all the recruitment offers for internships. In first place was Izuku Midoriya, 3,825. Shoto Todoroki, 2,742. Katsuki Bakugo, 1,109. Fumikage Tokoyami, 829. Tenya Ida, 653. Momo Yaoyorozu, 489. Ijiro Kirishima, 112. Mina Ishido, 56. Ichako Uraraka, 23. Yuga Aoyama, 11. This made the class yell out their opinions of the results all simultaneously, causing Eraserhead to activate his quirk, silencing the teens almost immediately. "Now that you've calmed down, just because you didn't receive an offer doesn't mean you aren't going to be participating. Everyone will be assigned to a pro hero for their internships for a week and get some real experience out in the field." The class cheered in excitement until brought up that there will be a new course coming up today. Everyone scratched their head when he used the word hero informatics, which turned out to be a fancy way of saying hero names according to Midnight. She entered the classroom shortly after the discussion began and soon after the students started choosing their names. Once it came down to the last 3 students, Izuku was up next. He hadn't given it much thought, seeing as though it hadn't really crossed his mind. He sat there thinking to himself what name he was going to choose, and some memories started popping up as he thought more about it. "What is your name?" "I'm Deku." "Well, I see you're living up to your dreams, Deku. I see you're still saving people. I'll see you tomorrow, Deku." He then started writing on his board before approaching the podium. When he displayed his name, the class gasped at what they saw. Kirishima then said aloud, "Midoriya, are you sure about that?" Izuku nodded, then smiled. This name was made to insult me, but it's how I was introduced to someone special in my life. For now, on Deku is the name of a hero. Bakugo looked out the corner of his eye as the green-haired boy spoke. Yaoyorozu couldn't help but hang on to the boy's words, reminding her of how they met and what that name has meant to her. Once Midnight realized that Bakugo was not going to change his mind of having the word murder in his hero name, she moved on to Ida, who just decided to go with his first name. Midoriya tried talking to him, but Ida just gave him a generic response in order to shed worry from his friends' minds. Izuku decided to keep a close eye on his friend because of this. He knows that what happened to his brother is bothering him a lot more than he's showing. He'll have Uraraka keep tabs on him as best she could, so that he doesn't do anything he'd regret. On his way to meet up with Momo, Izuku saw Todoroki in the hall, and he tapped him on the shoulder before saying, "Hey Todoroki, who are you interning with?" Todoroki responded to the question with his usual demeanor. "I've decided to intern with my father. I didn't want to originally, but as the number 2 hero, his experience will benefit me greatly." Izuku nodded, then said, "Well, if you need anything, I'm just a phone call away. I'm actually more concerned about Ida at this point." Todoroki remembered seeing the news report of what happened to Ingenium while he was in the hospital visiting his mother. He then gave a look of concern before saying, "What do you think he'll do?" Midoriya grabbed his chin, then started to ponder. "I'm not sure, but I know he's angry and blinded by rage. He'll need someone to be there and stop him from possibly doing something stupid." Todoroki agreed before saying, "What did you have in mind?" The two then talked about how to help their classmate and came up with a plan to make it happen. Later on, as Momo and Izuku were in the library, the pair were sifting through Hero Agency's invites, trying to find the best one for the creation user to choose. Yaoyorozu scratched her head in frustration before she exclaimed, "This is a lot harder than I thought." She then let out a loud sigh before saying, "Who did you choose?" Izuku then sat up to look at his friend before saying, "Gran Torino. He taught here when All Might was a student and suggested he would be a great pro to intern with." "Gran Torino, I haven't heard of him before. He must not have been a popular hero," Yaoyorozu stated as she tapped her chin in deep thought. Izuku then said, "I've heard of him being mentioned on a few message boards before, and I'm curious to hear about what All Might was like as a student." Momo laughed, then said, "Always such a fanboy, especially when it comes to All Might." Midoriya shrugged his shoulders, and they both laughed in agreement at the girl's words. The following week, Izuku is standing in his living room with his bags in his hands as his mother says, "Do you have everything?" Izuku replied, "Yes. I packed everything last night and I sent you all of the information of where I'll be interning." Inko then said, "All right, make me proud," and before she could say it, her son cut her off and finished her words. "I'll be careful, I promise. Goodbye, and I love you, Mom." Her son's words warmed her heart as he exited their apartment, heading off to his internship for the next week. She was really going to have to find a way to thank one day for training her son. Seeing as though they've only talked on the phone, she also wanted to finally meet him in person to thank him properly. After the hour-long trained ride to the Yamanashi Prefecture, Izuku found himself in front of an old apartment building that displayed the same address on his invitation. He walked up to the door, then knocked on it, and it slowly opened from being ajar. He called out before fully entering, "Hello, I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm looking for Gran Torino." As he entered the room and closed the door, his danger sense went off, causing him to jump out of the way of a high-speeding object. Once he got up, his danger sense went off again, and he back-flipped out of the way of another attack. This time he was on guard, but because of the poorly lit room, he couldn't spot his attacker. The next thing he heard is what sounded like a bullet leaving the chamber, as a flash of yellow started bouncing all over the apartment. Trying his best to keep his eyes on it proved to be difficult, so he activated his quirk, then started his pursuit. The two then began clashing in flashes of yellow and green all over the cramped space. When Midoriya thought he found an opening, he went to strike, but Gran Torino changed directions in a split second and avoided the attack. When Izuku had his back turned, the pro hero went to attack from his blind side. Feeling the blow coming, the teen ducked out of the way as the old man went flying by, but then he felt something wrap around his leg. He turned around to see the boy using some type of black rope that came from his hand. Once he saw this, he finally spoke. So, this is what Toshinori was talking about when he said one for all had multiple quirks. This made Midoriya release Black Whip and he started catching his breath before responding. So, you must be Gran Torino. It's nice to meet you, sir, and sorry about your microwave. As Gran Torino shook the boy's hand, he was puzzled by what he just said until he turned around to see what he meant. His eyes bulged out of his head comically in realization that some of his appliances got damaged during his little test. He shook his head in disappointment before he said, "It's fine, I'll make Toshinori pay for it. He is the #1 hero after all. He can't expect an old pro like me to be responsible for his protégé's damages." Once he finished his statement, he turned around and gained a more serious look with a tone to match. "While you're here, I'm gonna get you in shape like I did for your master. He was fortunate enough to possess a body that could handle one for all right off the bat." Excited to be taught by All Might's teacher, Izuku was prepared for anything he was going to throw at him. "Since one for all has evolved, we're going to have to teach you multitasking, so that you'll be able to use your other quirks in a fight." At a hero agency in JAKU City, Momo found herself standing in front of the hero agency of the #9 hero, Yoroi Musha, a pro hero who has been in the top 10 for years, all thanks to Midoriya convincing her to go here instead of choosing to go with Iwabami. As she approached the door, a man dressed in a butler outfit greeted her. "Hello, Miss Yaoyorozu. Mr. Musha is waiting for you in his study. You can leave your bags here and follow me." Momo did as he instructed and followed the well-dressed man down the hallway. There were works of modern art hanging on every wall and tapestries across from every door. As she entered the pro's study, she saw a tall, white-haired older gentleman wearing what looked like a samurai's outfit kneeling in front of a table. When the door closed behind her, she heard him speak. "Come join me, young one." Momo walked over to where he pointed and bowed before she introduced herself. "I'm Momo Yaoyorozu, and it's an honor to be chosen by such a renowned hero." He nodded before saying, "Thank you. Now do you know why I sent you an offer to intern with me?" Momo shook her head no before replying, "I haven't the foggiest idea, but I assume you saw me in the sports festival. I didn't do that well and—" Before she could say another word, Yoroi thumped his sword into the floor while it was still in its hilt. This brought Momo's attention to the man's eyes. She noticed they were orange with a speck of black. He stood up before saying, "It was the look in your eyes you had before walking out of the ring, the same look you had a second ago when you mentioned how you fared during the festival. I once carried emotions like that when I felt like I wasn't strong enough. The feeling of despair can be detrimental. Let me ask you this, do you agree with everything I've said so far?" Trying not to let the tears fall from her face, Momo looked up to the man before saying, "Yes." He then said, "Now stand." She did as she was told, then watched as he got into a battle stance. She didn't know what to do, so she prepared herself for anything at this point. Yoroi took out his sword, then a white light started to cover his body. In an instant he vanished, then Momo felt a blade placed at her neck. She turned her head to see the pro standing behind her. When she went to turn around, he disappeared again and struck the back of her leg, knocking her to the ground. She reacted this time and created a shield to block his next attack. But he predicted her movements, then kicked it out of her hand. She fell back and his sword came millimeters from the tip of her nose. Not knowing what to do next, she sat there frozen, remembering the feelings she carried after her match against Tokoyami. The pro then spoke. "Where is your head right now? Because it's not in this fight. What would have happened if I was your enemy? Do you think they're going to show you any mercy?" He sheathed his sword, then extended his hand to the raven-haired girl. Once she was back on her feet, he said, "The name of my quirk is called Battle. It enhances all of my instincts and strengths for 15 minutes. When I was in my prime, I could use it for hours, but as I got older, the time limit shrank. Because of that, I had to increase my speed to handle any situation I find myself in as quickly as possible." Learning about his quirk helped Yaoyorozu understand that even for a man his age, he could move insanely fast. "While you're with me this week, I'm going to help you overcome those fears and make you an unstoppable force to be reckoned with. Now draw your weapon and prepare yourself for battle." Momo grinned in excitement, then created a sword to match her teacher. A few days later, Izuku is in a warehouse bench pressing a bus with weights on. The pain was agonizing, and Gran Torino was relentless. "Keep it up, kid. You got 100 more of those to go." Izuku, while struggling to keep the bus from crushing him, said to himself. "Now I see where All Might gets it from." Lifting weights like this became routine, but Gran Torino also had him using his other quirks simultaneously while sparring. The fatigue came quicker than expected, but he was only allowed a short break in between sessions. On the third day, something new happened while he was sparring with the old pro. Gran Torino had the green-haired boy on the ropes, constantly moving around and attacking him where his guard was the weakest. Izuku's control of One for All had gone up to 60%, but he still wasn't able to keep up with his teacher's top speed. He was taking hits while trying to defend, growing frustrated more and more. He took another kick to the face, then fell back. Once he saw that a yellow boot was coming for him again, he wished he could vanish to safety. A voice inside of his head then called out to him saying, "Let me show you how to disappear." That's when black smoke came pouring out of his body, shrouding him in darkness. Seeing this, the pro shot up into the air, avoiding the smoke, not knowing what just happened, and said, "I didn't know you carried smoke bombs with you, kid." Black whip came shooting out of the dark cloud right at Gran Torino. He propelled himself backwards only to be met by his student striking him in the back. Detroit smash. The pro went flying into the other side of the warehouse, but before he hit the wall he recovered, then landed safely thanks to his quirk. The pro then looked over to the green-haired boy who was laid out on the floor trying to catch his breath. Izuku then picked himself up before saying, "I finally got you." He let out a small laugh before passing out. The old pro then thought to himself, "He's getting better and better each day. If he awakens any more quirks, I might be in trouble here." When Izuku fell asleep, he found himself back at the table standing in front of the previous wielders. This time a short man with black parted hair who was the sixth user of One for All was doing all the talking. "Hello again. What you just used was my quirk smokescreen. It allows you to generate clouds of smoke and obscure your enemy's vision." Once he finished speaking, smoke started pouring from his body and the room got cloudy. Izuku heard his voice say, "You have to apply the right amount of smoke so that you don't blind yourself in the process. This will also help you track your enemy's movements while they're in your smoke." Izuku then said, "How do I activate it?" And replied, "Find that same feeling you had of wanting to disappear. You'll feel it want to come out to aid you in your time of need. Hold on to what I told you and remember." As he was speaking, all of the previous wielders' eyes began glowing and their bodies started fading away before he said, "You're not alone." Once Izuku woke up from his short nap, Gran Torino made him use his new quirk until he was able to control it effortlessly. The next day, when Midoriya headed over to the warehouse for more training, Gran Torino told him that it was time for some field experience. "Get your costume, kid. We're going to Hosu to do our patrol." When the name entered his mind, it reminded him that he needed to check up on Ida, who hadn't replied to his last few texts. Hoping it meant he'd been busy at his internship and nothing else, Izuku knew there would be a good chance of running into him once they were there. On the way to the train station, Izuku texted Todoroki to see if he had heard from Ida himself. Todoroki replied, "No, he hasn't responded to me either." Izuku replied back with, "I'm on my way to Hosu for patrol, so maybe I'll run into him while I'm there." Todoroki then said, "My father and I will be patrolling there as well. I convinced him that Hosu City would be a better place for patrol experience instead of Mizudafu." Izuku replied back to that by saying, "Great, we'll have a better chance of running into him if we're both there. I'll contact you when I arrive." Todoroki just sent back, "Okay." 30 minutes into the train ride to Hosu, Izuku still couldn't get Ida to respond to any of his messages. That's when Gran Torino said, "All you kids do these days is stare at your phones. I really wish you would." That's when Izuku's danger sense went off and he felt something big coming in their direction. On instinct, he used Black Whip to grab all of the people on the right side of the train. He pulled them all away just in time for a pro to come crashing through the side of the train, being carried by a tall, lanky green creature with his brain exposed. Izuku saw it and yelled out, "NOMU." Before the boy could move, Gran Torino told him to stay put. The pro then kicked the creature out of the train and forced it to the ground. After making sure that all the civilians were safe, and the pro wasn't too injured, he leapt off the train into the city. He could see from the rooftop he landed on that the city was under attack in multiple areas. Thinking to himself, if those things are anywhere close to how strong the one was at the USJ, then the pros were going to need backup. Without giving it another thought, he ran into the city ready to help and hopefully find his friends before they got hurt. He shot off a text to Todoroki letting him know what was going on. In a random alley not too far away, the hero native finds himself on the ground bleeding from his shoulder. In front of him stands a man dressed in a black t-shirt and black pants. He has on large boots with toe and knee guards. His arms are wrapped with long bandages. There's a red scarf draped around his neck and a white mask over his face. In his hand is a katana. The blade is dripping with his blood and currently pointed at his face. The pro hero then said, "I'm going to stop you, hero killer." Stain just replied, "How could a fake like you ever stop me?" That's when a white boot came flying at Stain's face, but his reflexes were too quick, and he knocked the helmet off of his attacker. Stain looked down to see that it was just a kid wearing what looked like a hero costume that looked awfully familiar. "Hey, are you one of Ingenium's sidekicks or something?" This got Ida mad and made him hop up saying, "Don't ever say my brother's name again, you villain. I am Ingenium and I will be the one to stop you." Ida then revved up his engine before lunging at Stain, but the man was just too quick and avoided his attack while slicing Ida's arm. Ida fell back in pain before his body locked up, leaving him feeling like he was paralyzed. The boy hit the ground and saw the man licking his sword once covered in his blood. Stain then looked down to him before saying, "You're just another fake like your brother was. I thought all the heroes are supposed to help people in need and put selfish desires aside." Stain then pointed to the bleeding pro-hero sitting on the other side of the alley. Ida, still focusing on revenge, responded to that by saying, "Let him go, your fight is with me." Stain shook his head in frustration, then looked back at the boy. "Not even a licensed pro yet, and you're already throwing your life away. What a waste." Stain raised his sword to end the boy's life when he sensed something coming. As he looked up, all he saw was something green moving fast in his direction. The next thing he knew, he was struck in the face and sent flying in the opposite direction. "Detroit smash." These words were heard throughout the alley by the pro and Ida as their attacker went flying away from them. Izuku was seen standing there in his hero costume, and lightning circulated around his body in rapid movements. Izuku then spoke. "Ida, are you all right?" Ida responded, "What are you doing here, Midoriya?" Izuku then said, "What does it look like? I'm here to save you from getting yourself killed, you idiot. You're supposed to be our vice rep, and this is how you act. Once this is done, we're going to have a long discussion." While he was saying this to Ida, Midoriya was sending his location to Todoroki. Once the message went through, Izuku noticed the other person in the alley. He went over to check his condition when his danger sense went off. Dodging out of the way of a knife thrown in his direction, he looked to see Stain charging towards him. Right before his blade came down, smoke filled the alley and Stain's sword struck the ground, missing his intended target. He started waving his sword through the smoke, then was kicked in the back, which knocked him to the ground. He jumped into the air to see the teen in the green costume swinging a punch aimed at his face. He dodged the punch, then kicked the boy to the ground. Izuku defended the kick and landed on his feet. A gust of wind entered the alley, carrying most of the smoke out with it. Stain was then able to see that the smoke was coming out of his opponent. Noticing this, he decided to test the boy's worth by throwing blades at both Native and Ida, who still couldn't move. Izuku then leapt into the air, flipping over the blades and grabbing them with Black Whip. When he started to land, he sensed something coming and bounced off a nearby wall and jumped into the air. When he looked up, he saw Stain coming at him, but also 3 blades flying at him from 3 different directions. He prepared himself to take on some damage when suddenly flames came shooting from the entrance of the alley, almost hitting Stain. This made the hero killer dodge and retreat while Izuku avoided the knives entirely. Shoto came and joined Izuku, who was next to Ida. He then said, "Next time say I'm fighting the hero killer instead of just sending your location." Izuku responded, "I didn't really have the time, as you can see. We need to get that man some help before he bleeds out." Hearing this, Stain then said, "At least one of you shows signs of being a worthy hero. You'll be perfect for the new society I'm going to build. Izuku then said to the knife-wielding man. I'm pretty sure there's an easier way to show people that pro heroes should be taking their jobs seriously instead of just killing who you believe isn't worthy. Stain then said, I don't have time to waste with you brats. There are more heroes that need to be purged, and I still have to kill that other fake with the hands all over his face as well. A thought went off in the back of Midoriya's head as he remembered the attack on the USJ, and there was someone who fitted that description. That's when Stain jumped at Native, intending to end his life when Izuku used a Delaware smash to knock him back again. Once Stain was down, Izuku said to Shoto, Todoroki, when I draw him into the other end of the alley, I want you to create a wall of ice between us as tall as you could make it. Shoto looked at him with confusion plastered all over his face and said, What are you talking about? Let's fight him together. Izuku replied, Look, he's trying his best to kill Native and Ida. If we don't stop his bleeding, he'll die. Trust me, I got this. With a determined look in his eyes, Izuku stared at Shoto until he gave him an assuring nod. Stain then got back to his feet and saw several trash cans being thrown at him. He dodged some and cut the rest with his sword. That's when a large dumpster came crashing down in front of him, causing the man to jump back towards the other end of the alley. When he was about to make another move, he saw the boy in the green suit standing in front of him in a fighting stance. Stain then said, It's a shame that you don't understand what I'm trying to do by purging this world of the undeserving. That's when a large wall of ice formed directly behind the hero in training, blocking the entire alley and cutting the two off from everyone else. When Stain saw this, he said, Looks like I'm going to have to go through you to get to those fakes. Izuku smirked and then said, There's something I forgot to mention. Green lightning started popping off the boy's clothes and enveloping the alley's walls. Stain raised an eyebrow, not sure of what was happening, and said, Oh, and what was that? Izuku then told him, I was holding back. Using Black Whip to grab onto the walls and propel him behind Stain, Izuku went flying over the hero killer in an instant. Stain drew his sword and tried hitting the boy, but his blade broke as he attacked. Once he saw that his katana had shattered into pieces, he looked up to witness the boy flying at him at even greater speeds than before. Stain couldn't help but see an image of All Might coming at him as Izuku mirrored his teacher's famous attack with great precision. Detroit Smash. With 45% of 1 for all, Izuku punched Stain through the wall of ice, sending him sliding to the entrance of the alley. As Shoto nursed Native's wounds, the pro ended up falling unconscious. He felt wind and small shards of ice come flying out of the alley, followed by Stain's body. The hero killer laid lifeless on the ground, but he was still breathing. As Ida finally stood to his feet, he started walking over to the villain. Overcome with anger, he drew his hand back to strike the unconscious man, but his punch was caught by Izuku. Ida looked up to see his friend staring at him with disappointment in his eyes. The green-haired boy just sighed and said, So, this is the legacy you're going to leave behind, going to jail for attacking an unarmed man. I thought you wanted to be a hero who sought justice over revenge. Ida dropped his head in shame, realizing what he was about to do. Shoto interrupted the moment by saying, Hey, we need to contact my father and tell him what happened. Izuku's sweat dropped at that idea before saying, We're unlicensed, and if we get caught using our quirks without permission, we'll be in trouble. I have a better idea. Todoroki, first you have to melt all the ice in the alley, then I'm going to need your father's number. Taking Native's phone out of his pocket, Izuku used it to text Endeavor this message. Hero killer is near an alley on 4210, Echo Street, send help now. Once the message was sent, the three teens waited in the alley until they saw the pros approaching. When the heroes were in sight, Izuku used Black Whip to grab Shoto, and Ida then leapt to the top of the nearest building. They looked down as Endeavor, Manuel, and Gran Torino, along with some other heroes, found Stain unconscious and tied up next to Native. When they were about to leave, they saw a flying Nomu heading towards them. Izuku used Black Whip to grab the creature out of the air and hold it in place. He punched it using 60% of 1 for all, knocking it out cold. Once the creature was taken care of, Shoto encased it in ice when they got back to the ground. The teens then split up and met up with their intern hero separately as planned. When they were questioned as to their whereabouts, they each said they were helping escort civilians to safety. Gran Torino didn't believe a word of the teen's story, but he couldn't prove it otherwise at this point. Chapter 8. Final Exams. After the incident in Hosu City, Gran Torino knew that his pupil was hiding something even though he tried questioning him about it. Izuku wouldn't break. His training felt barbaric at times and made him feel like he was going to die, but it paid off in the end. Thanks to his teachings, Izuku is now able to use his quirks while in battle. It uses a lot of his stamina in the process. It took 3 more grueling days, but Izuku was finally able to match Gran Torino's speed and land an attack on him without passing out right after. On his last day of his internship, Gran Torino stood in front of his student and said, "You're just as much of a handful like Toshinori was, and yet I can see you're going to surpass him one of these days." Izuku bowed and just said, "Thank you for everything you taught me, and I promise to pay you back for your refrigerator I damaged." Izuku's sweat dropped after saying that to his teacher, but the pro said, "Don't worry about it, just promise to tell me what really happened with the hero killer one of these days." Izuku looked at him and then said, "I have no idea what you're talking about, sir." He waved at his sensei one last time before walking away. Gran Torino then remembered he needed to call Toshinori about what he had learned. On the morning of the students' first day back after their internships, Ida and Todoroki received a text message from Izuku to meet outside of Gym Beta before homeroom. As Shoto arrived, he saw Ida just ahead of him meeting up with Midoriya. Once he got close, he greeted the two. Now that they both were present, Izuku said, "Were there any problems with your alibis?" Ida spoke first. "Manuel was persistent, but he eventually took my word for it." Todoroki responded with, "My old man only hears what he wants. After I told him what happened, he dropped the subject immediately." Izuku noticed that they were finished speaking and replied with, "Okay, now Ida, we promise we won't tell anyone what you did, but you have to talk with someone about how you're feeling. I know how difficult it is dealing with all those emotions you have bottled up, but they're just going to eat you alive if you don't deal with them." Which leads to my next statement: if anything like this happens again, I'm going to the teachers and telling them everything. I'd rather risk being kicked out of the hero program than seeing you end up hurt or worse. Ida's eyes started watering and then he bowed to his classmates. "You two didn't have to come save me, and yet you risked your lives without question. Your kindness is one that can never be repaid." Todoroki, with an emotionless facial expression, put one hand on his shoulder before he said, "If you really want to pay us back, then get some help and deal with your feelings before they eat you up inside." Izuku chuckled, then looked at them both and said, "I wouldn't mind lunch being on you today as well." They all laughed before making their way to homeroom. As the 3 entered the class, Izuku spotted Bakugo's hair and had to cover his mouth at the sight. Shoto grinned, then took his seat, but Midoriya ran to the boys' lavatory. Class 1B and C heard the sounds of laughter coming from the vent connected to the adjacent room. Once his laughing fit ended, Izuku made his way back to class and took his seat. When Momo saw that Izuku's eyes were red and puffy, she leaned over to ask, "Hey, is everything okay? You look like you've been crying." He nodded, then pointed at Bakugo's hair. When she saw it, she let out a small snort before covering her mouth to contain her laugh. Kaminari was the first person to say it aloud. "Bakugo, what's up with that hair?" Most of the students burst into laughter from the odd hairstyle the blonde was wearing. Bakugo then jumped over to Kaminari, trying to blast him with his quirk, which inadvertently returned his hair to normal. The day went on as usual, and later All Might announced their next hero lesson would be in rescues. The class shouted in excitement, wanting to put to the test what they learned during their internships. First group up was Ida, Shiro, Ashido, Ojiro, and Midoriya. All Might then laid out the rules, stating he would be at the center of the practice area, while the students would start from 5 different locations, racing to see who would get there first. Mineta was the first to say something. "I think Shiro has this one in the bag." Uraraka spoke next. "Nah, I think Ida is gonna win this one, he's super fast." Yaoyorozu said to herself, "I wonder how Izuku will do in the race? I've never seen him go all out before." All of the participants in the group made it to their starting points and got ready. Izuku limbered up, then activated one for all at 60%. When the alarm sounded signaling the racers to go, Shiro rocketed into the air using his tape. Ashido used her natural agility to make her way up the pipes and slid on her acid to glide along them. Ojiro used his tail as a boost to speed up his movement as he traversed the obstacle course. while Ida used his engines to propel him as quickly as they could towards All Might. When Zero thought he was going to take this one home, something green went shooting past him like a bullet out of the chamber. Using Black Whip to launch him up and over the makeshift city, Izuku shot past everyone else using the pipes as a guided path to his target. It took him 30 seconds to reach All Might, shattering the previous record holder's time. All Might congratulated his pupil on a job well done and told him to meet him in the teacher's lounge after class. When the races concluded, all of the students headed back to their respective locker rooms to get changed. Mineta had tripped and accidentally tore down a poster on the wall. It revealed a hole that went straight through to the girl's side. He started drooling at the thought of getting a chance to peek. "Look guys, we've hit the jackpot. Someone has blessed us with an opportunity to see more of Ishido's pink skin, Ajui's bountiful bosom, or Yaoyorozu's." Clang. That's when the sound of a locker slamming stopped the grapehead boy mid-sentence. Everyone looked up and saw it was Midoriya's locker that made the noise. He let out a deep sigh, then raised his head. He then turned around to face the grapehead. "Hey Mineta, let me ask you something?" Mineta was a little nervous at his sudden inquiry, but he responded. "What is it, Midoriya?" Izuku then went on with his question. "Do you have a sister?" Mineta, puzzled by the random question, said, "No, why would you ask me that?" Izuku walked towards the boy before he went on to say, "Well, if you did have a sister and someone from her school was peeping on her like you're trying to do with our classmates, how would that make you feel?" Mineta didn't answer, he just sat there with a dumbfounded look on his face. Izuku finished his statement as he made his way out of the locker room. An even better question is, what if one of those girls had a brother like Bakugo? What do you think he would do when he found out? Maybe you should think about that before continuing your perverted ways. After listening to all of that, Todoroki walked over to the hole and filled it with his ice. Ida then said, "I'll inform maintenance about the hole, so they'll come to repair it immediately." As the hole filled up with ice, Jiro pulled her earphone jack from the wall and disconnected it from her phone. The girls all looked at each other before Toru said, "I'm glad somebody finally put that twerp in his place." Mina then replied to that by saying, "Yeah, Midoriya is such a great guy. I wonder if he's single?" That's when the sound of a locker closing loudly got everyone's attention as Momo went to leave, now fully dressed. Jiro then said, "What's up with Yamamo?" Mina shrugged her shoulders, then said, "Maybe she's got a thing for muscles." The rest of the girls all shrugged, then continued getting dressed. Later that afternoon, Izuku sat in thought after All Might told him about his battle with All for One. Izuku gathered his thoughts, then he said, "So that's the guy who injured you in that fight 5 years ago?" All Might nodded yes, then Izuku said, "I'm going to punch him in his stupid face the first chance I get." All Might looked at his successor curiously, then let out a small laugh. The boy joined in on it before saying, "I wonder why the previous users hadn't mentioned any of this to me yet. They've only helped me with my quirks so far." All Might then said, "Can you communicate with them at will yet?" Izuku shook his head no before saying, "I've only been able to talk with them when I'm in a sleep-like state so far." All Might then replied, "Oh, I see. Well, don't let that deter you. The time I can use my quirk is shrinking every day, it seems. I must make sure you're ready before I'm no longer able to be the symbol of peace anymore." Izuku looked at his teacher, seeing a hint of sadness in his eyes. He stood up then said, "No one can take that from you, All Might. You're more than just your quirk. People look up to you because of what you do and stand for. It had nothing to do with how strong you are. You'll always be the symbol of peace." Toshinori looked back at his green-haired successor with pride. He transformed into his hero state before saying, "Thank you, young Midoriya. I hope I can always live up to your kind words." Izuku just smiled and said, "Any time, sir." The next day, Mr. Aizawa broke the news that the finals were coming up and the class should prepare themselves. Once he left the room, everyone voiced their concerns and worries about how they'll do on the written part. Izuku overheard Toru talking to Tsu about how cold she was during her internship. She complained about her costume choice being limited due to her quirk. He interjected himself into their conversation by saying, "Hey Toru, my friend in support could definitely help with that. Her name is Hatsum, and I'm sure she could make you an item that'll work with your quirk. Toru's floating shirt turned to the boy before he heard her say, "That would be awesome. You mind introducing me to her?" He nodded, then said, "Sure. Let me know when you're ready and we'll head over there." Not too long after, they grabbed their bags and headed over to the support studio. As they arrived at the hall where the lab was, Izuku stopped about 5 feet away from the door. Toru was puzzled by this and asked, "Hey Midoriya, why did we stop right here? Aren't we gonna knock?" Izuku smirked, then stuck both of his arms out like he was expecting something before saying, "Just give it a second." Suddenly the door to the lab blew open from a small explosion inside. Mei came flying out of it and landed into Izuku's arms. There was smoke and small pieces of debris scattered throughout the hall. Hatsum was covered in soot and coughing. Once she caught her breath, she said, "Hey Midoriya, nice catch, you're getting good at that, you know." Izuku replied, "Hello Hatsum. I see another one of your babies blew up on you, but I'm glad to see you're okay." She just grinned, then said, "Are you here to test out more of my babies for me?" The green-haired boy shook his head no before saying, "Not today, but I did bring someone that could use your help." Hatsum got down from the boy's arms, then looked beside him to see a girl's school uniform being worn by someone who was apparently invisible. She then said, "Oh, a mutation-type quirk. I'll definitely need a DNA sample from you in the future, but come on in." Mei grabbed both students and dragged them into the lab. Toru, still confused by all of what she was seeing, said, "Hello, I'm Toru Hagakure, nice to meet you." Midoriya said, "You might be able to help me with my costume. You see, because of my quirk, I have to be nude to fully utilize it. You could see why that could be bad, especially in the winter." Hatsum tapped her chin for a second, then went over to a tall cabinet. She started searching for something, then pulled out what looked to be a spandex outfit. She walked over to the invisible girl, then said, "Here, touch this." Although he couldn't see it, Izuku was pretty sure that Toru was just as confused by this as he was. The girl took a hold of the outfit and it started to turn invisible right along with her. Izuku's eyes grew wide at the sight, and then he heard Toru shriek in excitement. Mei smiled before saying, "Baby number 113. Responsive fibers are woven into clothes to react to a person's quirk. I'm thinking about calling it shapewear." Izuku then said, "Wow Hatsum, you never cease to amaze me when it comes to your inventions. You're truly a genius. Now this isn't going to blow up too, is it?" Mei smiled, then said, "Nope. No reactive chemicals are in that baby yet, but I could add some if you would like." Toru responded immediately, "No, no, no, it'll be fine just like this. Thank you so much, this is perfect." Izuku couldn't help but smile at the sight of his friend dancing with her new support item. The written exam stretched over 3 days and seemed like torture for a few students. Once they were finally done, Kaminari passed out from the grueling exam. Ashido threw some papers into the air in celebration. "Hooray! It's finally over," Tsu said in response. "Ribbit, I can't argue with you on that." Tokoyami then said, "Revelry in the dark." Dark shadow popped out of him right after that to say what he said. The two then sighed and slid back in the seat, gesturing how tired they were. Izuku, on the other hand, didn't feel the same. After studying non-stop every day for the exam with everyone else, he felt more than ready for the test. What truly concerned him was why and the other teachers were so secretive about the practical part of the final exam. He had heard from Kendo that it would involve robots, but it seemed too predictable to believe. Even when he asked All Might about it, all he could say was, "It's going to be a combination of everything you've learned so far." The students of Class 1A gathered outside of Field Gamma for the start of the practical. Kirishima then said, "I wonder why all of the teachers are here?" In front of the class stood Midnight, Ectoplasm, Cementos, Snipe, Power Loader, Eraserhead, Present Mike, and Principal Nizu. Nizu then said, "Now students, I'm sure that you've been doing some reconnaissance to figure out what your test will involve, but we've decided to change things up from our typical curriculum." The teens grew worried, seeing as though they thought fighting robots would be the premise of their test. Nizu went on to say, "We didn't want to make your test so simple this year and wanted to push you all to your limits. So, for your final exams, you'll be facing us." All the pro heroes then gave the students a menacing look in hopes of intimidating the young heroes in training. Class 1 a sweat dropped at this new information. Aizawa then said, "You each will be paired off into teams of 2. Your assignment will be to either capture your opponent using these special cuffs, or for one of you to escape through a designated exit." Kirishima activated his quirk, then pounded his fists together before exclaiming, "I'm ready for whatever they throw at us. So let's do this." Sue put her finger to her chin as she thought aloud. "This might be tougher than we thought. Our teachers are pro heroes after all." Mina then cried out, "How is that fair? You guys are way stronger than us." That's when All Might came leaping down from the sky. As he hit the ground, the concrete cracked around his feet. With his signature smile on his face, he said, "That's why we'll be wearing these weighted restraints during the test. It'll slow us down and drain our stamina, giving you all a fighting chance." Mr. Aizawa then read off the pairing for the test. "Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, you'll be facing me. Tokoyami and Azui, you'll be facing Ectoplasm." Aizawa went down his list, but when he finished, Izuku noticed that his name hadn't been called yet. Bakugo also noticed the same thing. That's when Aizawa said, "And for you too." Izuku then looked over to Bakugo, who was already staring at him, before he heard All Might say, "You'll be facing me." Bakugo and the green-haired boy both thought to themselves, "Shit." The teachers did not hold their punches in hopes of showing the students that their enemies wouldn't either. As Momo and Shoto started planning their strategy, Todoroki said, "How do you think we should handle this?" Momo said in response, "It seems like believes we're going to rely heavily on our quirks to win. That's why he chose us to be partners. He plans on erasing our quirks." Todoroki then responded, "So, what do you suggest we do?" Yaoyorozu then thought to herself for a second before she came up with an answer. "Got it, we'll just use something he can't erase." When the test began, Eraserhead was hot on his students' trails. He saw the pair running towards the exit, but he quickly caught up to them. He launched some kunai into their path, stopping their movement. Seeing this, the two split up in opposite directions. Picking the slower of the two, Eraserhead went after Yaoyorozu. He cut her off and quickly bounded both of her hands together with his capture scarf. Throwing one end of his scarf over a street lamp, he started yanking her up when something fell right in front of him. He heard a click, and that's when a bright flash went off, blinding the pro. He tried covering his eyes, but it was too late. He jumped back trying to get some distance and out of nowhere got hit with a projectile. Following its trajectory, he saw Yaoyorozu with a rifle firing rubber bullets. He dodged the oncoming shots and swiftly knocked the gun out of her hands. She leapt over his jab and pulled out two tampa to fend him off. He wrapped one of them in his binding scarf and yanked it away, but before he went in for another assault, he felt a cold breeze at his rear. The pro turned around, activating his quirk, and leapt into the air, expecting to see the bicolored teen using his ice. But what he saw instead was a high-powered fan. That's when he heard the sound of something being shot out of a cannon coming from behind. By the time he saw what it was, a net had captured him, dragging the pro to the ground. After he landed, Eraserhead rolled over trying to free himself. Using his knife to cut a hole in the net, he reached out with one of his arms, then felt someone grab it before hearing a click. That's when he sat up to see Todoroki clamping the capture cuff around his wrist and Yaoyorozu standing beside him, looking exhausted from creating their weapons and trying to catch her breath. She then spoke. "We knew you were going to erase our quirks." Todoroki then said, "So, we made you think we were using them." Aizawa just grinned at his students, then said, "Good job, you both pass." Unfortunately for Ishido, Kirishima, Sato, Shiro, and Kiminari, things didn't go as well. They all failed the practical and would have extra lessons during the summer camp because of it. The last test for the day consisted of Izuku and Bakugo versus All Might. No one saw this matchup coming and couldn't figure out how these two were going to work together. Izuku had already arrived at the site, awaiting on his partner. When Bakugo got there, he said, "Look, Bakugo, I know you're still mad, but we have to pass this together or we're both gonna fail. So, let's just put aside our rivalry to pass this test. I have a plan that I think will work." Bakugo looked at him, then said, "Let me guess, you want to run away from him and hope we're fast enough to make it, or better yet, you probably want to play dead so that he'll think he beat us without even trying. Piss off." I'll beat him myself and you can just go give up like you always do. Izuku folded his arms, then just replied to the blonde while shaking his head. Whatever you say, I'll be right here when you're ready to listen. All Might then landed down the street from the boys. He let out an ominous laugh as he saw Bakugo approaching him. So, you've decided to face me alone, huh, hero? Using his quirk to propel himself at All Might, Bakugo aimed his hand at the pro then yelled out. I'm all we'll need to take you down. Bakugo let off a huge point-blank explosion decimating the entire area around All Might. Feeling good that his blast hit its target, he waited for the smoke to clear. What stood from the cloud was an unfazed All Might with his fist cocked back. Seeing this, Izuku said to himself, I tried to tell him. Bakugo went to fire off another blast, but All Might hit him square in the face, causing him to fly back at high speeds. He landed a few feet behind his partner, crashing into a trash can. Izuku just stood there watching things unfold. Bakugo got back to his feet, then rocketed towards All Might with explosions in his hands. He was struck with another punch attempting to hit All Might and sent flying back in the opposite direction. He got right back up and tried attacking the pro but was met with another strong impact to his torso, causing him to roll backwards, stopping right in front of his former friend. He looked up to see Izuku standing there gazing down at him with one hand sticking out. Bakugo begrudgingly grabbed his former friend's hand, then stood back to his feet. Bakugo then said, You said something about a plan. Izuku then finally spoke again. Yeah, just follow me. Izuku then grabbed a nearby broken-down car and threw it at All Might. The pro caught it with no problem, then said, You got to do much better if boom. Suddenly a grenade went off that was attached to the car, blinding All Might in the process and helping the two boys escape. Once All Might realized what happened, he took off into the city looking for the boys. After a few minutes he came across a sewer lid that was slightly ajar. Seeing this as a clue, he went over to it and lifted it up. In doing this, he set off a tripwire connected to another grenade. Being on guard this time, All Might quickly used the sewer lid to block the blast. After avoiding that, he saw another car flying in his direction. He went to punch it out of the air and was hit in the back with a huge explosion. Izuku, wearing one of Bakugo's gauntlets, said as the blast went off. Got you. Knowing this wouldn't stop the pro, he jumped up expecting him to retaliate. All Might sprung into the air after his pupil when he was hit with another large explosion. All Might went flying into a building, causing it to come down on him. Bakugo screamed out as the device went off. Now die. Izuku then said, Come on, we gotta go while he's down. That's when they both heard Idaho smash. Before Izuku could react, All Might had recovered and closed-lined him into a nearby building. Seeing this, Bakugo used some rapid-fire attacks to slow the pro down. Being dazed from a hit like that, Izuku staggered while getting back to his feet. When he saw his teammate giving it his all against the #1 hero, Izuku knew this was going to hurt, but he pushed his limit of 1 for all to 80%, then charged All Might with all he had. Toshinori seen his protege coming and kicked his other opponent to the side to block the punch. Izuku screamed out, Detroit Smash. This attack, nearly matching All Might's strength, pushed the pro back, but he took the blow with ease. All Might responded with an attack of his own. Matching his pupil's speed, he struck him with equal force. Taking the hit, Izuku slid back and was able to stay on his feet for a little bit, but eventually ended up falling due to the attack. He bounced back, then charged at his teacher while All Might did the same. They both yelled out, Detroit Smash. Using his attack as a feint, Izuku got close and dropped his striking hand to his side, then jumped up before saying, Seattle Smash. Catching All Might off guard with his maneuver, the pro was hit by a hurricane kick to the face, and it sent him crashing through a few buildings. The green-haired boy's muscles started to spasm as he walked over to his teammate. He picked him up, then started running away. Bakugo came to as he felt himself being carried by someone. Not wanting to feel like he was helpless, Bakugo to him, Put me down, you nerd. I'll walk on my own. Listening to what he said, Izuku dropped him on the ground. Bakugo then screamed, Why the hell did you do that? You damn nerd. Izuku just said in response, You asked me to put you down, so I did. As the blonde went to go after his partner, he saw All Might punch Midoriya through a building, sending him crashing through wall after wall. All Might then spoke, Never take your eyes off of an opponent, unless you're sure he's taken care of. Bakugo then jumped on All Might's back, grabbing him by the hair. He put one of his hands over his mouth, then said, "Bottoms up." A large explosion went off in the face of the #1 hero, sending Bakugo back to the ground, writhing in agony from overusing his quirk. When the smoke cleared, All Might stood there with scorch marks on his teeth, and his hair was in a large smoky puffball. This image made the onlookers in the monitor's box laugh hysterically. The pro then said, "That was a spicy meatball." After letting out a smoke-filled burp, that's when Izuku came flying back into the fight, colliding with the pro. As All Might intercepted the boy's punch, he said, "Nice try, but I know all your little tricks by now, young Midoriya." Izuku looked up, then said, "Not all of them, All Might." The next thing All Might knew, he felt Midoriya's knee strike his wound, which brought him to the ground in pain. As he grabbed his side while standing back up, he saw his protege carrying his blonde friend towards the exit. While running away, Izuku was feeling bad, then thought, "I'm sorry, All Might, but we have to pass this test." He started to take off after the boys, but he felt the pain getting worse. He coughed up some blood, then decided to call it quits for the day. All Might then said to himself, "He used his opponent's weakness to his advantage. I was afraid he wasn't going to be strong enough to make that decision. But it seems I was wrong about the boy. He'll be just fine." Izuku ended up carrying an unconscious Bakugo right through the exit, ensuring that both of them passed the practical before he collapsed. Izuku woke up to the sound of machines beeping and Recovery Girl hitting All Might with her cane. Seeing this made him smile. "I'm just glad it wasn't me this time." Whack! Recovery Girl then struck Izuku in his head, making him rub his new bump before he thought, "I spoke too soon." Recovery Girl looked at the both of them while saying, "Why would you go all out like that knowing what would happen? And you, young man?" She looked at Midoriya before she continued, "You had over 40 strained muscles to go along with your fractures due to you going past your limit. You keep that up and you'll end up with permanent damage." Izuku looked at his body, then said, "I'm sorry, Recovery Girl, I promise it won't happen again. For now on I'll be more careful." Izuku then looked over to notice that Bakugo was sleeping on the bed next to him. Not wanting him to overhear their conversation, All Might pulled Izuku away from the beds and into the office before asking him, "In celebration of you passing your final exam, how would you like to be my +1 while I attend an award ceremony on I-Island?" All Might looked down to see his green-haired pupil with glossy eyes muttering, "I-Island, the famous research facility. I-Island, you're +1 on the island." All Might then tried getting his attention. "Hello, Earth," to Midoriya. But the boy was in a daze, so the pro just said, "I'll take that as a yes." When the testing was done, announced that everyone will be going to the summer camp, even the 5 people who failed the practical. If it wasn't for the fact that everyone passed the written test, they would have been in even more torment through extra lessons. Once the summer break was officially started, Class 1A decided to go shopping at Kiyoshi Ward Mall together. Everyone came except for Todoroki, who usually visited his mother on the weekends, and Bakugo because he's Bakugo. Most of the girls headed to a department store with the rest of the guys to buy swimsuits for camp. Ida, Yaoyorozu, and Izuku were all walking together when Ida said, "Oh, I see a few things over there I could use." Spotting a sporting goods store, Ida took off, leaving the two by themselves. Momo then said, "So, what do you need to pick up for camp?" Izuku responded, "I need some bug spray and IZU." The pair turned around and saw a girl with green hair leaping onto Izuku, embracing him in a big hug. The green-haired boy hugged her back, then said, "Hey Emiko, long time no see, how are you doing?" Seeing this, Momo's eye started to twitch, but luckily for her, Izuku didn't notice it yet. The girl released the boy, then said, "I missed you a lot, but I see you move on fast." Momo's eyebrows raised at hearing this, and then she looked at Izuku before he said, "What? Oh no, it's not like that, we're just friends. Let me introduce you to my classmate, Momo Yaoyorozu." Momo smiled, then said, "Nice to meet you, and you are?" The green-haired girl then replied with, "Where are my manners? I'm Emiko Ogawa. Sorry for just interrupting like that." Momo then responded, "No worries, I guess you guys know each other pretty well." Emiko said in reply, "Yeah, we used to date until I had to move, but I'll never forget my Aizu. He was my first love after all." Izuku's face grew a little red at that statement before he said, "Stop embarrassing me." Izuku blushed then said, "So, what are you doing here?" Emiko smiled then said, "I'm in town staying with my mother for the week while my dad is away on business. I came here to do a little shopping and luckily I ended up running into you." Momo felt like she was prying in on a private conversation, so she said, "I'll let you guys catch up and just head over here." Izuku shot Momo a look of desperation while grabbing her hand before blurting out, "How about we all go get something to eat and talk?" Emiko said, "Sounds good. I'm starving." She grabbed Izuku by the arm and started dragging him to the food court. He leaned back and whispered to Yaoyorozu, "Thank you." She smiled then followed behind the two as they continued walking. For 28 continuous minutes Emiko talked non-stop without catching a breath before her phone rang. It turned out to be her mother, needing her help with something. The green-haired girl got up then hugged the UA students before waving goodbye and promising to come back more often. Momo, finally being able to speak, said, "What did you see in her again?" Izuku, looking exhausted, just looked over to his friend and said, "Yeah, it's because of her quirk. It's called high vitality if I'm not mistaken. It gives her lots of energy which she uses to constantly talk." "Oh, I see. Well, after all that I need some aspirin," Momo said in response while rubbing her temples. She got up and walked over to a nearby convenience store. While he was sitting there alone, suddenly Izuku's danger sense went off and someone said, "Hey, I know you. You're the kid who came in second place at the sports festival. Would you mind taking a picture with me?" Someone in a black hoodie took a seat right next to Izuku and threw his arm over the boy's shoulders. Before Izuku could move, he felt 4 fingers make their way around his neck. He started to remove the man's arm before he heard, Now there, you wouldn't want me to use my quirk on you, would you?" That's when the man finally showed his face and Izuku locked eyes with him. It all dawned on the boy exactly who he was and what was going on. "You're the one who attacked the USJ and brought the Nomus to Hosu City." Shigaraki then said, "Yes, I did all that, and yet all anyone can talk about is that bastard Stain. I don't understand why he gets all the credit while we did all the heavy lifting." Momo was walking back to the food court when she saw Izuku with a look of panic on his face. She surveyed the situation and realized he was in trouble. Momo then hurried and ducked behind a nearby column across from where he was sitting. She used the mirror in her purse to reflect the light and get Izuku's attention. Seeing this, he signaled for her to wait until she sees an opening. She understood then got ready. Izuku then said, "So, what do you want with me?" Shigaraki then said, "I wanted to ask you, what does Stain have that I don't? Why does everyone admire him but ignore me?" Izuku then said, "It's because everyone understands his objective and you're just a dumbass with hands all over his face." Shigaraki, angered by the boy's words, cracked a smile then said, "You really are a fool to have said that to me. I hope that was worth it, kid." Shigaraki placed his last finger around Izuku's neck and waited to hear the sound of someone trying to scream while gargling their own blood, but it never happened. Shigaraki looked down to see something black covering the boy's neck and chest coming from the teen's hands. While the villain was distracted, Izuku grabbed Shigaraki by the wrist and flipped him over the table. He jumped away when the villain started to stand. As Shigaraki got to his feet, his face was met by a pair of boots courtesy of Momo, drop kicking him and sending the man flying into the tables behind where they sat. Izuku rushed over to Momo's side, helping her to her feet. Then they witnessed a purple portal open up right beneath Shigaraki as he escaped. The police were notified and the students' parents were called in to pick them up once they gave their statements. It was then that Izuku learned that the name of his attacker was Tamura Shigaraki. He instantly thought of the first wielder who shared that last name. Knowing that he couldn't bring that up in front of Detective Tsukachi, he told All Might he had something important to tell him later. All Might then said, "It's okay, Tsukachi is one of my closest friends. He knows all about my true form." Shocked by this, Izuku said, "Well, if that's the case, it's nice to meet one of All Might's friends. What I was gonna say is that guy who attacked me, he has the same last name as All for One's brother." All Might gasped then said, "What? Are you sure?" Izuku nodded and said, "Yes, I'm positive." This news was very disturbing to the adults, but it would come in handy for their investigation into the League. After the Midoriyas were dropped off back at home, Izuku went to say something to his mother before she cut him off. No matter what, Izuku, I want you to protect yourself at all times. This world is full of people who hate heroes for some reason, but I know you're going to change that one day. No matter what, I'll always believe in you, my son. Izuku was speechless just when he thought his mom might have been scared off because of another villain attack. For the second time in his life, she shocked him with words he didn't expect. He then said, I love you, Mom, and thank you for always believing in me. Izuku gave her a warm hug and then said, How about I cook dinner for you tonight? Inko then said, What makes you think you weren't? After everything you put me through today, it's the least you can do. She walked off, leaving her son stuck and thinking, I should have saw that one coming. He chuckled, then got dinner prepared once he cleaned up. As Izuku laid in bed going over the day's events, he felt his phone vibrate, then turned over to see who it was. The message said, Feel like coming out to talk? I'll leave my knife at home this time. Even though he didn't recognize the number, he already knew who sent the message. 20 minutes later, he made it to the roof of the building where he last saw the blonde girl. When he got to the roof, she was sitting next to the AC vent staring up at the sky. He sat down next to her, then said, Are you hungry? I had some leftovers and thought you'd might like a home-cooked meal. She took the box while thanking him before she tore open the wrapping to get to the food. About 2 hours later, the two were talking like they had been friends forever. All Might cannot act. That last movie he was in stunk up the theaters. Toga said furiously as she remembered going to see the film. All Might was the best part of it. What are you even talking about? Izuku said in defense to one of his favorite movies. Out of nowhere, the two arguing teens heard someone clearing their throat. Hello, Sensei, and hey, Auntie Toga, it's nice to see you again. The two turned to see what looked like a girl standing in a black cowl with a hood over her head. When she removed her hood, they saw she had gray hair and red eyes. The two teens looked at each other, then Izuku said in response, Sensei. Toga then said right after that, Auntie. Chapter 9. Battle on Ai Island Part 1. The moonlight casted 3 shadows on the rooftop where Izuku and Himiko stood. With the arrival of an unexpected guest, they were certainly confused. The wind blew the girl's hair back from her face, revealing 2 horns on her forehead. The silence was broken by Izuku when he stood and said, Wait, I'm a little confused here. Why did you call me Sensei? And how do you know us? Toga stepped back and got in a defensive stance, unsure of the girl's intentions. Why did you call me Auntie? Did you hit your head or something? I've never seen you before a day in my life. The girl then smiled and said, I know this must be confusing, but I know you both quite well. You're Himiko Toga and your quirk is called Transform. Once you digest someone's blood, you can transform into them. Where I come from, you taught me a lot and always took care of me. Sensei Deku told me I could trust you, that's why I brought you this. The girl pulled out a box from her bag that looked like it came from a bakery. She walked over and put it in Toga's hand. The blonde girl took the box and just stared at it before the girl spoke again. It's red velvet, your favorite if memory serves. Izuku then said, How did you know my name? And where exactly did you come from? Still baffled by the stranger's sudden appearance, Izuku looked curiously at her when she said, Apologies, you're Izuku Midoriya and my sensei, the hero known as Deku, whether you believe it or not. While the girl was saying all of this, Toga had opened the box that contained a cupcake with red icing on it. It smelled enticing, so she bit into the pastry, throwing worry to the wayside. Her eyes instantly lit up once the delicious baked good hit her tongue. She looked over to the girl, then said, Is this? The girl replied, Yep, it's Typo, your favorite. I make these for you whenever you come to visit. Toga's sensations were overwhelmed as she ate a baked good containing her favorite blood type in the frosting, something she would have never thought of before. Watching this sight, Izuku was still suspicious and went on to say, Just because you know my name still isn't convincing me of what your intentions are. You could have just seen me in the sports festival and that's how you learned my name. He thought to himself that even if that was the case, how did she know his hero name? The girl then looked at him before sticking her hand out and saying, Young man, you too can be a hero. Izuku's eyes grew wide at those words, and the memory of All Might saying that to him came rushing back. The girl then said, "You told me the story of how you met the man that told you those words." She walked over to him and pointed at his collar before she continued. "I also know that someone special in your life gave you this after you saved their life." Izuku was now convinced that this girl must know him somehow, leaving him speechless. The girl looked over to Toga and said, "Auntie, can I talk to Sensei alone for a little while? We have something important to discuss and I don't want to be rude." Toga, not sure what to think of all this, peered over at her green-haired friend and said, "Are you gonna be okay up here by yourself?" Izuku looked over to the girl and thought about how she didn't reveal that it was All Might that told him those words. She also knew that Momo made him that badge somehow. She obviously didn't want to discuss it in front of Toga, so he told his friend, "Yes, I'll be fine, and I'll call you later to let you know that I'm safe." She looked at the girl then said, "I don't know who you are, but if anything happens to Midoriya, I'll—" The girl cut her off when she said, "Let me guess, you'll stab me? I already know that you're prepared to pull your switchblade from out of your boot at a moment's notice. It's not necessary though, you can trust me." Toga stuttered at this, knowing that she did have a knife in her boot. She stuck her hand up to point at the girl, suggesting that she was about to respond before the girl said, "I'll tell you how I know one day, but I really need to talk to Sensei now." The blonde girl was spinning at everything that was going on. She turned on her heel and said to Izuku, "I'll talk to you later," before she jumped into the alley next to the building they were on. Izuku then offered the girl a seat. They sat, then he started his inquisition. "So, what's your name and how do you know so much about me?" The girl then took on a more serious face before she said, "I was born Eri Nomura, but as a child I was adopted by someone. My legal name is now Eri Aizawa." Hearing this, Izuku was shocked and wanted to interject, but he let her finish. "You're going to find this very hard to believe, but I'm from the future. 11 years into the future to be precise. You see, my quirk is very unique, and with the right training I was able to travel back in time." She grabbed an apple core that was sitting in the empty bento box next to Izuku. She placed it into the palm of her hand, and it started to change. Izuku's jaw dropped at the sight of witnessing a once-eaten apple return to its uneaten state. When she was done, she took a bite out of the piece of fruit, then said, "My quirk is called Rewind, and it allows me to rewind the state of a living organism." Izuku smiled from ear to ear, excited about this girl's quirk. He blurted out with wide eyes filled with excitement, "That was amazing. How does it work? Can you fast-forward things as well? How about—" "Sensei, you're doing it again." Izuku was jolted out of his muttering by Eri's words and said, "I'm sorry, but you really must know me if you were able to recognize one of my muttering storms." She let out a slight laugh and said, "It's okay. I've gotten used to them over time." Her facial expression changed back to a more serious one before she went on with her story. "In my time, things are very harsh and filled with heartache. The people are divided, and hero society is dwindling. This is why I've come back to try and prevent the future I'm living in from happening." Hearing this, Izuku couldn't believe everything she had just told him. Someone being able to travel in time just sounded impossible, but we live in a society where people manifest strange powers every day. This was a lot of information he was trying to process, and he needed some context. Izuku then asked Eri, "So, how do I become your sensei? What happens to me in the future?" Eri gazed at the green-haired boy for a little bit, then said, "You helped train me to be a hero just like you. I used to be frightened of the world, but you came along with your friends and showed me how to be strong. You taught me how to protect others." His heart got warm by her words, knowing that his passion for wanting to inspire people helped this girl. Eri started speaking again. "Sensei, in the future something happened that changed you forever. In order to stop it, I believe you have to prevent it from ever happening. Pretty soon you'll meet someone named Melissa. She has the answers to what you've been looking for. Trust in her. She will help save him, but she'll need this first." Izuku panicked and grew worried by that statement. "Wait, what do you mean? What happens to me?" Eri cut him off by saying, "Please, just listen." She pulled something out of her bag and handed it to Izuku. When he took it from her hand, he saw that it was a thumb drive and some sort of vial inside of a case. She started talking again as Izuku analyzed the objects. All Might is going to fight his greatest enemy in Kamino Ward. He wins the fight but never makes it off of the battlefield due to his injuries. This event affected you immensely, causing you to doubt yourself and become reckless. Not too long after that you'll meet me, but when you do you have to let me go. You're going to start a fight that causes a death that you'll never get past. Trust me, we'll meet again, and that will be one of the happiest days of my life. The day you saved me, you told me that you'd do anything to protect me, and you kept your word. Izuku stood up and clenched his fist after listening to everything that's supposed to happen. The story filled him with anxiety. Eri took his hand and said to the boy, "You instill compassion on everyone in your life, and you believe in their dreams like your mother does for you. Stay true to your commitment and never forget who you are." The One for All inheritor relaxed and sat back down. Eri went on to say, "There's one more thing I have to tell you. It's about Auntie May. She is truly one of the smartest people to have ever lived, but she invents something that's going to change the world. She's working on it as we speak, and after she unveils it, they're going to go after her. I don't know their name, but her machine is going to cause them to fear Hero Society. Protect her at all costs or she'll be taken and be forced to create something that will devastate the planet. Please help me stop a future where it's constant war and a fight for survival. It's up to you to become what All Might pass down to you, the symbol of peace." The world started spinning and the details of Eri's story started filling the walls of Izuku's mind. He didn't know what to do. Being bombarded with the knowledge of future events was too much and causing him to fear failing the mission he was given. Eri stood to her feet, then walked over to the edge of the roof. Izuku reached out and said, "Wait, I need to know more. How am I supposed to do this?" Eri said before she jumped, "Just remember what I told you and don't be afraid to ask for help." Eri disappeared into the mist as she leapt down to the street. Izuku ran over to the edge where she once stood, but the girl was gone just like that. He looked at the thumb drive and case in his hand, then started wondering what should he do. Thinking to himself, "Who is Melissa? How do I protect everyone and prevent that future from coming true?" 2 days later, Momo returns home after training with Jiro. She saw that she had a package waiting for her in the living room. She walked over to it and saw a note attached to the box. When she flipped it open, it read, "What do you get someone who saved your life?" I really didn't know how to answer that question, but I remembered you said how much you like putting things together. Here's a little token of my appreciation. I hope you like it. Signed, Izuku Midoriya. She put the note down, then started to take the wrapping off of the box. Once she got it completely unwrapped, she saw that it was a set of miniature drones. Her eyes lit up and she hugged the box tightly, filled with joy and excitement. She thought to herself, "I can't believe he remembered that. I only mentioned it to him once and he remembered." Her face got a slight blush, then she hurried off to her room to put it together. She loved assembling things and learning how they work. It came in handy when she created items with her quirk. The next day, Momo and Izuku were in his room studying when she let out a sigh of frustration. Izuku looked over at her and said, "What's wrong?" Momo grabbed her hair and started yanking it before she said, "These quadratic functions are draining me of all my mental energy." Her eyes started to swirl in a cartoon-like manner. Seeing this, Izuku closed their books, then said, "How about we take a study break?" She fell back on the pillow behind her in relief, and Izuku went to grab some drinks from his refrigerator. He walked over to Momo, then handed her a soda and took a seat next to her. An idea then popped into his head, a little game they could play to get their minds off the math problems. He looked to her and said, "I've got an idea. Let's play Truth or Dare. It'll be a fun distraction from all this studying." Momo, thinking that wouldn't be a bad idea, replied, "Sure, I'll go first. So, Truth or Dare?" Izuku scooted over so that he'll be facing his friend, then said, "Truth." Momo, having a question already in mind, asked, "What's something embarrassing you'd never want anyone to find out?" He looked at her curiously, then sat in thought before saying, "Since I knew you were coming over, I hid all of my All Might merchandise. Here's a picture of what my room normally looks like." Izuku pulled out his phone and scrolled to a picture of his room from just a week ago. She saw All Might's face in nearly every inch of the boys' room. His face or name were on action figures, posters, rugs, sheets, and pillow covers. There was even an All Might-themed light on the nightstand. Momo then looked around the room now and only saw one All Might poster with a few mini action figures on his desk. The room was completely different, looking nothing like the picture she saw. She turned to him and said, "Wow, yes, I can see why you'd find that embarrassing." She let out a small laugh, then handed him back his phone. Izuku took it, then said, "Okay, my turn. Momo, truth or dare?" Not sure of this being a good idea, she replied to the boy. "Truth." Izuku smirked, then said, "Do you have a crush on somebody?" Momo did a spit take at the question. Not seeing it come from him, she wiped up her spilled drink and said, "What? Why would you ask me that?" Izuku just smirked, then answered her with, "Those aren't the rules. Either answer the question or you'll have to do a dare." Figuring that the dare he had in mind would be even worse, she let out a grunt and finally gave him an answer. Yes, I have a crush on someone. Are you happy?" She picked up her pillow and threw it at the green-haired boy. He just laughed at her, trying to cover her face from embarrassment. Izuku, not wanting her to feel sad, said, "See, that wasn't so bad. Doesn't it feel good to get that off your chest?" The grin on his face angered Momo, making her think of the perfect way to pay him back. She looked at him with a sadistic facial expression and said, "Fine, truth or dare?" Izuku, prepared for whatever may come, bravely said, "Dare." Momo, hoping for that exact response, asked him, "Since you like embarrassing people, let's see how you like it. I dare you to go to the store in your underwear." She let out a small snort, then looked to see if her friend was going to beg her to change her mind, but what she saw shocked her to her core. Izuku had pulled his shirt off and said, "Okay, what do you want me to bring you back?" Momo's face grew red from seeing her friend topless in this setting. His muscles captivated her eyes and caused her to lose focus. That's when she saw him remove his pants, causing her to back up. She then exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Izuku, puzzled by her response, replied back with, "Going to the store, what's wrong? Does this make you uncomfortable? It's just underwear." Momo uncovered her eyes to see the boy now standing in boxers right in front of her. She was like a deer in headlights and didn't know where to go. He walked over to her with a worried look on his face. This caused her to back up into his closet, leaving her feeling trapped. She was frozen in place as he approached. He leaned over and got close to her ear, making her shudder from his breath. He whispered to her, "Everyone has underwear, even you." That's when she felt the zipper of her skirt being pulled down, causing it to hit the floor. He kissed her on her neck, giving Momo a sensation she had never felt before. He placed her hands above her head and her face turned completely red from this action. He then looked into her eyes and said, "Momo, I think I know who your crush is and what you would like for him to do to you." Momo's eyes widened at those words, and she covered her mouth. He started unbuttoning her shirt one by one until he removed it, now exposing her bra. She had on a dark green lingerie set that almost matched the boy's hair. He smiled at the sight, then whispered in her ear again, "Let's just make us even now." He unhooked the front clasp of her bra, causing it to hit the floor, and suddenly the sound of her alarm woke her up. Momo woke up in her bed, panting and breathing heavily. She was soaked in sweat. She found herself moist in some new places and didn't know what was going on. She then thought to herself, "What the hell was that?" A couple hours later, she saw a text from Izuku saying, "Hey, I hope you liked the gift. It was the least I could do." She nearly dropped her phone after seeing the message was from him. She didn't reply because she was so confused about her dream. She needed time to think, and since she was going to be representing her family at Island this weekend, it'll give her an excuse to avoid the green head for a few days. On a private plane over the Atlantic Ocean, Izuku finds himself staring out of the window of his plane as it prepares to land on the greatest research facility in the world. He still had trouble sleeping after meeting Eri and hearing everything she had told him. This thought made him look over to All Might, who was putting his hero costume on. Remembering what she told him, the girl's words echoed throughout his head. All Might never leaves the battlefield. This caused the green-haired boy to grow even more anxious, noticing the distraught look on his pupil's face. Tashinori looked over to Izuku, then asked, "Is everything okay, young Midoriya?" Is it the turbulence that has you looking so worried? Hearing that, he shook himself out of his thoughts to reply. Oh yeah, I haven't been on many planes, so I'm just getting used to it, I guess. The pro smiled and said to the boy, Don't worry, we'll be landing soon, so get ready. After the plane landed, All Might transformed into his hero form and greeted the dozens of people waiting for him on the tarmac. They all but ignored the green-haired boy as he was carrying the bags, while All Might took pictures, signed autographs, and answered some questions. Once the crowd dispersed, they made their way into town. Izuku started muttering constantly as he looked on at the famous pros all around him. They found a city guide looking for direction to their hotel. They heard someone yell out, Uncle Might! The pair turned around to see a blonde girl on a red pogo stick bouncing in their direction. She got about 5 feet away and said, There you are. The girl then excitedly jumped up into All Might's arms and gave him a hug. Izuku was confused at the sight in front of him, thinking to himself, This can't be the person we're here to see, could it? She's way too young to be a close friend of his. He must have met her when she was just a child if that's the case. That's when All Might said to his student, Young Midoriya, let me introduce you to the daughter of my longtime friend, Melissa. This is one of my students, Izuku Midoriya. As Izuku shook her hand, and he thought to himself, Melissa, is this who Eri was talking about? Melissa then said, It's nice to meet you, Izuku. Uncle Might, Papa is going to be so excited when he sees you. I didn't tell him you were coming, so it could be a surprise. Follow me and I'll take you to him right now. 10 minutes away in the research lab of esteemed scientist David Shield. He stood there with his partner Sam discussing the arrangements for tonight's event. Sam, is everything in order with our friend? A blonde, portly man with a round face looked over to him, then said, Yes, by tonight we'll have it back in our possession. That's when they heard a voice say, I see you two are hard at work. I would expect nothing less from you, Dad. Sam, I hope that you're looking out for him, since he doesn't always remember to rest. Sam responded to Melissa with, Of course, we look out for each other. Melissa smiled and said, Papa, I have a surprise for you. I know that you've been working really hard lately, and I figured you deserved something special, so I brought you somebody you'd really like to see. Dave. Hello, my old friend. How are you doing? David, totally shocked at the sight of his old friend, Japan's #1 hero, he gasped. All Might. All Might, filled with exhilaration, rushed over and picked up his friend, embracing him in a bear hug. He responded so that only All Might could hear him. Toshi, you're crushing me again. Hearing this, All Might quickly put his longtime friend down, then struck a heroic pose. David was speechless at who was standing in front of him. It had been over 10 years since he last saw him in person. David finally spoke. It's so good to see you, my friend. He looked over to his daughter and then said, I got the best kid in the world, surprising me like this. The two friends then said together, Kids, what are you going to do about them? They both started laughing out loud at what clearly was an inside joke only those two knew about. That's when All Might said, Dave, let me introduce you to someone. He stepped aside and there stood a starry-eyed green-haired teen in a hero costume with a big smile on his face. All Might then said, This is Izuku Midoriya, one of my students from the hero program. Young Midoriya, I'd like you to meet. All Might was cut off as Izuku shouted, You're David Shield, your quirk is called Squirmy Finger. It allows you to bend your fingers further than anyone else. You were All Might's partner in America and All Might slapped a hand over his pupil's mouth as he continued to speak. He then said, Don't mind him, he does that when he's excited about something. You just have to get his attention in order for him to stop. Hey kid, you're doing it again. All Might's shout got the greenhead's attention and shook him out of his muttering storm. He then scratched the back of his head sheepishly, then said, Sorry, I got to work on that. Everyone started laughing. Then Melissa said to Izuku, How about I show you around the island while Papa and Uncle Might catch up? Izuku nodded, then left the room with Melissa. That's when All Might coughed, then wiped a little blood from his mouth. This caught David's attention, which made him say to his partner, Hey Sam, Mind giving me and my old friend here a little time to catch up on some things? Sam agreed and left the room after he said, I'll go get everything prepared for tonight. Once Sam was gone, All Might returned to his normal form. Smoke filled the room and he started coughing profusely. David caught his friend, then said, How bad is it now, Toshi? All Might, with a grim facial expression, said, It's gotten much worse since we last spoke. David helped Toshinori over to a large machine that looked like a chamber tube, then told him to lay down in while he ran some tests. On the streets of Island, Momo is walking with her friends Kyoka and Achiko. She needed some company since her parents couldn't attend the event this year. The teens had nothing better to do, so they agreed to come. As they walked past some street performers, Uraraka said, Wow, that guy can stick his whole leg in his mouth. Disgusted by the thought, Jiro said, Did he at least wash his foot before he did that? Expecting a response from her friend, she looked to Yaoyorozu, who was deep in thought. Jiro then waved her hand in her friend's face before saying, Yamamo, what's got you so stressed out? It isn't muscles, is it? Being shaken out of her thoughts, she gained a slight blush before she responded with, No, what made you say that? We're just friends, and besides, he's the last person I'd be thinking about right now. Jiro then said, Well, I'm glad you two are just friends. Otherwise, that might be upsetting to you. Not sure why her friend would say that. She looked over to see what Jiro was pointing at. Standing about 15 feet away, Momo saw Izuku with an attractive blonde girl looking at an exhibit of hero support items. The girl had the green-haired boy's arm linked to her own as they walked. After seeing this, a red tick mark formed on Momo's head. Izuku then heard, You look like you're having fun, Deku. Hearing Momo's voice out of nowhere caused him to whip his head around to see where she was. He saw Momo just standing there with Achiko beside her staring at him, and Jiro with a sardonic grin on her face. Not wanting to be rude, he spoke. Hey everyone, what are you all doing here? Uraraka then replied. Yaoyorozu invited Jiro and me as her plus ones for the event. What about you? Izuku then said. The first and second place winners of the sports festival were invited to attend as well. Momo then interjected into the conversation by saying, Izuku, aren't you going to introduce us to your friend? She asked while locking eyes with the blonde girl as if she was a target. Izuku then said, Sorry about that, I'd like you all to meet Melissa Shield. She's showing me around the island as my unofficial guide. Melissa then shook Momo's hand and noticed it took a while before she let it go. Momo stared intently at her during the whole exchange. Melissa then said, Nice to meet you. So are you all students of Uncle Mai? Suddenly Melissa's arm was pulled and Izuku yanked her to the side before he whispered, Please don't mention that you know All Might. Everyone isn't aware that I'm his guest on the island. He doesn't want them thinking he's showing favoritism among his students. Melissa, understanding his sense of urgency, agreed, then said, So, you all are in the hero program, I'm guessing. You mind telling me what UA is like? As they walked, Izuku noticed Momo giving him an odd look and started pondering on what it could mean. The group went to get something to eat, and while Momo was sitting by herself, Izuku sat down beside her. She jumped at him being so close, then said, Ah, where did you come from? He looked at her curiously and said, Hey, is everything all right? I tried texting you, but you didn't respond. Did I do something to upset you? Feeling bad that she gave him that impression, the raven-haired girl calmed down and let out a deep sigh before saying, Sorry about that. Things just got busy, and I was going to text you back when I had a moment. Izuku, relieved by that, smiled and said, Great. For a second there, I thought you were mad at me. Momo then looked over to Melissa, who was standing in line, and asked, She seems nice. How did you two meet? Remembering her use those exact same words when he introduced her to Kendo, Izuku decided to ask a question of his own. We ran into each other while I was looking around. We started talking and hit it off. Why, you aren't jealous, are you? That's when the table cracked from Momo's grip on it. Izuku's danger sense went off. Then he looked at his friend. A menacing red aura was covering her body, and her killing intent was even denser than Stain's. He wanted to run, but fear kept him in place. She looked directly into his green eyes, then said, "Jealous? Jealous? Who do you think you are calling me jealous?" Before he could respond, she kicked him over the table, and he landed next to a nearby guardrail. Seeing him land, Melissa ran over to check on the boy, thinking to himself to never use that word around his friend again. He sat up to see her walking off in a huff of anger. Melissa then made it to his side before saying, "Are you okay, Deku? What happened?" He simply said, "I said the wrong thing, that's all, nothing to worry about." The two stood to their feet and heard someone say aloud, "Way to go, Midoriya, you were somehow able to get one of the most beautiful women on this island." Izuku, recognizing the voice of his classmate, was actually surprised when he saw Kaminari standing there in a waiter's uniform next to Mineta dressed in the same. Not wanting to let his pervy side out in public, the grapehead just gave a thumbs up to the green-haired boy. Izuku said in response, "Hey, you guys are here too." Ida popped up from behind them and said, "These two mentioned to me that they were looking for work, and since I was coming here to represent my family, I recommended them to the head of the kitchen." While listening to Ida, an explosion going off got the attention of the teens, which brought their eyes over to what looked like a villain attack simulation. As they went over to check it out, they came upon two more of their classmates doing the course. Melissa, seeing this, asked, "Do they go to UA as well, Deku?" He nodded, then pointed at the boys. "They're actually in my class." That's when they heard the announcer call out, 18 seconds. The smoke cleared on the field and Bakugo stood there feeling good about being the current record holder. He looked up and saw his green-haired rival staring back at him. He rocketed up to the balcony, then said, "What the hell are you doing here, you damn nerd?" Ignoring that, he looked to Melissa, then said, "Can anyone try this out?" She said, "Sure. Just go to the starting point over there." She pointed down to a square painted on the ground with a large X in the middle. He jumped down and got prepared for the signal. He charged up one for all to 60%, then heard go. Izuku leapt from the ground, leaving cracks in it as he bounced from target to target, finishing the course in 7 seconds. Everyone in the audience couldn't believe the speed of the green-haired boy, except for Bakugo, who walked off angry about being beaten again. When Izuku was done, he jumped back up to the balcony and asked, "How was that?" Melissa just stared intently at his arms before saying, "Hey Deku, do you mind coming with me? I have something I would like to show you in my lab." He said sure, then followed her as they walked away from the crowd. Chapter 10. Battle on Island Part 2. The sight of androids moving on their own, pouring liquids into vials and spinning tubes, had caught Izuku's attention as he walked into Melissa's lab. He saw a mouse in a cage next to a needle laying on a stand. Melissa got his attention when she said, "Here it is." Izuku looked over to her as she showed him a wristband on display near the wall. He walked over to it and stared in awe at what it could possibly be. Melissa then said to him, "I noticed that you seem to be restraining yourself when you're using your quirk. It reminded me of Uncle Might whenever he used his full power." Izuku was astonished that she was able to see that just from watching him once. She then grabbed the band and placed it on his wrist. Still not knowing what this was, he asked, "What does it do?" She said in response, "Just tap this button here to activate it." Doing as instructed, Izuku presses the button in the center of the band, and it started glowing. The band then started to expand around the boy's entire forearm. When it stopped, it took on the appearance of a red battle gauntlet. Melissa watched the boy's face as he excitedly gazed on at her invention. "I call it the full gauntlet. It should be able to handle your power at 100%. Uncle Might used to have one just like this, but it kept breaking. I've made improvements on it since then." Izuku was lost for words but was able to say, "This can handle my full power?" He continued to stare at the gauntlet until they both heard something fall. The pair looked over to the desk and saw that one of Melissa's androids had accidentally knocked over the mouse's cage. She hurried over to cut the machine off, and Izuku ran to pick the mouse up. It appeared to be bleeding and not moving much. She told him to set the cage down, then step back. He did as he was told, and that's when he saw Melissa grab the needle that was on the desk next to the cage. She picked it up, then injected the mouse with it. The green-haired boy, thinking it was a painkiller, got shocked when he saw what happened. The bleeding wound has sealed itself back up almost instantaneously. His jaw dropped to the floor comically before he said, "What was that you injected into the mouse? Was it some sort of healing shot from a quirk?" She put the needle down, then shook her head no. "It's nanobots that I created to heal damaged tissue in animals. I've been working on it for a while. My goal is to make an upgraded version that'll be able to heal humans." Seeing this, a light bulb went off in Izuku's head. He thought about All Might's injury. Then he reached into one of his pouches on his belt. He pulled out the thumb drive and case he got from Eri, then said, "Melissa, can I trust you with a secret?" Melissa, not knowing how to answer that question, said, "What's going on? Why would whatever you have to tell me be a secret? Does it have something to do with Uncle Might?" He looked at her with a stern expression on his face, then said, "Yes, you have to promise me right here and right now, you'll repeat what I'm about to tell you. All Might's life is depending on you keeping this secret." She saw the conviction in his eyes as he spoke. It was unwavering and overwhelming to the point that she was afraid to look away. She stood straight up and looked at him before she said, "I promise. I'll keep this secret until the day I die." That's when he took a deep breath and said, "I'm going to need you to take a seat. What I'm about to tell you is going to be hard to hear." She sat down on the stool next to her table and stared up to the boy. All Might was injured in a fight about 5 years ago. Only a few people know about his injury, but he keeps it from the public. Due to his wounds, he isn't able to use his quirk fully anymore and can only do hero work for a few hours a day. Melissa covered her mouth and her eyes started to water at hearing what was happening to her uncle. The boy went on, "All Might showed it to me once and it looked really bad. I see him in pain more often than not. When I asked him if he's all right, he always tells me he's fine. But I know it's worse than he's letting on." Melissa jumped up and said, "We have to go help him right now. What are we waiting for?" Izuku grabbed her hand to stop her from leaving and said, "There's still more to the story. Trust me, you're going to want to know how to save him." Now curious about what the green-haired boy had left to say, she sat back down and waited for him to continue. "This is the part that you're going to find incredibly hard to believe, but..." He took a deep breath, then continued. 3 nights ago, I was visited by a girl. She approached me while I was talking to one of my friends." Melissa's eyebrows raised in curiosity at what he just said. "I had never seen this person before a day in my life, but she knew that I was close with All Might. She even knew my name and things about me that no one else knows. Here comes the crazy part. She told me that she was from the future and that you were going to help me save All Might." Melissa waved her hands wildly, then said, "Wait, slow down. Did you say she time-traveled from the future? She told you that she knew all about you and Uncle Might." "Deku, you're starting to sound crazy," Izuku then said in response. "I thought she was crazy too until she repeated something that me and All Might said in private to each other. No one on this planet could have known this unless either I or All Might told them. I know, even as I'm saying this to you, I can see how crazy it sounds. It wasn't until I saw your nanobots heal the mouse that any of this made sense. I had been researching a possible cure on my own and I came across an article about repairing damaged tissue through robotics. Witnessing what your nanobots did convinced me of that girl's story. She told me that you'll need this to help save All Might." Izuku stuck out his hand and placed the items in hers. She looked down to see that it was a flash drive and a vial in a case. She looked at him and said, "What are these? Are they instructions or something?" He said, "I believe it's the proof I need to confirm my story." She was hesitant at believing anything that the boy was saying, but he didn't give off a deceiving vibe. His words were earnest, and his eyes showed worry for his sensei. She placed the thumb drive into the USB port on her computer and clicked on the file that was attached. Both Melissa and Izuku's eyes grew wide at what they were seeing. It was a video still of Melissa, but she looked much older. Seeing this, Melissa clicked play to start the video. It began playing and the girl spoke. "Hello, Melissa. I see you're still looking good. Treasure your youth because it doesn't last forever." The Melissa on the video let out a short laugh, then donned a more serious look. "Yes, I am you 11 years in the future. Thanks to Deku and Eri, we survived the war that destroyed most of civilization. So, If this makes it to you at the right time, then you're still in the beta phase of human trials for your nanobots. All Might can't wait the 7 years it took me to figure out how to do it. So, I've arranged for you to have what you'll need to save his life. Since All Might lost most of his stomach and part of his lung, the nanobots will only be able to repair the damaged tissue. They can't replace what isn't there. That is what the vial is for. The video of Melissa from the future went on to explain how the substance needed to be combined with the nanobots in order to save All Might. She started using technical terms and science jargon that went way over Izuku's head. He looked over to Melissa, who was writing down everything with precision. She understood what her future self was telling her without skipping a beat. When the video came to an end, she said, "We're counting on you to save his life and stop this future from happening. Good luck and go beyond." The video cut off and the two sat in silence for a few moments before she said, "I need to start working on this immediately. It'll take me a few days, but when I'm done, I'll contact you so you can give it to Uncle Might." Melissa then looked over at the time on the computer screen, then said, "Crap, we're going to be late for the award ceremony. Go get ready and I'll meet you later, okay?" Izuku gave her an assuring nod, then headed back to his hotel room to get changed. On an elevator going down to the hotel lobby, Momo stood beside Jiro and Uraraka, who were dressed in some of their finest evening wear. Jiro had on a black and pink dress with fingerless gloves to match. Uraraka had on a light pink dress and black stockings with a bow that tied the outfit together. Momo had on a black evening gown that shimmered in the light. She also had on black stiletto pumps that completed her outfit. Her hair was done and flowed down her back, almost blending in with her shawl. When the elevator stopped and the door opened, the girls walked out into the lobby only to be greeted by the rest of their classmates. As she went to get something out of her purse, she heard a familiar voice say, "You look quite breathtaking this evening, if you don't mind me saying." She turned around to Izuku, who was standing there in a black mandarin collar tuxedo. The jacket had 3 silver buttons, and on his feet were some Dior Oxford dress shoes. Momo had to catch her breath because seeing him dressed up like this in a suit almost made her forget what he said to her earlier that day. Not wanting to give herself away, she simply said, "You don't look too bad yourself." She quickly walked off after saying those words. Izuku, hypnotized by the way Momo looked in the dress, just said, "I guess asking her to save me a dance is out of the question." Not wanting to dwell on that, he looked to see where the rest of his classmates were. Seeing Ida, he waved, then felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned around and saw Melissa standing there in a blue cocktail dress with shoes to match. Her glasses were off, and her hair was styled up nicely. He took in the image for a second, then said, "I see you're not taking any prisoners, huh?" She let out a small chuckle, then said, "Would you like to be my escort tonight?" Izuku stuck out his arm, then said, "It would be an honor." She locked arms with him, and they made their way towards the dining hall. But before they got there, Izuku's danger sense went off, causing him to stop. Seeing this, Melissa asked, "Hey Deku, what's wrong?" Before he could say anything, the automated doors started slamming shut, blocking them from entering the room. The teens ran around to find another way in and bumped into the rest of Izuku's classmates. Once they grouped up, Melissa tried getting their attention, but then an alarm sounded right before they heard. "Attention residents of I Island. An imminent threat has been detected. Lockdown has been initiated. Protection protocols have been put in place." Melissa grew worried at the words of the security system. Seeing her face, Izuku asked, "Hey Melissa, what's wrong?" She replied, looking confused. "That's not what's supposed to happen if a threat is detected. Something is wrong here. We have to find my father. He'll know what to do." Ida then asked Melissa, "Is there another way to get to the dining hall? I'm sure that he's there with the rest of the heroes." Melissa responded immediately by saying, "Yes, follow me, this way." Momo then said, "All right everyone, let's go." The students all took off, running down the hall around the corridor until they were standing near a balcony that overlooked the dining hall. Peeping over the edge, Izuku saw that all of the heroes there were tied up and being restrained by some sort of capture device. He looked down to the stage and saw that All Might was there being bound as well. Seeing this, he went back and got Jiro so he could use her quirk to communicate with the pro. She stuck her earphone jack into the floor, and Izuku got All Might's attention with his light. Tashinori looked up and saw his pupil signaling to him to stay quiet. He mouthed to him to just talk while pointing at Jiro's earphone jack. Understanding what he was trying to do, All Might then said, "If you can hear me, flash your light once." Looking up again, All Might saw the boy flash his light one more time before continuing to speak. "Okay, villains have taken over control of the security system for the island. They have also taken Dave somewhere and may try to hold him for ransom. I want you all to contact the authorities and get the police here. Once you've done that, I want you to hide until help comes." After hearing what All Might said, they relayed the message to the rest of the class. Not wanting to just run and hide, Izuku said, "It could be hours before the police got here and Melissa's dad could be in real trouble. We have to do something about this." Ida then said, "But we're unlicensed hero students if we got caught using our quirks." Melissa cut him off then said, "Actually, all quirk use on the island is legal, so you won't get in trouble for using them." Everyone's facial expressions changed at that news. That's when Kaminari said, "These jerks ruined the chance of me making any tips tonight. Let's kick their butts." All the students cheered, but then Izuku thought to himself, "Wait a minute, we're missing some people." On the 50th floor, Bakugo walked angrily down the hall as Kirishima led him in the wrong direction. "Hey stupid hair, are you sure you know where you're going?" the hardening quirk user said under a panicked breath. "Of course, I know where I'm going. It's right through here." The duo walked through a doorway that led them into a room that wasn't the dining hall. In the center of the room, it had a fountain and each side of it were two large containers filled with plants. Seeing this, Bakugo became even more annoyed. He started to hit his red-haired friend when he saw some people in front of him. Kirishima, seeing this, ran up to the pair and asked, "Hello. Excuse me, but we're a little lost. Would you mind showing us how to get to the dining hall?" As the men looked strangely at the boys, Bakugo picked up on their odd behavior. When one of the men raised his hand, he called out to his friend, "Hey, look out!" Kirishima turned around and saw the attack coming. He activated his quirk and was hit by one of the men, who had transformed into some purple beast-like creature, sending him crashing into a wall. Bakugo sprang into action, launching blast at the purple beast guy. His partner activated his quirk, which made his hands grow large and almost fish-like. The large-hand man swung his arms at Bakugo, causing him to jump out of the way of what looked like an invisible attack. He prepared another blast when suddenly the purple guy had snuck up on him and aimed to strike. Before he could land a blow, Todoroki's flames came flying in the direction of the purple beast-like man, saving Bakugo from injury. He then yelled out, "How did you get here, icy hot?" Shoto then said we could talk about that later. Shoto then shot another flame attack, keeping the opponents at bay. Bakugo then came up with an idea. He fired some more explosions, then said, "Listen up, icy hot, I got a plan. I'll blind the bastards and then you'll cook them with your fire. Got it?" Shoto, understanding what he was trying to do, just agreed, then waited for an opening. Bakugo charged at the man with the fish-like hands and went to attack, when his partner tried to hit him from his blind side. He waited until he got close and blasted himself straight up into the air. Catching them both off guard, they looked up to follow the boy's movements. That's when they heard, "Stun grenade." The same bright attack used to blind Izuku during the sports festival went off, blinding the two men. Being unable to see, they never saw the flames coming from Todoroki. They were hit with the attack and nearly cooked from the heat. Ice then surrounded their bodies, holding them in place. They then heard the blonde boy yell, "Next time, pick a better profession. Now die." Bakugo let off a huge explosion, destroying the ice prison that held the two men and knocking them out cold in the process. Their quirks had deactivated, and they laid out on the floor looking lifeless. Todoroki then said, "I think you overdid it there." Bakugo looked at him, then said, "They're still breathing, so stop complaining. Besides, that serves them right for attacking the soon-to-be #1 hero." Todoroki and Bakugo then heard someone say, "But I'm right here. How could they attack me if they're already knocked out cold?" They both turned around to see everyone from their class who was on the island approach, along with some blonde girl in a blue dress. Bakugo started to respond, but Todoroki stopped him by saying, "Midoriya, what's going on and who were those guys?" Izuku explained to the pair of boys what happened downstairs with the pros and what they planned on doing. Kirishima then yelled out, "Hey, can someone help me get out of here?" Everyone looked to see their classmate stuck in a wall due to being attacked earlier. His quirk protected him when he took the hit for Bakugo, but it's also keeping him stuck in the wall. Annoyed by the obvious solution, Bakugo said, "Just release your quirk, dumbass." Realizing he was right, Kirishima did just that and fell from the slot in the wall. Once he joined the rest of the teens, a door opened up and robots poured into the room going after the teens. Todoroki created a wall of ice blocking them in the process, and Bakugo started blasting the ones that made it through. Shoto then said to Izuku, "You all get out of here, we'll hold them off." Seeing this, Izuku led the group into the hall, and they made their way towards the elevators. When they got there, Melissa went over to the panel and tapped on the screen. It didn't respond, and she said, "The security system has shut all the elevators down. We have to make our way up to the floor where the control room is." Ida then asked, "What floor is that?" Melissa said in response, "Floor 187. The entire group said, "What?" Jiro then said, "How are we going to get all the way up there?" 10 minutes later, the group of teens are running up the continuous flight of stairs, getting tired as they felt to be never-ending. Kaminari then said snarkily to Jiro, "You just had to ask, didn't you?" Kaminari then received a poke in his ear from Jiro's earphone jack. This caused him to let out a loud yell of pain. "Ow!" Achiko noticed that Melissa seemed winded as they got higher up. She asked the girl, "Hey Melissa, do you want me to use my quirk on you?" Melissa tiredly said through a raspy voice, "No, I'll be fine." She then took off her heels, then proceeded to run along with the rest of the teens. When they got to the 130th floor, they took the bridge to the other side of the building. This would give them direct access to the next floor, but all of a sudden metal doors started closing. This was going to trap them until Ida and Izuku sprang into action. Recipro burst, St. Louis smash. The two both jumped at the closing door in front of them and attacked to prevent it from boxing them in. When their strikes landed on the door, was torn to pieces and left a giant hole for everyone to climb through. Having only one way to go, they went through the nearest door. Inside the room, it held multiple paths that could lead them anywhere. In the monitor room, one of the henchmen assigned to security room contacts his boss on the radio. "Wolfram, come in." A few seconds later, someone responded, "Go ahead." The henchman spoke again. "I did as you said, and now the kids are cut off. What do you want me to do with them?" Wolfram replied back in a menacing voice, "Send the capture bots after them and use lethal force." The henchman just said, "Copy." Wolfram then put his radio back on his hip and said to himself, "I'm not gonna let a bunch of kids get in my way, and that goes for that scientist too. He's gonna be surprised when he finds out he hired the wrong people." He then let out a villainous laugh as he continued walking down the long hallway. Just 10 floors below him, Kaminari just used his quirk on the capture bots that had attacked the group of students. Thinking that it might work, he went overboard, and now he's in his stupid state. Watching her friend shuffle unknowingly, Jiro sighed, then said, "I told him not to overdo it. Now he's even stupider." She slapped her forehead, then heard the sound of the robots waking back up. Seeing this, Izuku removed his jacket and rolled up his sleeve. He tapped the button on his wristband, activating the full gauntlet. He charged one for all to 75% and rushed towards Denki, using Black Whip to yank him back and move the blonde teen out of his way. When he got in range of the robots, he attacked. Delaware smash. The force of wind and air slammed into the robots, sending them hurling into the walls and shattering into pieces. Everyone was taken back by the sheer power Midoriya had just displayed. Momo looked at his back as he stared at the gauntlet on his arm. She said to herself, "Wow, where did he get that from?" She then looked over to see Melissa staring at the green-haired boy. Momo, feeling annoyed by this, then tore a slit in her dress. She tied the ripped ends into a knot and created a sword for herself. She then called out to the group, "Okay, let's split up. Midoriya and Melissa, you guys go find her father. The rest of you come with me to find the control room." Everyone nodded to the plan, but Midoriya stopped Momo and said, Be careful and I'll see you in a little bit. She gave him a slight smile and said, I will and you do the same. They both took off headed to their objectives. Once Melissa and Izuku made it to the 199th floor, the path was blocked due to debris. Seeing that, Melissa looked out of the window next to them, then picked up a rock and threw it at. Not knowing what Melissa was trying to do, Izuku asked, What's your idea? Melissa pointed to an access ladder that was on the side of the building that leads into a vent connected to the top floor. She then told the boy, If we could make it to that ladder, the vent will get us to where they have Papa. Understanding the plan, Izuku crouched down in front of her, and Melissa then said, Climb on my back and hang on. She did as she was told. Then Izuku charged one for all to 50% and took off running before getting the window ledge, then jumped. He cleared most of the gap, but a gust of wind came blowing and knocked them off their intended course. Melissa saw this and screamed out, Oh no, we're going to fall. Izuku immediately activated Black Whip and shot it at one of the rungs on the ladder. He grabbed it and pulled them back to the tower. Once he grabbed a hold of the steps, he climbed up and punched open the vent, allowing them to finally re-enter the building on the top floor. When they made it to the room on the top floor, they saw Melissa's father, but he wasn't tied up. He was shaking hands with the villain who was leading the attack. Seeing this, Melissa cried out, Dad, what's going on? Do you know this guy? The sound of his daughter's voice just horrified David as he turned around and saw her standing there with All Might's student. He then said, Melissa, it's not what you think. I arranged all of this. These guys are working with me. That's when Wolfram spoke. That's what you think. Sam, David's partner, was handing Wolfram the case and looked up to see the man with a mask made out of metal pointing a gun at him. Wolfram fired the gun, hitting him in the chest. David yelled out, No, what are you doing? Wolfram responded, Shut up. Wolfram then shot David in the arm, causing him to hit the ground in pain. Izuku, seeing all of this, told Melissa to stay here and he charged Wolfram. Even though he was fast, Izuku didn't expect for a piece of the floor to rise up and wrapped around his body, causing him to hit the ground, then say, Is this your quirk? Wolfram then replied to the green-haired boy, Next time you want to play hero, do a little research on the person you're attacking. Wolfram yanked sheets of metal off of the walls and threw them at the boy, covering him completely. Melissa called out, DKU. When Wolfram went to grab David, the pile of metal erupted, sending bits and pieces of it into the air. Using full cowl, Izuku rocketed towards Wolfram but was cut off by two of his lackeys. He activated Black Whip and picked them up, slamming their heads together, knocking them out cold. He threw the two off to the side, then was struck with a large heap of metal, sending him through a wall. While this was happening, Melissa went to her father's side and asked, Dad, why would you do this? Why would you endanger everyone on the island? David Shield looked at his daughter with sorrow in his eyes and responded, You don't understand. All Might is losing his quirk, and that device will give him his power back. Melissa didn't know what to say. She was about to tell him something, but Wolfram kicked her away from the man. Out of the way, brat. Your father is coming with me. Wolfram threw David on his shoulder and made his way to the rooftop. Melissa made it back to her feet and heard on the PA system, Security protocols deactivated. System returning to normal. Signifying that the other group were successful on their mission, Melissa went to look for Deku when she heard her phone ring. She saw it was All Might and picked it up. Uncle Might, come quick, he has Papa and he's headed to the roof. All Might, finally being freed, clenched his fist, then said to the girl, Don't worry, Melissa, because I am here. After taking that hit, Izuku finally came to and ran back into the office. He spotted Melissa, then asked, Where did they go? She replied, To the roof. This way, follow me. A couple minutes later, the pair opened the door to the roof and saw a helicopter lifting off. In the back, Melissa could see her father tied up on the floor and screamed out, Papa! As the chopper continued its ascent, Wolfram noticed that craft jerked like it hit something. This made him look over out of the window and stare down. He saw the green-haired boy hanging onto the landing skids. Izuku went to grab, but he was kicked in the face by Wolfram. When he fell back, he heard Wolfram say, Dumb kid, stop interfering. Izuku activated Black Whip and wrapped it around the professor. Seeing this, Wolfram shot at Izuku. When the one-for-all inheritor saw him raise the gun, he instantly blocked the bullet with his gauntlet. This resulted in him losing grip on the professor, causing him to fall. He landed on top of an air duct and screamed out, "No!" Then he heard a voice say, "I'll have you give me my friend back, you fiend." Izuku turned his head and saw All Might leaping into the air and smashing into the helicopter, freeing the professor and stopping Wolfram from getting away in the process. All Might went to sit his friend down someplace safe and was struck by a large metal pipe coming out of the floor. All Might climbed out of the rubble and saw Wolfram standing next to an empty open metal briefcase. On his head was a crown-like device that glowed with a bright blue light. The villain then spoke. "I gotta hand it to you, Doc. This thing is amazing." Using the Quark amplifier, Wolfram started to destroy the rooftop and create metal structures to attack All Might with. Large heaps of metal flew at the number 1 hero back-to-back. He punched and dodged the heaps as they got close. One got through, and Wolfram used this opening to dogpile All Might with even more of his makeshift weapons. When he went to throw another large piece of metal, it was blasted by an explosion before it got anywhere close to All Might. Seeing where it came from, Wolfram looked over to see a hole in the roof where 6 more teenagers came pouring out. Bakugo then yelled out to the pro, "All Might, are you going to lose to such a weak boss?" Hearing his student's words made All Might throw worry to the wayside and push past his limits. The hero charged after Wolfram, destroying everything the villain was throwing at him, getting closer and closer until he got within range to attack Wolfram. Izuku went to Melissa's side to make sure that she was all right. He said to her, "Are you okay?" She responded, "Yes, but where is Papa?" Surveying the area, Izuku pointed up at a metal structure that stood behind Wolfram. Inside of it was her father, trapped in the heap of metal and bleeding from his shoulder. Melissa saw this and gasped, "Oh no, Papa!" That's when Izuku saw something that shook him to his core. Wolfram had encased All Might in a large solid metal cube, then sent metal spikes into it. This sight sent the boy flying at the structure. Using 100% of one for all and slamming his fist into the cage, he yelled out, "Smash!" The cage was obliterated and shattered into bits of metal, freeing All Might. Izuku caught him in midair and they both landed on the ground. All Might's body was still steaming from the overuse of his quirk. He looked at the boy, then said, "I thought I told you to go get help and then hide." Izuku looked to him and said, "I couldn't help it. My body moved on its own." Hearing that made All Might remember seeing his successor jump in to save his friend who was in danger even though he was quirkless. He looked into the green-haired boy's eyes and said, "You're right, you wouldn't be a hero if you didn't help someone who was in need. Will you lend me your aid in taking this guy down?" Izuku smiled, then stuck his fist out to All Might and said, "I thought you'd never ask." All Might bumped fist with his pupil, then said, "Let's go." Izuku replied, "Yes, sir." The two took off running, creating a sonic boom as they rocketed towards Wolfram. Seeing them approach, he said, "You think you're going to stop me? I'll crush with the device that was meant to help save you." Wolfram created 8 large solid metal cubes and tossed them at the pair of heroes running directly at him. Izuku, seeing some getting close, jumped up screaming, "Seattle smash!" He hurricane kicked right through the structures and crumbled them into pieces. Not wanting to be showed up by his student, All Might jumped up and rotated quickly in a downwards motion, then yelled out, "California smash!" Destroying every cube in his path. When Wolfram created more large weapons and started throwing them, they were covered in ice. He looked over to see a blonde boy firing explosions at the rest of his prepared weapons. This angered him immensely. He then summoned every scrap of metal available, then created his largest structure so far. A giant solid metal cube that was 2 stories tall. Momo looked on in amazement as her friend ran side by side with the number 1 hero, matching his speed every step of the way. She knew he was strong, but this was on a whole nother level. All Might and Izuku leapt up into the air. They cocked their fist back while thinking, "Well, give it our all, stopping this guy for good, proving that justice will always prevail." Wolfram screamed out as he launched his attack. "Try stopping this." Achiko, Jiro, Melissa and Momo screamed out, "Get him, DKU." while the rest of the teens said, "Stop him, All Might." All Might and Izuku said at the same time, "Double Detroit Smash." Their combined attack sent them straight through the middle of the large structure, blowing it into pieces. The blowback from the attack struck Wolfram hard and distracted him from the dual punch headed for his face. All Might then said, "We'll go beyond." Izuku then said, "Plus Ultra." The powers of one for all unified in that moment, synchronizing the duo's attack, pulverizing Wolfram's face, breaking the device and putting an end to his reign of terror. David's shield was freed from the spire and caught a glimpse of All Might's student. This gave him a nostalgic feeling, reminding him of All Might and giving him hope for the future of society. He was then sat up and put against a wall while All Might checked on his condition. After using all the time he had, part of his face had reverted back to his normal form. All Might then said, "Dave, I'm glad you're safe, but you have a lot of explaining to do." Izuku stood there in shock and awe, remembering what it felt like to use 100% of his power. That's when he heard Melissa call out to him, "DKU." He turned around and she jumped into his arms. He grabbed her, then she told him, "Thank you." He smiled, then said, "You're more than welcome, but I did destroy your gauntlet in the process. Sorry about that." She smiled, then said, "Don't worry about it." The two then laughed as the police started surrounding the building. Standing about 15 feet away, stood Momo, looking at her friend smile aimlessly at the blonde girl. She clenched her fist and walked off with an angry facial expression. Once all of the criminals were arrested and the statements had been gathered, the students got to return to their rooms. It had been a long day for Izuku and all he wanted to do was sleep. Once he got out of the shower, he put on his pajamas, then flopped on his bed. Letting out a sigh of relief, he said to himself, "Finally, I can get some rest." That's when he heard a knock on his door. "Shit." He dragged himself out of bed and said aloud as he opened the door, "Ida, can we talk about whatever it is tomorrow?" But he didn't see his blue-haired friend. Momo stood there with an upset facial expression. She then asked, "I need to talk to you. Can I come in?" Izuku was caught off guard by this. He then stepped to the side and let the raven-haired girl in. He closed the door and then asked, "Is everything okay?" She looked at him, then asked, "Did you kiss her?" Izuku had a perplexed facial expression and was confused at the question. He asked in reply, "What are you talking about?" Momo then slightly shouted, "Melissa, did you kiss her?" Now, having some understanding of the situation, he said, "No, as a matter of fact, I did not kiss her. Why do you ask?" Momo's body seemed to relax a little, then she said, "Good." After that, she approached the green-haired boy and said, "Because I was jealous." The two locked lips and began kissing. Izuku wrapped his arms around her waist as she threw hers around his neck. The kiss was passionate and filled them both with bliss. A couple minutes later, they disconnected and stared at each other, trying to catch their breath as their hearts raced. Momo then left in a hurry without saying a word, and then Izuku said, "So, that happened." Chapter 11. Forest Training Camp. In a private gym downtown, Detective Tsukachi walked through doors to one of All Might's training gym. He sees the hero striking a heavy bag. As Tsukachi approaches, he sees the Toshinori kicking the bag over and over again, which is something he'd never seen before. Once he got close enough, he said, "Looks like you're getting ready for something big." All Might stops mid-swing and noticed his friend standing behind him just out of striking range. He grabs a towel to wipe the sweat off of his face, then says, "I'm trying a new move I picked up from one of my students. Like they say, it's never too late to teach an old dog new tricks." Tsukachi started walking towards All Might, extending his hand, then said, "I'm glad to see that you're staying sharp," because he's starting to make his move. After the attack on Hosu, we've heard chatter that Shigaraki isn't the mastermind behind the league. This, along with some other intel, allows me to believe that you were right and he's still alive. All Might's smile disappears and is replaced with a look of determination like never before. He tightened his fist, then said only one thing. The look he was giving made Tsukachi pause out of sheer nervousness as the pro-hero sternly said, "All for one." On a bus in the mountains, Nito Monoma, the copy quirk hero in training, also known as the Phantom Thief, asked his class rep Atsuka Kendo a question as she stares aimlessly out of the bus's window. "Kendo, what's on your mind? You look like something has your attention." Noticing a hand waving in her face, Kendo comes out of the daze she was just in. She looked beside her to see her blonde classmate with a rare look of concern on his face before replying. "I was just thinking about how to improve my quirk. I'm tired of seeing my friends get better and better, while it feels like I'm standing still." Monoma put his hands to his chin, then ponders what she meant by that. He then said what he thought was on her mind. "It's the All Might wannabe from Class 1A, isn't it? Everyone is always bolstering about how much better their class is compared to ours. I don't get it, we're taught the exact same curriculum and yet they seem one step ahead of us." Kendo, having the same feelings towards the subject, couldn't help but agree until he spoke again. "We'll prove that we're better than them by our entire class getting our hero licenses before them. Then we'll show the world how much better we are compared to those weak." Kendo started to knock out her obnoxious classmate when she saw him stop speaking to glance at something. Monoma then pointed out of the window before saying, "Was that an avalanche?" Using his finger as a guide, Kendo looked over to where he was pointing and saw a large cloud of dust settling from what appeared to be part of the mountain coming down. That's when the students of Class 1B heard Vlad King say aloud, "We'll be making a quick bathroom break in about 5 minutes up ahead, so get ready." Kendo and Monoma looked at each other, then gulped out of fear of what was in the future for their class. 10 minutes earlier. As Class 1A1 are being giving instructions on how to reach their training camp, Izuku is staring at Momo, who is avoiding all eye contact with him. That's when his danger sense went off and he saw Pixie Bob activate her quirk, sending the class flying off of the mountain. Without thinking, he activated Black Whip and grabbed all of his nearby classmates as they fell into the forest. Mineta, Ashido, Sato, Shoji, Oeorozu, Kirishima, Koda, Jiro, Hagakure, Aoyama, Ojiro, Ida, Kaminari, and Urarika braced for the worst until they felt something around their waist as they started descending towards the ground. They all looked over to see their green-haired classmate Midoriya using his quirk to help them land safely. Once they hit the ground, majority of the class started yelling back up the mountain to Mr. Aizawa. That's when Izuku's danger sense went off yet again, causing him to look into the forest. He got everyone's attention when he yelled, "Class rep, looks like we aren't alone anymore and they don't seem friendly." Hearing her freckled-faced friend's words, she looked to where he was staring and created herself a sword. She then yelled out, "Class 1A, listen up." Then the rest of the class turned towards the forest before Momo said, "Prepare for battle." That's when 4 prehistoric-like creatures ambled over to where the students were before letting out a beastly roar. Before the beast could make another move, Yaoyorozu had cut off one of their heads, followed up by Bakugo blowing of the top half of another one's body. Shoto used his ice to freeze, then shatter one of the beasts that resembled a rhino, and Midoriya rocketed towards the last creature with his fist cocked back as he screamed, "Detroit Smash!" Using a 30% smash, Izuku sent that beast crashing into the remains of the other creatures, turning them into dust. Ida then spoke to everyone besides Bakugo, who was already moving ahead. "This won't be the last of them, so let's move forward as a class." With all of the life-threatening experiences they've survived, Izuku was able to gather all but a few in Class 1A for some joint training practices after school over the past few months. Knowing that their class was a target, everyone agreed to help strengthen their teamwork skills for situations just like this. Back on top of the mountain, Eraserhead started to gather his things before heading to the cabin. That's when he heard Pixie Bob say, "Wow, these guys are good." Aizawa, being caught off guard by the statement, said to her, "How so?" Pixie Bob wiped some sweat off of her brow before replying, "I've had to increase the size of my monsters steadily because your class is blowing through them with ease. It's not just their strength, but their teamwork is what's really making an impact." Using his binoculars, Eraserhead tried checking his students' progress. His eyes grew large at the sight before him. He didn't know what to say, but he expected nothing less from his students. In the center of the forest, Ida used his quirk to propel Sato straight through any oncoming enemy, while Siro used his tape to bind or restrain the attacking creatures. The combo attack of Urariku and Tsu, making the beast float as Tsu launches them in Aoyama's direction, made it easy for him to blast them into pieces. Izuku, using Black Whip to catapult the enemy towards the members with long-ranged attacks, cleared a path to the cabin at a fast pace. All of the extra endurance training that Izuku had put himself through, using multiple quirks, became a lot less draining on his body. This gave him a chance to share some tips with the rest of his class, which obviously came in handy. 2 hours later, Mandalay, along with the rest of the Pussycat Dolls and Eraser, sat in front of the cabin discussing their plans for the students when they heard something coming out of the forest. Although they were very tired, the entire class reached their intended goal just a few minutes past their given deadline. Not even expecting them to finish this soon, Pixie Bob excitedly went to congratulate the pack leaders. Bakugo, Ida, Todoroki, and Midoriya all stepped back as she entered their personal space. She ogled their toned bodies and muscles quite aggressively while the rest of the teachers watched. Aizawa asked Mandalay, "When did she get like this?" Mandalay rolled her eyes, then replied with a sigh, "She's getting to the age where she's ready to settle down, it seems." Noticing what Pixie Bob was doing, Momo couldn't help but form a red tick mark on her forehead in annoyance of the desperate display in front of her. That's when Ashido got her attention. "So are you ever gonna tell me why you haven't spoken to Greenie since you've gotten back from the island?" Alarmed that someone noticed her changed behavior, Momo tried being nonchalant with her reply. "Mina, you must be mistaken, I haven't been avoiding him." Not believing anything she was saying, Mina went on to give her friend a suspicious look before she smiled and said, "Well, I guess you wouldn't mind giving him a hand then, huh?" Momo, not knowing why she would ask that, turned around and grew alarmed when she saw Izuku holding his groin in pain on the ground. She went over to give him a hand, but someone else had beat her to the punch. She really wanted to make sure he was okay, but it would have to wait for now. The day had been long and a bath was calling everyone's name. A few hours later, Mineta was being scolded for causing Koda's near-death experience. After leaving Mandalay's office, learning of Koda's past, Izuku decided he was going to help Koda see that being a hero isn't a bad thing. Once he got dressed, he started to go get his phone to make a call when he saw Momo by herself practicing with her kitana, seeing this as a perfect opportunity to speak with her in private. As he made his way over to the clearing where she stood, Izuku couldn't help but be mesmerized by the fluid-like movements of her sword strikes. Her technique had improved greatly ever since her internship, and it shows. Before she finished her next downward slash, Momo heard someone approach while announcing themselves. "Hey Momo, sorry to interrupt your practice, but do you have a moment to talk?" Momo couldn't help but pause as he walked in her direction, then stopped what she was doing before asking, "What is it that you need, Midoriya?" Feeling a little nervous, Izuku looked around before he went on to ask, "Can we talk about what happened in my room back on Island?" Momo froze for a split second as the silence of the night took over the teen's surroundings. She turned her head while saying, "I don't know what you're talking about, Midoriya. I was never in your room on the island." She went back to her practice until she heard him say, "So we're just going to pretend that we never kissed because—" That's when her blade came dangerously close to Izuku's face in a flash, causing him to stop mid-sentence before finishing his statement. Seeing as though this wasn't his first rodeo, Izuku wasn't frightened at all. He just slowly backed away and said, "Message received. I'll leave you to it then." Momo continued her practice for the rest of the evening while holding in her emotions and what she truly felt like. The next day, Class 1A and 1B were being put through the ringer as they strived to improve their quirks. Midoriya's was a special case in this scenario thanks to Gran Torino giving Aizawa a heads up. His training was the most strenuous of them all. Izuku stood in the middle of a field blindfolded while being surrounded by Eraserhead, Mandalay, Ragdoll, and Tiger. Gran Torino explained to Aizawa that his training required more difficulty to draw out his true potential. Aizawa had the support lab send over some of the specialized wrist and ankle weights used in the final exams. With sheer will and determination, Izuku embraced the task of defending himself from 4 pros at the same time, even though his efforts were in vain. With their experience and teamwork, the pros didn't have much trouble landing blows on the first-year student, but he did surprise them. When Mandalay thought she caught the green-haired novice off guard, he used Smokescreen to hide his presence. Eraser used his quirk to stop him from making more. Using this as an opportunity, he ran in to strike his student. Letting down his guard for a split second, that's when Aizawa was thrown into Tiger by Izuku's Black Whip. When he tried to capitalize on his attack, Mandalay was able to stop him just in the nick of time before he was able to take out Ragdoll with a sneak attack. This gauntlet went on for the next 5 hours until dusk when the teachers decided to call it quits for the day. Totally exhausted and drained from the constant training, Izuku looked like a zombie as he paced back to his lodging. My bed is going to have a Izuku-shaped hole in it until morning, or my name isn't. That's when his thoughts were cut off by a familiar voice. Hey Muscles, you look exhausted. Turning his head slightly to see his pink classmate, he then responded. Hey Ishido, what's up? I'm guessing your training wasn't as brutal today, huh? She let out a tired sigh before saying, It was some of the toughest training I've ever experienced, but the results were worth it. I learned how to shoot my acid with more direction and precision. Mina then demonstrated her new move by using it to blast a hole into a nearby boulder, leaving a baseball-size hole straight through it. Izuku let out a loud whistle in amazement, then said, With training you'll be able to do that without compressing your hands together, which will allow you to use both hands in an offensive or defensive manner. Mutter mutter. Mutter mutter, mutter mutter, mutter mutter. Mina looked on in boredom as Izuku started another one of his ramblings. Earth to Midoriya. This yell broke Izuku's mutter storm and snapped him out of his thoughts. Sorry about that, I can't help but think about ways to utilize one's quirk. I'm working on it though. They both laughed as they walked towards the cabin, talking about what dinner was going to be. Later on at the eating area, Izuku walked towards the dining tables looking for a place to sit. He saw Momo sitting with Tsu. They had an empty space beside them, but instead of asking to join, he sat at a table off to the side by himself. Seeing this, Mina decided to join her classmate and pick up on their previous conversation. The two laughed at some of the stories they overheard from their fellow students. That's when Momo couldn't help but see the pink and green duo having a good time to themselves. She started gripping the edge of the table, leaving hand prints in it as she continued to stare. Uraraka, seeing this, asked Momo, Hey, is everything okay? Staring straight forward, never breaking her gaze, she responded, Yes, I'm fine, why do you ask? Uraraka looks on, still not convinced, and says, Are you sure? Because it looks like you're ready to kill someone. Momo, keeping her eyes on the pair, just replied, Who would I want to kill? Tsu, having no filter and usually saying what's on her mind, simply said, Midoriya, if I had to guess. Crack. That's when the edge of the table snapped off in Momo's hand, catching everyone by surprise and silencing their conversations. Being woken by this sudden realization, Momo created a bonding agent to repair the table as she said, These are some cheap tables. She then let out a small chuckle while trying not to look at her classmates. As he glanced over at the table, Izuku thought to himself, I wonder what happened over there? The following day, even though it seemed like he wasn't making much progress, Izuku's response time increased enough that he was able to land blows on his opponents without being caught off guard. Aizawa stopped Izuku before he could walk away, then said, Midoriya, don't forget you owe me 100 laps around the lake and 1,000 push-ups when you're done. Izuku nearly fainted after forgetting that he still had more work to do, but then ran off to complete his task. As he finished up his last set, Izuku noticed Kota walking into the woods by himself and decided to follow him. An hour later, he came back down from the mountain where he met up with Kota. Feeling as though he got a little better understanding of his hatred for quirks, Izuku made it his mission to try and help him see that his parents died protecting others and not for selfish reasons. In the morning, Class 1A and 1B were given the heads up about a special exercise they'll be doing this evening after dinner. As the students stood outside of their lodging, Mandalay announced that they all would be participating in a test of courage. Everyone grew excited after how this game works and who would be paired together except for Midoriya. Once the other students walked into the forest, he paused, then started to think. Doing the math, he realized that he would be the only person without a partner for the test until his danger sense went off. Out the corner of his eye, he saw smoke coming from the direction where the test of courage was being held. Not sure what was going on, Mandalay reached out to Ragdoll, who was already stationed in the forest but didn't receive a response. When that happened, she tried reaching out to the other pros when she interrupted by Midoriya. Mandalay, have you seen Kota? She thought to herself for a split second and then said, No, he always disappears around this time of night and I don't know where he goes. That's when Izuku remembered about his hiding place before taking off in the opposite direction. Mandalay screamed out, Where are you going? Izuku replied, I know where he is. I'll bring him back safe. The green-haired boy's image disappeared into the forest, giving Mandalay one more thing to worry about. That's when a memory played back in her head. Flashback. After the first training session with Midoriya, as Aizawa packed up his gear, Mandalay came over and asked, "Hey Eraserhead, I gotta ask, what's so special about this kid that he needs this type of training?" Aizawa stoically looked in her direction, then said, "Remember the incident at the USJ?" Mandalay nodded her head yes in response before he continued. "It was Midoriya who saved me when I was caught off guard, and then he took on a creature who was strong enough to trade blows with all might. Before I knew it, that thing got behind me. I didn't even see it move, but Midoriya was swift enough to avoid his attacks while landing counter blows. Of course, afterwards I scolded him for acting without permission, but it showed me something." Mandalay, being caught off guard by this information, asked, "Oh, and what was that?" Aizawa then threw his bag over his shoulder and pointed at his green-haired student who was walking away. "He has the makings of a pro hero in him already, and he's only a first year. If you ask me, he'll make it to the big three in no time with the right attitude and the proper training. He might even replace All Might one of these days." Aizawa started walking away before he whispered to her, "This conversation never happened, by the way." Mandalay smiled, then chuckled before giving him a thumbs up. End of flashback. Mandalay took off to protect the students while thinking to herself, "I'm putting my faith into you, kid. Show me what Eraserhead saw in you." Izuku, using 40% full cowl, made his way up the mountain where he last saw Kota. As he got closer, he saw a large shrouded figure looming over the frightened child menacingly. Izuku, knowing what he had to do, charged forward, preparing to strike. A tall, blonde, muscle-bound behemoth towers over a crying Kota, preparing to attack when he heard Detroit smash. The hooded figure, not seeing it coming, was struck in the face and sent flying back the opposite direction. His body slid to a halt at the base of the mountain, lying lifeless. Izuku, landing just in front of Kota, then turned to ask with a worried expression on his face, "Kota, are you okay? Are you hurt?" Helping him to his feet, Kota couldn't help but embrace him while crying out, "That's him. That's the guy who killed my parents." This angered Izuku, causing him to clench his fist, but that's when his danger sense went off. He quickly grabbed Kota and jumped out of the way from the incoming attack. The blow from his punch left a large crater in the ground that would have killed them both if it wasn't for his quick response. The man finally spoke. "Looks like today's my lucky day. I get to kill the kid of those losers who cost me my eye, and I found my target. After I get rid of you, I'll go find the blonde kid from Shigaraki's list." The man removed his cloak and put in his prosthetic eye before saying, "The name is Muscular, and I'll be the one killing you this evening." Izuku started analyzing the situation and realized he would have to get Kota to safety before trying to stop this villain. Using his smoke, Izuku disguising their getaway, he grabbed Kota and made a break for it. Using full cowl, Izuku leapt into the air off the mountainside but was quickly thrown back towards the base of the mountain. Shielding Kota from the impact, Izuku used his body to cushion the blow. He then quickly checked on Kota, then used Black Whip to shove him out the way of Muscular's oncoming attack. Using both arms to block, he took the blow head-on and tried withstanding the attack by pushing one for all to his current max. "Come on, kid. Show me what you're made of." Muscular yelled those words while firing off rapid punches, driving Midoriya back further and further. Just in that moment, Izuku couldn't help but think, "This guy's punches feel like All Might's." That's when one of his hands slipped and Izuku was caught by a punch that sent him soaring into the mountain, causing him to hit his head. Izuku's body hit the ground and immediately he felt like he was losing consciousness. Fighting to stay awake, that's when he heard a voice say, "Wake up, Ninth, it's time." Worried that he was asleep, Izuku looked around thinking he was in the vestige world with the other one for all users, but he wasn't. The voice spoke again. "Listen up, kid. I'm F.A. Jean, the third welder of One for All, and you need to use my quirk to stop this guy." This news shook Izuku but reminded him of the task at hand. He responded back in his mind, "How do I activate it?" Seeing his target stand to his feet, Muscular approached at high speeds, preparing to strike. "I've had fun, but Shigaraki needs you alive, so nighty-night." The behemoth struck down, intending to drive the green-haired boy into the ground, but only made contact with the earth. He then looked up and was met with an axe kick which landed square on his head. This kick drove Muscular's face into the ground. Izuku then jumped back planning another attack, but his opponent got back up. That's what I'm talking about. Finally someone who can take a punch. Throwing caution to the wind, Izuku charged up one for all to 80%, causing immense pressure to build up in his body. The fatigue of training on top of the battle was definitely getting to him, but his determination wasn't going to let that stop him. With the eyes of a predator, excited by the thrill of the hunt, Muscular pounced at his prey like a lion lunging at a gazelle, causing Izuku to springboard off of the mountain and kick his target, going from surface to ground, constantly evading while looking for chances to counter. Fa Jean then spoke again. Keep that up and you'll be ready to strike soon. Listening to the vestige inside his head, Izuku kept up his pace, storing up all of that kinetic energy, so that he'll be able to release it in one move. The two opponents then rushed towards each other, preparing to clash, when Midoriya did the unexpected, using Muscular's own momentum against him by grabbing his arm and slamming the giant of a man to the ground. Stunned and not amused by what just happened, Muscular hopped up angrily when something black bounded both of his ankles. Suddenly he was being slung into the air, then back into the ground, followed by being whipped into the mountain. The now bloodied and bruised man then staggered to his feet, looking for his green-haired foe. That's when he saw what looked like a green creature with lightning coursing all his body, charging directly at him, looking to finish the fight. The power of One for All started connecting from user to user, pushing its power to the current wielder's fist. The crystallization of power, accompanied with Fa Jean, created something that had never been seen before. Izuku flicked the finger on his right hand before saying, "Delaware," causing a strong blast of wind that temporarily pinned Muscular to the wall just long enough for what happened next. That's when he heard Super Detroit Smash. This catastrophic attack shook the entire mountain, causing tremors through the surrounding forest. Muscular was sent rocketing into the mountain with such force the peak crumbled and fell on top of him. That's when Koda, who had passed out from being shoved out of the way, was awakened by Midoriya leaping off of the mountain top. Izuku asked if he was okay, but all the boy could do is stare on as he witnessed the top of a mountain come avalanching down its side. The pair landed safely, then started running through the forest to meet up with the others. That's when Izuku remembered what Muscular said and started thinking about who he was targeting. That's when a terrifying thought crossed his mind. All of the sudden, Eraserhead came running in his direction, cutting him off. "Midoriya, what happened to you? Did you engage another enemy without permission?" Izuku replied. "You can yell at me later, but Koda needed my help. The enemy I faced was very strong, and apparently I was one of his targets. He was given the order to kill everyone else but capture Bakugo and me for some reason. He mentioned that it was Shigaraki from the League of Villains that sent him here." That's when Aizawa noticed Izuku's arms trembling, and he could tell that the teen was in intense pain. He took Koda from the boy, then said, "I need you to deliver a message to Mandalay for me. Tell her Eraserhead is giving permission to all of the students to engage the enemy. Once you've completed this task, come right back to the study hall with the rest of the students. If you run into anyone else, send them my way immediately, and Midoriya." The sudden change in the tone of his voice made Izuku look Aizawa in the eyes when he said, "I know you went over your limit back there and you're in a lot of pain. Don't dawdle, come right back." Izuku took off running while shouting, "I promise I won't dawdle." Aizawa carried Koda off back to the lodge, thinking to himself, "He won't come right back. My best guess is he'll try to save all of his classmates, even though he's extremely fatigued." In another part of the forest, Oiorozu and Owaze stood side by side, fending off a Nomu with the ability to spawn multiple arms with different weapons attached to them. Taking lead, Momo went in to attack, but the creature swung, causing her to dodge out of the way of its swing. As she ducked, she took this opening to slice its leg, distracting him in the process. That's when Owaze used his quirk to weld a coffee can onto the Nomu's head, trying to block his vision. Out of nowhere, the monster spawned another arm, striking Owaze in the gut. When the creature went for the finishing blow, that's when Momo swooped in. In a flash, she appeared out of nowhere, stabbing the Nomu in the hands, pinning it to the ground. She ran over to help Owaze to his feet when she was struck from behind by a tree branch, knocking her out cold. Owaze leapt to his feet, preparing to defend her while screaming out, "I won't let you lay a hand on her." The Nomu charged the boy, leaving him frozen in fear, but he was determined to protect Yaoyorozu. Bracing for the worst, he heard an unfamiliar voice shout, "Seattle Smash." Izuku landed a triple hurricane kick on the Nomu, sending it crashing through trees deep into the forest. Still stunned by what he just witnessed, Aways turned to see Midoriya carrying Yaoyorozu bridal style. Momo! Momo, wake up! Struggling to open her eyes, Momo caught a glimpse of green locks above emerald eyes smiling at her. She smirked, then said, I guess this makes it 2 times, huh? Izuku donned a serious expression, then said to his peer, We haven't met, but I'm Izuku Midoriya. We have to get the both of you medical treatment immediately. Shaking off being startled, Aways gathered his thoughts, then finally replied, Oh yes, right, I'm Yosetsu Aways. Thanks for all your help, Midoriya. Izuku nodded, then said, Let's go, I'll have to hurry back before that Nomu gets away. Aways responded right after that with, It's fine. When Yaoyorozu had it distracted, I used my quirk to put a tracker on him when he wasn't looking. Izuku smiled, then said, Great, we'll use that to find him wherever he goes. As they ran through the forest, they stumbled upon another battle between Uraraka, Tsu, and a blonde girl in a school uniform. When Toga went to strike Tsu, suddenly she was wrapped up by a large black tendril and was pulled away into a clearing. She struggled for dear life trying to free herself, then she saw a familiar face staring at her menacingly. The two were alone and Izuku shouted, Why? She covered his mouth, then said, I've been trying to reach you for hours now and you didn't pick up. I took on this job not knowing all of the details, and it turned out we were attacking UA. I was just hired to collect some blood from anyone I saw. I didn't know it was your class until it was too late. Not sure whether to believe her or not due to everything that has happened. He released his quirk, freeing her hands. He then said, Cut me. Being thrown off by his statement, she responded, confused, asking, What? Izuku then took one of her blades and cut himself on the shoulder to make it look like he'd been attacked. He then told her, Get going. I don't want you to get arrested. Izuku took off, running back to his classmates while holding his shoulder where he placed his self-inflicted wound. Uraraka being the first to respond as Izuku ran up, she said, Deku, what happened? Did she hurt you? Izuku, not wanting to alarm them, just said, She started talking, and when I looked away for a split second, she pulled a knife out of her boot, then got me. It's not that deep, but she ended up getting away. He tore off the bottom of his shirt and bandaged his wound. Izuku then got everyone's attention, explaining what he learned so far. The group of students then traveled together, making their way to the rest of the class. They stumbled across more of their friends passed out on the ground. Todoroki, still being conscious, started sitting up. Izuku ran to his side before he tripped, collapsing directly in front of him. The adrenaline finally wore off and his fatigue caught up with the boy. The other students went to aid the injured when Shoto said, They took Bakugo. Before he passed out, Izuku said in a whisper, I failed.